हेलो हेलो हेलो, माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो, आ रहा है बराबर? हेलो 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 हेलो। ठीक है।
यहाँ पे तो पीपीटी चलेंगे।
हाँ, किसमें रखा है PPT?
यहाँ रखूँ।
हेलो हेलो हेलो। स्माइल मॉर्निंग एवरीवन, आर यू विथ मी? थैंक यू। जो लोग भी पीछे अभी नाश्ता ले रहे हैं उनसे मेरा नम्र निवेदन है कि जल्दी अपना ब्रेकफास्ट हम खत्म करेंगे। सून वी विल स्टार्ट अवर सेशन टुडे। जो अपने सुजोग परिवार के लोग आज यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए हैं उन तक भी अपना विषय पहुँचे और वो लोग भी इस चीज़ का लाभ उठा सके। थैंक यू सो मच।
सब बोलिए। उम आ ओ ए आ ओ ए। सब लोग बोलिए, एनर्जी चाहिए ना हमें सारा दिन भर रहने के लिए। देखो, मुझसे ज़्यादा तो आप लोगों की आवाज़ आनी चाहिए। आप लोग इतने सारे और मैं अकेली हूँ। आ ओ ए आ ओ ए। बोलिए, अभी भी बहुत लोग नहीं बोल रहे हैं। ओ ओ ओ आ ओ ए आ ओ ए। ओ ए आ ओ ए। how are you feeling all? हम लोग चीफ गेस्ट का वेट कर रहे हैं. 10 minutes. Yeah, you can.
Smile morning. Okay. So I need some word keeping for inauguration speech. So I'm talking about something different one. Then might be the how we are here, and then what is the origin of the Sujok. As I remember of my very young ages that I'm the one person that witnessed how professor developed the theory. He was day and night in the book and writing when I was around 7 years old. And after that, someday he wrote a book, which is 1987. It was like that officially debuted Sujok in the world. At that time, professor has only two students, which is actually he didn't want to teach. He is not a person which is a character who meet the people and then about like make a relationship. He was focused his work. So he taught two students to asking them to teach. But when he taught, he found that there's no one better than himself. So that he started. And he traveled. He traveled around, I think as I know, more than 50 countries. And after that, right now he have thousands of students. And then also he is in the last moment, he gave a lot of time on India. Because there's people who he can trust. And then also there's so many people who trust professor. So he left so many things in here. And somehow, fortunately, I'm also following his step. And then we reach it here. All the time he is talking about the morality in last stage. And then also talking about the smile. What I understand, the meaning of the smile is that we can understand two dimensions. One is physical smile and metaphysical smile. Which smile is first between physical and metaphysical? Which one? Yes. So because the professor emphasized on physical smile, appearance, because body is container, mind is containing according to shape of the container. When we want to really smile, we need to make physical smile. Some person and some character might be very difficult to make a smile. How smile looks like is not important. Just physically appear, and then mind is moving as shape of our physical smile. This is one very big lesson I learned from the Professor Park. And during the journey of the development of many things, there's a lot of difficulty. And then there is a huge, so many opportunity, then make Mincher give up. Mincher give up every time. But this one, smile. Smile make me giving the recharging of my energies. And then because smile, I could meet so many people. There's so many education according to smile. We little bit pending of the last few years. But I have a plan for again to deliver his message, how to do properly smile. Through the smile, how we can understand the universe. My understanding of the study of the universe through the professor is that always he said, universe is infinitive. Universe infinitive. But we are mortal. We have a limit. So because we cannot dream as a universe. But in another way, if you understand you are part of the infinitive, then you can understand we can dreaming further. We can dreaming bigger. And then in the Sujok, we will make it together to make a bigger dream. One person's dream might be achievement during the lifetime. But Sujok's dream is so huge and so big, we need to drawing and working generation to generation. Must be our generation work. Actually, I think we are doing quite well. But from that dimension of the next generation, we're working very well. We're working more systematically. They're working more beautifully. Because that we have a very big responsibility that making a clever system. System will sharpen the people. System will decorate the people. System will make the people clever. Personal abilities limit all the time. But when we're working together with the system, then we are not limited. We have a more stronger energy and stronger power. I really appreciate that in the very short notice that this number of people came, and then I hope you will get I think everyone has looking for the solution of the something. And then might be your solution between your friend might be just sitting next of you. So don't close yourself and then open yourself to see and meet and then make a friend. We're becoming we are the one feeling as like a one family member. So that, okay, we need more time looks like. Yeah. Actually, if I know what exact time, how much I have, I can give a proper lecture. Okay. But I don't know how much time and when I should stop, so I cannot talk much. 10 minutes more. Okay, all right. Okay, this is another part. How you develop yourself. How you develop yourself. Reading the book, yes. Study and exercise. What is the purpose? And then how we can work efficiently. First, we need to understand how we are contact with universe. How we contact? We contact through the sense. This is first contact. When we came out to the world, first contact is anyway sense. Light, sound, about the temperature. This is the fundamental way of the communication. For the sense to want to deliver want to receive a proper sense, so we develop so many things, which is languages, gesture, about the culture and attitude. So, first communication is we need to focus on the sense. Generally checking, okay? Left hand, right hand. Trying to smell, left hand. Smell it. And smell right hand. Is the same? Not same, is it? But we never recognize that. We recognize it, okay, same. Why? Because similar. Right now we try taste, okay? Left right hand. Okay? Guests come. To be continued later. Okay.
Smile morning to all our esteemed guests and conference participant. This is your host Mansi Bhayani. It gives me immense pleasure to you to extend to a very warm welcome on behalf of International Sujok Association who has clubbed all of us for the 10th for the national conference on the occasion of 10th anniversary of our Nagpur Sujok Clinic and Research Center. The seeds of knowledge are planted at this conference, blossom into revolution in patient care. May this conference fuel your passion, ignite your curiosity, remind you of the profound impact you make in Sujok. We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussion on several topics. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart as your presence make this conference priceless. We feel honored to celebrate this 10th anniversary with you all. The Prajwalan. Okay. A light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness. Similarly, blessings brings in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this morning blessed one, let's invoke Ma Saraswati by kindling the lamp of prosperity and wisdom, knowledge and wisdom. I invite our chief guest, Shri Krupalji Tumane, Dr. Park Minchul, and guest of honor Shri Dr. Mohan Selvan sir to kindle the lamp. I also invite Nand Kishore ji Sharda, Asha ji Sharda, Sharda ji Rathi, Shubha Maheshwari and Dilip Chauhan sir. स्वाग वर्षा वर्षा पेके मैम.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते.
I would like to see. I would like to call Shri Krupalji Tumane, our chief guest. Have a seat on a dais, sir. Dr. Park Minchul, sir. Dr. Shankar T.S.R. Mohan Selvan, sir. Dhaval Pathak, sir. Nand Kishore ji Sharda, sir. Asha ji Sharda, ma'am. Sharda ji Rathi, ma'am. Shubha Maheshwari, ma'am. And Dilip Chauhan, sir. Welcome song by Varsha Pirke ma'am and Vandana Vyas ma'am.
मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम
मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम
स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम. मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम
मन की वीणा से गुंजे ध्वनि मंगलम
स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम. कैसा पावन सुहावन समय आज है
कैसा पावन सुहावन समय आज है
आप आए अतिथियों में सरताज है
आप आए अतिथियों में सरताज है
देव की बाती पूजन करे आज हम देव की बाती पूजन करे आज हम. स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम. मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम स्वागतम स्वागतम
स्वागतम.
मन की बगिया से हमने है कलिया चुनी
मन की बगिया से हमने है कलियां चुनी
श्रद्धा के फूलों से हमने माला बुनी
श्रद्धा के फूल से हमने माला बुनी
करते हैं मिल के अर्पित सुमन आज हम करते अर्पित मिल के सुमन आज हम. स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम. मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम. स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम.
I would like to call Dr. Park Manchul to to welcome and present bouquet to Shri Krupalji Tumane, Member of Parliament, Ramtek, Nagpur. I would like to call Nagpur President Sri Shubhaji Maheshwari to present bouquet to Mitchell sir. I would like to call Dhaval Pathak sir to welcome and present bouquet to Mohana Selvan sir. I would like to call Manisha Karmoreji to present bouquet to Ashaji Sharda. I would like to call Vandana Vyas ji to present bouquet to Nand Kishore ji Sharda uncle. I would like to call Madhuri ji Joshi to welcome and present bouquet to Sharda Rathi ji aunty. Now I would like to call Ujjwal Agrawal ma'am ji to present bouquet to Shubha Maheshwari ma'am. I would like to call Varsha Perke ma'am to present bouquet to Dilip Chauhan sir. I would like to call Meena Burde ma'am to present bouquet to Dhaval Pathak sir. This conference brings some innovative idea. Excited to be the part of the change. Our conference kits are blend of innovation and sustainability. Plantable notepad and pen. Yes, they grow into plant after you use it. From recycled paper folders to natural cotton kits bag and lanyard. Eco-friendly products offer several benefits, minimizing pollution, lowering carbon footprints, and promoting a more responsible consumption pattern. Now I call our Nagpur President, Sri Shubhaji Maheshwari, to deliver few words for the event.
Smile morning. It's really a wonderful smile morning, right? I feel so honored and privileged on behalf of my whole Nagpur team I extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, ISA Global President, Dr. Park Minchul, Chief Guest, Shri Krupalji Tumane ji, Member of Parliament, guests of honor, our ISA Global President, Dr. Minchul Park, and Dr. Shankar Mohan Selvan, sir. I also extend my warm welcome to Bhupender Kaur ma'am, Monisha Rawat ma'am, Bharatji Patodia, Lakshmi Narayanji Prabhu, and all dignitaries on the dais. And definitely my Sujok brothers and sisters. I really welcome you all today. Today is a day of achievement. It is a day of joy. It is a day of gratitude. As they say, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, and that major milestone was set on May 2013 in our ISA Global Congress in Cyprus by the ISA global body. There was this idea and decision that was taken to have a first R&D center in India, in Nagpur. So we will be very privileged to be here. And with lot of trials and tribulations and trepidations, it was inaugurated at the hands of respected Kim Im-sum Madam, wife of our beloved Professor Park Jae-woo. And with his blessings and his grace, today we are proudly celebrating our 10th anniversary. Our beloved Professor Park Jae-woo's dream and vision became a reality of a pain-free society and smile civilization. He was a visionary par excellence, and I think words fall short to describe him. I have no words. His magnanimity is definitely way beyond words. With relentless and untiring efforts and visions and ideas of our dearest Dr. Park Minchul and Dr. Minkyu sir, and with Dr. Mohana Selvan, Dr. Ashokji Kothari-ji, we are blessed to be under their umbrella, to be guided, and we are where we are today under their umbrella. Minchul sir and Minkyu sir and Professor Park's students, the torch is proudly carried forward and will continuously keep igniting in all corners of India and abroad. R&D Center is the heart and brain of our organization, giving us a bright future, direction, and strength. Dr. Minchul is forever working on his visions and ideas with Dr. Minkyu, Dr. Mona Selvan, Ashok Kothari-ji, and Dhavalji by relentlessly organizing important educational scientific researches in the field of Sujok therapy. Past 10 years has been a journey of specialized educational programs. Our first ever diabetes residential program, Dr. Minchul had called Dr. Zohar sir from Israel to take the diabetes seminar. Dr. Violeta Nikoleva from Russia, she took our hypertension program. We had in Rajkot a result-oriented Curopathy and leadership conference in Rajkot, followed by SICs, the Sujok International Congress in Chennai and Mumbai. The growing numbers of doctors from abroad increases manifold every time we have a Sujok conferences. Thank you so much, Minchul sir, for this initiative. Samvan Gong and Samvan Dong camps taken by Dr. Minchul and Minkyu sir continuously the Sujok training, which enhances our leadership, also enhances us mentally and spiritually. Corona times, technology has been a boon. We had innumerable online programs of Sujok therapists and lecturers, and our Smile family grows. Deep gratitude to Dr. Mona Salwan sir for support and guidance. I thank Sharda ji Rathi to introducing Asha auntie to Sujok. I think because we stand here in Nagpur because of these two women power, bringing Professor Park Jebu to Nagpur. This wonderful and magical world of Sujok. Humble and deep gratitude to Nankishore uncle and Sada family for immediately giving us their premises for this noble cause. And here we are celebrating our 10th anniversary. Thank you, Chacha ji and Chachi ji and family, from the bottom of all our hearts. And Dhaval ji, I think there are no words to describe him. His tremendous hard work, unmeasurable effort, sacrifices. You make all this possible, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Minchul sir's vision turns into reality because of him. I think they deserve a standing ovation. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our ever-smiling Deepa ji. She's 10 years. She's been continuously working with a very smiling face. Chauhan ji, Balram ji, and my wonderful Sujok Nagpur team, thank you so much. Sir, we are all geared up for another 10-20 years of bright, shining, smiling future ahead with your guidance. And we have miles to go before we sleep. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to call Dhaval sir to deliver few words for the event.
थैंक यू सो मच. मंच पर उपस्थित नागपुर रामटेक क्षेत्र के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट श्री कृपाल जी तुमाने, मंचस्थ डॉक्टर पाक मिंचुल, डॉक्टर मोहना सेल्वन, आशा जी सारडा, शारदा जी राठी, नंदू अंकल, दिलीप चौहान जी और यहाँ पर उपस्थित मेरे सभी सुजोग प्रियजन. सबसे पहले तो मैं इस मंच से और मंच की ओर से आदरणीय कृपाल जी तुमाने से माफ़ी मांगना चाहता हूँ. मैं उनके जेस्चर को वंदन करता हूँ. चीफ गेस्ट होने के बावजूद उन्होंने मेरी एक गलती को नज़रअंदाज किया है. मुझे ऑफिशियल रूप से उनको आमंत्रण देने जाना चाहिए था, या तो जाना चाहता था, लेकिन इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजन की व्यस्तता के चलते और हर्ष भैया ने बताया था कि तुमाने जी से मेरी बात हुई है और वो निश्चित रूप से पधारेंगे, तो मैंने टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड कर दिया और मैं उन तक आमंत्रण देने के लिए नहीं पहुंचा. फिर भी वो अपना बड़प्पन दिखाकर आज हमारे बीच में उनके अत्यंत व्यस्त कार्यक्रमों में से उपस्थित हुए हैं. उनके लिए मैं उनका आदर करता हूं, उनको नमन करता हूं. ये 10 वर्ष के कार्यकाल के दौरान बहुत सारे लोगों से परिचय हुआ, मिलना हुआ, बट ग्राउंड टू अर्थ रहना और जनप्रतिनिधि के नाते जिम्मेदारी क्या होना, उनका उन्होंने आज बहुत ही बेहतरीन एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है. और इस अवसर पे मैं हर्ष भैया को भी बहुत बहुत मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी निभाकर आज वो उनको हमारे बीच में ले आए हैं। थैंक यू सर। वैसे ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के बहुत सारे सिग्निफिकेंस है, बट मैं डायस पर से आज बहुत ज़्यादा समय लेना नहीं चाहूँगा। आज हम 10 वर्ष के दौरान हमने जो कुछ भी कार्य किए हैं उनको एक पैकेज के रूप में सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए यहाँ पर इकट्ठित हुए हैं। और मुझे आनंद है कि डॉक्टर पार्क मिंचुल ऑल द वे फ्रॉम अल्जीरिया 8000 किलोमीटर की जर्नी करके हमारे बीच में प्रसन्नपूर्वक उपस्थित हुए हैं। मुझे इस बात का भी आनंद है कि यहाँ पर कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर जो विषय चुने गए हैं वो विषय के अंदर जो एज अ एक्सपर्ट अपना एक्सपीरियंस, अपना नॉलेज शेयर करने वाले हैं, वो लोग भी, यह कार्यक्रम बहुत शॉर्ट नोटिस में डिसाइड हुआ और मैंने किसी भी व्यक्ति को पूछा नहीं है कि आप ये कार्यक्रम में ये स्पीच देंगे। मैंने बल्कि उनको ऐसा बोला है कि आपने ये विषय के ऊपर बात रखनी है, और किसी भी प्रकार का ना नुकर किए बिना उन्होंने उस बात को मनपूर्वक स्वीकार किया। न केवल इतना, वो शॉर्ट नोटिस के अंदर उसके चलते जो कुछ भी प्रिपरेशन करनी थी, जो कुछ भी चीज़ें चाहिए थी, वो समय सीमा के अनुरूप रहते हुए मुझे प्रोवाइड की। उसलिए मैं उन सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। तुमाने जी को जानकर निश्चित रूप से आनंद होगा कि कामठी रोड स्थित सुजोक थेरेपी का जो क्लिनिक एंड रिसर्च सेंटर है, वर्ष 2013 में जब हमने यहाँ पर कार्य करने की शुरुआत की थी तो केवल 20 रुपये शुल्क के अंदर यहाँ पर हम लोगों की सारवार करते थे, एंड दैट इज टू विदाउट मेडिसिन। जैसे ही बाहर बोर्ड लगा तो पहले रेसिडेंशियल मीटर कमर्शियल हो गया, पानी का कनेक्शन कमर्शियल हो गई, और ऐसे कई सारी चीज़ें कमर्शियल होती रही। बट मुझे गर्व है ये कहने में कि हम आज भी कमर्शियल नहीं हुए हैं। 10 वर्षों में आज की तारीख में हम लोगों का 100 रुपये के अंदर इलाज कर पा रहे हैं, और ये निश्चित हो पा रहा है क्योंकि नंदू बाबू और अंकल ने, आंटी ने अपनी जगह हमें दी है कि आप सुजोक थेरेपी के प्रचार प्रसार के लिए इस जगह का निःशुल्क उपयोग कर सकते हैं। अगर उस जगह के लिए मुझे रेंट देना पड़ता या अगर उस जगह के लिए मुझे कुछ चीज़ें एक्सपेंड करनी पड़ती तो निश्चित रूप से ये कार्य हम नहीं कर पाते। और मुझे ये कहते हुए गौरव महसूस हो रहा है कि पिछले 10 साल के अंदर 30,000 पेशेंट को हम सर्व कर पाए हैं, और सुजोक थेरेपी की अलग अलग प्रोसीजर जो आप सभी लोग जानते ही है, अगर मैं टेक्निकली बात करूं तो 18 लाख से ज़्यादा अलग अलग प्रोसीजर जो हम ट्रीटमेंट प्रोसीजर करते हैं, ऐसी प्रोसीजर्स हम लोगों के ऊपर, पेशेंट्स के ऊपर इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाए हैं। ये अपने आप में विशेषता, हर एक प्रोसीजर की अपनी एक कॉस्ट होती है। एज अ थेरापिस्ट आप लोग ये अच्छी तरीके से जानते हैं। फिर भी उनको जो वहाँ से जो आमदनी होती है उसमें से तो शायद वहाँ का मैनेजमेंट का खर्चा भी नहीं निकलता है, बट ऑल्दो बिकॉज ऑफ द वेल विशर्स and the community help from the society, we are able to do that. और इंटरनेशनल सुजोक एसोसिएशन के बैनर के नीचे पिछले 10 सालों में ISA ने बहुत सारी चीज़ें अचीव करी है, जिसके ऊपर मेरा एक घंटे का पूरा बात में रखने वाला हूँ, इसलिए यहाँ पर से ये चीज़ मैं व्यतीत नहीं करना चाहूँगा। बट आज का एक अलग महत्वपूर्ण सिग्निफिकेंट यह भी है कि सुजोक थेरेपी को वैधानिक उपचार पद्धति के रूप में मान्यता देने के लिए इंटरनेशनल सुजोक एसोसिएशन 2017 से भारत सरकार के साथ प्रयासशील है। और मुझे ये बताते हुए बहुत ही गर्व हो रहा है कि अभी 14 अगस्त को ही डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ रिसर्च की तरफ से हमें बताया गया है कि आपका रिवाइज्ड प्रपोजल फॉर रिकग्निशन ऑफ सुजोक थेरेपी इज एक्सेप्टेड एंड फर्दर प्रोसेस्ड। और यह पद्धति को रिकॉग्नाइज करने के संदर्भ में वो प्रपोजल की 25 कॉपी हमें इसी अक्टूबर महीने की 20 तारीख के आसपास डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ रिसर्च में जमा करानी है, और उसके बाद में जो उसके लिए इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल कमेटी भारत सरकार ने बनाई हुई है, यह कमेटी उसको रिव्यू करेगी और उसके बाद में हमें प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बुलाएगी, जहां पर हम अपना विषय रखेंगे। और विषय रखने के बाद सरकार की जो प्रक्रिया, निश्चित रूप से वो सारी प्रक्रिया से हमें गुजरना होगा। और वो प्रक्रिया के बाद में मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ और हम सब प्रयासरत है कि आगामी जनरल इलेक्शन से पहले भारत सरकार के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री द्वारा इस विषय में निश्चित रूप से कोई ना कोई पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ हमें प्राप्त होंगे। अगर ये चीज़ होती है तो मैं मानता हूँ कि निश्चित रूप से हमारे ये 10 साल के सेलिब्रेशन के साथ में भी इनका सिग्निफिकेंट जुड़ेगा। और मैं आज मंच से आदरणीय एमपी साहब से भी विनती करूँगा कि हम निश्चित रूप से इस विषय के लिए आपको मिलने आएंगे और इस विषय में आपका सहकार भी चाहेंगे। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि हमें आपका पूर्ण सहकार प्राप्त होगा। और अंत में मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये 10 साल का सिग्निफिकेंट आज हम नैवेद्यम हिस्टोरिया में मना रहे हैं। 20 साल में, यानी अगले 10 साल के बाद में ऐसी ही इवेंट हम अपनी जगह पर करें और आप सब उस समय पर पधारें, ऐसी विनती करें। धन्यवाद।
I would like to call Dr. Park Minchul sir to deliver few words for the event.
Smile morning, everyone. And then I'm really appreciate Sri Krupalji Tumane to in the coming to our conference to give your valuable time. And also I'm really from my heart to thank to all our family member to be here. We are enjoying of this 2 days time. I remember that when we was in Cyprus, that Ashaji came to me, Dr. Mincher, I have place, we can start something from there. And then immediately I called Tawar. So Ashaji offered and then gave opportunity something. So what we can do. Then after that, first our international center is established in India and Nagpur, center of India. I remember everything at the time, we renovation and the designing and interior, and then Dawar was a day and night working, and then we do painting and then everything. And after that, we inaugurated. It already passed 10 years, 10 years. During the 10 years, it was not always a smiling moment, but that pains and make us stronger and give us more experience to how to dreaming future better way. Right now, we came to the position of the 10 years. Our family member are increased, our experience getting more, and then we can serve more service to the society. Day by day of the experience of the managing of this organization, I'm feeling we have a bigger responsibility. Not only your family member and your society, as well as when we understand the timeline, we have a responsibility for the future. Even you don't recognize, even you don't aware, anyway, you are giving the water, you are giving the soil, you are giving the energy for the next generation. Your experience will feeding them and then helping more people in the next future. I really appreciate each of your one step. It becoming we came to here. And I request you, please continue work, continue for the future, and let's make better world and better society for the smile. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Shri Krupalji Tumane on the stage to deliver a few words.
इंटरनेशनल सुजोक एसोसिएशन के द्वारा आयोजित इस 2 डेज कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित respected Dr. Park Minchel, who came from I think from Algeria. Here, welcome to India and welcome to Nagpur. Our guest of honor, Dr. Mohana Selvanji, and our distinguished guests who are present on the dais, or Nanda Kishore Babu Sarda ji, the social worker of the Nagpur and very well known for the India also. Acha Sarda ji, Sharda Rathi ji, Dilip Chauhan ji, धवल पाठक जी, और मेरे छोटे भाई हर्ष अग्रवाल जी, and all who are present here. धवल जी ने कहा कि सॉरी की बात नहीं होती है, जहाँ हर्ष भाई ने बता दिया आना है तो आना है, तो निमंत्रण देने घर में ही आना चाहिए, ऐसी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी बहुत बड़ी होने के कारण मैं गेस्ट को भी, मेरे गांव वाले लोगों को भी बोलता हूँ कि SMS कर दो। SMS कर दिए तो हम लोग पहुँच जाते, क्योंकि रामटेक लोकसभा का अगर एरिया की बात करें तो 360 किलोमीटर का फ्रॉम वन एंड टू अनदर एंड, तो कोई पहुँच नहीं सकता है इनविटेशन देने के लिए, इसलिए हम लोग SMS और व्हाट्सएप का मैसेज एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। और आना था, हर्ष भाई ने कहा, अभी आते आते हर्ष भाई के घर में रुका था थोड़ा देर, छोटे भाई का प्यार ज़्यादा है, नाश्ता करके जाना पड़ेगा, बोले मुझे लगता है जाएंगे बिल्कुल। एक अच्छी शुरुआत 10 साल पहले इस नागपुर में किया, और आपने कहा कि बोर्ड लगाने के बाद बहुत कुछ बदल जाता है। आदमी घर के अंदर जब रहता है तब किसको पता नहीं होता है, और जब घर के बाहर जाता है तब सबको पता होता है कि ये आदमी क्या चीज़ है। वैसे ही सरकार भी देखते रहती है, कौन आएगा अपने अड़सट्टे में, पैसा तो लेना है, लेकिन वो पैसे का इस्तेमाल भी पब्लिक के लिए ही करना होता है, क्योंकि सभी एक दूसरे से जुड़ा हुआ होता है। सरकार पैसा लेती है, इंसानों से लेती है, इंसानों पे खर्चा करती है। रास्ते बनाएंगे, सीवर लाइन बनाएंगे, इलेक्ट्रिक पोल लगाएंगे, बिजली देंगे, पानी देंगे, तो देने के लिए भी उनको कुछ ना कुछ खर्चा आता है, इसलिए वो लेते हैं। अब कम लेना ज़्यादा लेना, ये थोड़ा सा ये चर्चा का विषय हमारा हो भी सकता है, लेकिन नागपुर अभी A ग्रेड की सिटी होने से तो भी एज कम्पेयर टू दिल्ली, मुंबई एंड अदर cities, metro cities, I think the rate of the NMC is very low. So चले, लेकिन ये हमने जो थेरेपी चालू किया है नागपुर में, मुझे इसका गर्व है कि इस नागपुर में 10 साल से आप लोग सक्सेसफुली काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे नागपुर में तो इसका कोई अनुभव लेने का योग नहीं आया, लेकिन दिल्ली के पार्लियामेंट में जब हमारा मेडिकल कैंप साल में एक बार होता है, तो वहाँ सारी थेरेपी आती है जिसमें सुजोग भी रहते हैं। और आपने जैसा कहा धवल जी कि सरकार ने मान्यता भला ही दी नहीं होंगी, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट के अंदर वो लोग आप लोगों को बुलाते हैं, आपका भी स्टॉल लगता है, जैसे बाकी एक्यूप्रेशर का लगता है, आयुर्वेदिक का लगता है, कुछ एक एक्यूपंक्चर भी है शायद, आई थिंक। ऐसे बहुत सारे लोगों को वहाँ पे स्टॉल मीन्स रूम्स दिए जाते हैं, स्पेशलाइज्ड डॉक्टर्स भी होते हैं, एम्स की पूरी टीम होती है। साल में एक बार हमको जांचते हैं ठीक ठाक है कि नहीं, क्या ओराइलिंग करने की ज़रूरत है इनकी। तो उसमें मैंने देखा है सुजोक का भी, ये मैं एक बार मैंने भी उस पर किया था, उन्होंने वेब से उंगलियों पे वो ऐसा लगा के वगैरह, ऐसा आई थिंक यही है ना। हाँ, तो बहुत अच्छी थेरेपी है, मुझे अच्छा लगा। मैं एक बार गया, फिर दोबारा भी गया था उनके पास में, लेकिन फिर सेशन ख़त्म होने के बाद नहीं जा पाया। लेकिन जो दर्द होता है आदमी को, कोई पेन वगैरह कहीं होगा या थोड़ा छोटा मोटा कोई बीमारी भी होंगी, तो वो मेरे ख्याल से उसमें वो ख़त्म हो जाती है। मैं भी मोहन सेल्वन साहब से भी बात कर रहा था कि कोई बड़े इस पे आप लोग काम करते हो कि अगर ऑपरेशन की ज़रूरत है, कैंसर पेशेंट एंड ऑल अदर इन डिसीजेस, तो ही टोल्ड मी दैट वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट नाउ, बट आई होप you will get the permission from the central government and I will help you in that matter also. क्योंकि ये छोटी मोटी जो थेरेपी, अब मैं आपको एक मेरा खुद का किस्सा बताना चाहता हूँ। नागपुर में एक डॉक्टर प्रदान करके एक्यूप्रेशरिस्ट है वो, अब मेरे भी बहुत सारे दोस्त डॉक्टर हैं, क्योंकि मेरे बड़े भैया डॉक्टर है, वो MBBS MD है, उनके कारण मेरे बहुत दोस्त रवि पोस्ट पे जाने के बाद और ज़्यादा दोस्त हो गए। तो मुझे सर्वाइकल स्पॉन्डिलिसिस हो गया एक बार वो वर्टिगो बोलते वो हो गया, काफ़ी परेशान रहता था। एक मेरे दोस्त ने बताया कि यानी मेरे जो संजय चौधरी जो हमारे नागपुर के बहुत अच्छे ऑर्थोपेडिशियन सर्जन हैं, उन्होंने भी कहा, हमारे फैमिली दोस्त है वो, बोले अभी कोई रास्ता है नहीं, पेन किलर खाते रहे ये, अब तो फिर ऑपरेशन कर लेना, बोले कोई रास्ता नहीं है। मैंने बोला ठीक है भाई, पेन किलर तो खाऊंगा नहीं, पेन बर्दाश्त कर लूँगा लेकिन पेन किलर कभी नहीं खाऊंगा, क्योंकि मुझे एक के साथ दूसरी बीमारी नहीं लाना है। तो 1.5 साल मैं अपने इस हाथ से ऐसा यहाँ से यहाँ तक डेली परेशान रहता था। मुझे एक दोस्त ने बताया कि बोले उनके पास जाइए, तो मैं उनके पास गया। उन्होंने कहा कि आपको 20-25 सिटिंग में लगेंगी, लेकिन 100% गारंटेडली कम हो जाएगा, ख़त्म हो जाएगा। और सही वैसा ही हुआ कि 10-12 सिटिंग में ही, सिटिंग ऐसा वो डेली नहीं, बोले आप लोगों को समय नहीं रहता, आपको जब आना होगा तब आइएगा, फ़ोन कर देना आने के पहले कि आज आ रहा हूँ मैं, तो हम वैसा खाली रहेंगे। लेकिन जो डॉक्टर्स कहते हैं कि नहीं हो सकता है, वो ये जो ऐसी मीन्स इसको कौन सी अदर्स बोलेंगे, यस अल्टरनेटिव मेडिसिन भी बोल सकते हैं हम इसको, बट हम यहाँ पे मेडिसिन इस्तेमाल नहीं करते, अल्टरनेटिव थेरेपी यू कैन से। तो इसका फ़ायदा ज़रूर होता है। उसके बाद वर्टिगो हुआ, मुझे चक्कर आते थे चलते चलते, ऐसे बात करते करते, डर लगता था, घर में रहता था। फिर उन्हीं के पास गया, फिर उन्होंने 6 दिन में ठीक कर दिया, और अभी बहुत दिन से वो बंद है। मैं सबको सजेशन देता हूँ, जो भी मुझे बताता है। मैंने उद्धव साहब ठाकरे जी को भी सजेशन दिया था कि साहब आप ऑपरेशन मत कीजिए, आप मैं इसको मुंबई भेजता हूँ, इसको 20 दिन 1 महीने यहीं पे रखो। तो वो उन्होंने उनसे बात वगैरह कर लिया, लेकिन अब कोई बड़ा आदमी रहता तो बड़ा विचार रहते हैं, और मुंबई का है तो थोड़ा विचार अलग करते, लेकिन उन्होंने ऑपरेशन कर लिया और भगवान की दया से अच्छा हो गया। लेकिन बहुत ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको इसमें ऑपरेशन का, अभी डॉक्टर सेल्वन जी इज हियर, ही नो एवरीथिंग, कि देयर इज नॉट यूज ऑफ द इन एनी केस ऑफ द न्यूरो देयर इज नो यूज। तो इसमें होता है, इसका भी फ़ायदा सुजोक का बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत अच्छी थेरेपी है। आज इसकी धवल जी आपने पब्लिसिटी नहीं हुई है, पब्लिसिटी करने जाओगे तो फिर मुश्किल आएंगे, फिर पब्लिसिटी का चार्ज लगेगा, अलग अलग चार्जेस लगेंगे। ये तो अच्छा कि नंदू बाबू अपने नागपुर में है, उन्होंने जगह आपको दे दिया, उनके जगह का किराया तो नहीं लग रहा है हमें, ये एक हमारा खर्चा बच गया है। तो इसको थोड़ा सा अलग अलग जैसे सेंटर्स आपने वहाँ खोले, तो अगर नागपुर में ऐसे 10-15 सेंटर अगर हो जाएंगे, तो मुझे लगता है ये थेरेपी बहुत पैमाने पे बढ़ेगी, और बढ़ने के बाद में इसका उपयोग लोगों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए ज़रूर होगा। आज बीपी हो गया, शुगर हो गया, ऐसे कॉमन बीमारीज हो गई। पहले शुगर गिने चुने लोगों में, आज जिसको पूछो उसको नहीं, मैं चाय क्यों नहीं पीता, नहीं शुगर है। बीपी कॉमन हो गया है। उससे सबसे ज़्यादा तो अभी ये एक बीमारी नहीं आ गई, एसिडिटी। ठीक है, हमारे समान लोगों को कि हम कब सोते हैं कब खाते हैं हमारा कोई समय नहीं रहता है, लेकिन जो लोग 10 बजे खाना खाते हैं बराबर रात में 10 बजे सो जाते हैं, उनको भी एसिडिटी दिखाई दे रही है। तो ये ऐसे बीमारियों पे ये जो हमारी थेरेपी है सुजोग, इसके माध्यम से बहुत अच्छा लाभ होगा। और मुझे अभी डॉक्टर मोहन सेल्वन जी बता भी रहे थे कि ये सारी बीमारियां हमारे इस सुजोग में खत्म हो जाती है। तो इसका उपयोग, और जो बात धवल जी ने कहा कि अभी मीन्स वी कैन से इट एज द इन्विटेशन, मीन्स प्रोड्यूस सम योर प्रपोजल एंड ऑल अदर थिंग। तो प्रपोजल जो आपको देना है, आप प्रपोजल दीजिए, आप सब सबमिट कर दीजिए, और जब आपका बुलाएंगे प्रेजेंटेशंस के लिए, तो उस समय में मैं आपके पास, आपके साथ मिनिस्टर साहब के साथ चलूँगा, और मिनिस्टर साहब को भी हम ये समझाएंगे, क्योंकि आदरणीय मोदी साहब भी खुद ऐसे विषयों पे विश्वास रखने वाले हैं। क्योंकि हमने देखा होगा कि 2014 में सरकार के आने के बाद में आदरणीय मोदी साहब ने आयुष मंत्रालय अलग कर दिया, क्योंकि जो एलोपैथी वालों को अलग कर दो, बाकी को अलग कर दो, क्योंकि ऐसे बहुत सारी मान्यताएं थी कि ये अच्छा है, ये बुरा है, ये अच्छा है, बुरा है। लेकिन हम जिस थेरेपी के भरोसे शुरुआत में हम लोग रहे, एलोपैथी तो ये अभी 200 साल पहले, 150 साल पहले आई, लेकिन उसके पहले तो यूनानी और आयुर्वेदिक ही चलती थी। तो मोदी जी को ये पता है, मोदी जी भी वैसी दवाई अभी कोई कुछ खाते नहीं, कोई बीमारी नहीं है, क्योंकि उनका योगा और ऐसे जो छोटे छोटे हमारे थेरेपी, इन पे उनका बहुत बड़ा विश्वास है। इसलिए अलग किया कि यूनानी एलोपैथी के दूर हो जाएंगी या आयुर्वेदिक एलोपैथी से दूर हो जाएगी, तो इनकी प्रगति होगी। जिनके भरोसे हम अगर रामायण देखें या महाभारत देखें, तो हमने कहाँ देखा है, उसमें कहाँ एलोपैथी की दवाई थी। कोई रैंटक नहीं खाता था उस समय में, व्यवस्था बराबर, झाड़ पत्ते निकाल के झाड़ पत्ते खाते थे, नीम के पत्ते खा के अपनी बीमारी का सुधार करते थे। तो इसको अलग उन्होंने किया और एलोपैथी को अलग करके एक नया मंत्रालय बनाया, और उनका मेडिकल से ज़्यादा अभी वो आयुष पे ध्यान देते हैं, आयुष मंत्रालय पे ज़्यादा ध्यान देके उसको डेवलप करने की उनकी तैयारी है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी को एक बात का वचन देता हूँ कि जब भी आप जाएंगे तब मनसुख मांडविया जी के साथ आप मेरे साथ चलिए, अपन उनको सारी बातें बताएंगे, और ये जो मान्यता की बात है अपन आदरणीय मांडविया जी और आदरणीय नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब की तरफ से इसको जरूर मान्यता दिलाएंगे, उसमें मेरा भी सहयोग रहेगा। नागपुर में आज अभी आप लोग जिस प्रकार ये सेंटर चला रहे हैं उसको और बढ़ाएंगे, ऐसी उम्मीद रखते मैं ये पे रुकता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
थैंक यू सर। सॉरी बीच में फिर से उपस्थित होने के लिए, बट मुझे बहुत आनंद हो रहा है कि आज मंच से कृपाल जी ने हमें पूर्ण सहयोग के लिए समर्थन दिया है। और मैं आप लोगों को गर्व के साथ बताना चाहता हूं कि कृपाल जी तुम्हारे हमारे नागपुर क्षेत्र के एमपी होने के साथ साथ ही पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के भी स्थायी सदस्य है। और इस प्रकार के डिसीजन में पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड का कितना महत्व रहता है वो हम सब लोग अच्छी तरीके से जानते हैं। उसके अलावा माननीय तुमाने जी पार्लियामेंट्री कमिटी फॉर वेलफेयर ऑफ सोशली स्क्राइब एंड सोशली स्क्राइब SC एंड ST कम्युनिटी के भी सदस्य है, और कोल एंड माइंस, पेट्रोलियम, नेचुरल गैस, ये सारी अलग अलग कमिटी में भी वह अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। इसलिए इस कार्य में उनकी मदद हमें प्राप्त होना डेफिनेटली एक सिग्निफिकेंट स्टेप होगा, और उनके लिए मैं उनका मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद करता हूँ। इसके अलावा मैं आदरणीय तुमाने जी को मंच से कहना चाहूँगा कि वर्ष 2006-07 के दौरान जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, मैं गुजरात से बिलोंग करता हूँ, और सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी के एक कार्यक्रम में आदरणीय मोदी जी पधारे थे। बुक विमोचन का कार्यक्रम था, चंद्र प्रकाश एक प्रोफेसर थे, उनके बुक्स को विमोचन करने के लिए आए थे, और आदरणीय मोदी साहब उनको च भाई के नाम से बुलाते थे, बिकॉज उनकी मित्रता की वजह से। तब हमने आदरणीय मोदी साहब को एक डिटेल प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था सुजोक के बारे में कि यह उपचार पद्धति को गुजरात राज्य के अंदर मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए, क्योंकि तब हम गुजरात के लेवल पर काम करते थे। और मुझे बराबर याद है कि तब उन्होंने कहा था कि निश्चित समय पर यह काम जरूर से होगा, और मैं उनके कमिटमेंट के प्रति पूर्णतः भरोसा रखता हूं कि वो समय जल्द ही आएगा, और उन्होंने गुजरात में जो बात कही थी वो निश्चित रूप से सफल होगी। और मनपूर्वक आपका फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने आपका समय दिया, और इस कार्य का आपको सहकार देने के लिए भी आप हमारे साथ जुड़े। खूब खूब धन्यवाद। और दो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ें जो मुझे मेरे वक्तव्य में बतानी चाहिए थी आपकी जानकारी हेतु। भारत सरकार के अंदर सुजोक थेरापी की बात रखने का हमें प्रेसिडेंट्स हाउस में भी एक अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। राष्ट्रपति भवन दिवस के अवसर पर वहाँ पर जो कार्यक्रम हुआ था 1 जनवरी 2020 के अंदर, और फर्स्ट लेडी वॉज सपोज टू बी द गेस्ट ऑन दैट डे, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसी दिन कोविड-19 अनाउंस हुआ था, जिनकी वजह से वो उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए, बट सुजोक का विषय रखने का हमें मौका मिला था। और हाल ही में उत्तराखंड के जो गवर्नर है लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल गुरमीत सिंह जी, वो भी सुजोक से बहुत प्रभावित हुए, और उन्होंने सुजोक थेरापी का एक विशेष सेमिनार राजभवन के अंदर करवाया, और वहाँ पर भी इस कार्य के लिए पूर्ण समर्थन दे रहे। आदरणीय बनवारी लाल जी जो अभी अपने नागपुर के ही है और गवर्नर है पंजाब से, वो भी इस विषय को समर्थन कर रहे। माननीय मनसुख भाई से भी इस विषय में बारंबार मिलना हुआ और वो भी समर्थन कर रहे हैं। और ये सारी चीज़ जो हम कर पा रहे हैं वो निश्चित रूप से आप जैसे लोग जब हमारे साथ जुड़ते हैं उसी की वजह से कर पा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए भी मैं मनपूर्वक आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Now I would like to call Nand Kishore ji Sharda to deliver few words.
आप सबको स्माइल मॉर्निंग नमस्कार। इंटरनेशनल सुजोग एसोसिएशन का जो यहाँ पर नागपुर सेंटर है, मैं उसके लिए प्रोफेसर पार्क मिंचुल सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आप इस सेंटर को अभी भी चालू रखे हुए हैं, और इंटरनेशनली सुजोग एसोसिएशन का यहाँ पर जो कार्य हो रहा है धवल जी उसको बहुत अच्छे से संभाले हुए हैं, और आप सब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं आप सबको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है कि हमारी उस जगह का बहुत अच्छा सदुपयोग हो रहा है। इससे ज़्यादा हमें और क्या चाहिए। इच्छा बहुत है कि वो जगह का और यूज़ अपना भवन होकर के होए, तो वो भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जैसा भी होगा, जैसा प्रभु चाहेगा, आगे इसको भी और अच्छा करेंगे, और आप सब लोग जुड़े रहेंगे, यही मेरी कामना है। धन्यवाद।
I would like to call Vandana Vyas ji to deliver vote of thanks.
आइए से नागपुर की ओर से इस आयोजन में हम सारे सुजोग स्पेशलिस्टों का इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सब सुजोग थेरेपिस्ट का महत्वपूर्ण कार्य के लिए सम्मान करते हैं। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि श्री तुमाने जी का भी हम हृदय से आभार करते हैं कि आपने यहाँ आकर हमारा उत्साहवर्धन किया और साथ ही सुजोग को पूर्ण समर्थन देने का जो हमारे पे विश्वास जताया, उसके लिए धन्यवाद। प्रोफेसर मिंचुल पार्क सर, आपके अद्वितीय ज्ञान, देखभाल और सुजोग सेवाओं के लिए भी हम ISA नागपुर टीम आप सबका धन्यवाद करते हैं। डॉक्टर मोहन सालवान सर, आपके सहयोग ने सुजोग को एक नए मुकाम पर पहुंचाया, उसके लिए भी हृदय से धन्यवाद। श्री नंद कुमार जी सारडा, जिनका सहयोग और समर्थन हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मूल्यवान है, क्योंकि 2013 से आज तक वे हमारे साथ एक पिता तुल्य खड़े हैं और हमें हमेशा मार्गदर्शन देते रहते हैं, उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद। श्रीमती आशा जी सारडा एवं शारदा जी राठी, ये दोनों हमारे नागपुर टीम के लिए एक पिलर्स हैं, जो हमेशा एक अच्छे गाइडेंस, एक प्रकाश स्तंभ की तरह हमारे सहयोग देते हैं और उनके साथ हम कोई भी काम को करने के लिए, हालांकि हम सब ज़्यादातर हमारे इस टीम में लेडीज़ हैं और एक घर को संभालते हुए वो यहाँ आती हैं, लेकिन उनको देखते हुए कि उन्होंने जिस तरीके से सुजोग के लिए कार्य किया और हम उन उद्देश्यों को पूरा करने के लिए उनसे गाइडेंस लेते हैं, उसके लिए भी हमें धन्यवाद देते हैं। धन्यवाद शुभा दीदी, दिलीप जी, जिन्होंने हमेशा बहुत मेहनत की हमारे इस नागपुर टीम के, नागपुर ISA के लिए, और वे हमेशा सभी कार्य करने के लिए हम लोगों को उत्साहित करते रहते हैं, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। साथ ही धवल जी पाठक, जिनके समर्थन ने ISA नागपुर को एक महत्वपूर्ण और बहुत ही मजबूत टीम की तरह उभारा है। वो 2013 से हमारे साथ हैं, हालांकि हम सबसे बहुत छोटे हैं, हम जितने टीम मेंबर्स हैं वो सब शायद उनसे बहुत एक उनके हमारे लिए एक बच्चे की तरह हैं, लेकिन फिर भी जिस गंभीरता से वो हम सबका साथ देते हैं और सबको गाइड करते हैं, ये बहुत ही बड़ी बात है, तो इसके लिए दिल से धन्यवाद। साथ ही इस आज जो हमारे यहाँ कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, उसके लिए हमारे बहुत सारे स्पॉन्सर्स ने हमें मदद की है, जिसमें से LVT कॉमर्स, मालू इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, संदीप डेवलपर्स, शारदा इस्पात एवं नागपुर ऑटोमोबाइल्स, जिनके सहयोग के बिना यह कार्य अधूरा था। और धन्यवाद आप सभी का, जिन्होंने इस अद्वितीय दिन में हमारा साथ दिया। धन्यवाद करते हैं हम आपके साथ मिलकर, इस सफलता को मिलकर मनाते हैं हम। शायद कुछ अल्फाजों से हम किसी बात को व्यक्त न कर पाएँ, पर दिल से कहते हैं धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद आप सभी का यहाँ आने के लिए। थैंक यू।
Without any further delay, now I would like, let's jump into our promising schedule. हम अभी
Thank you, the Honorable Dais. Now I please request, we will now get down from the dais and the further proceedings will start ahead. Thank you so much. require introduction? Do you want me to give his introduction? None other than Dr. Park Minchul. I please invite you on the stage to share your next decade vision for Sujok therapy. Thank you.
Smart morning, everyone. Okay, so today I'm present you what will be and what was we were. Professor Bach is founder Sujok about 1980s, and then he traveled and we worked a lot. There was only one system. Can you little volume down? This volume, little down. Comfortable now? Yeah, little more down. Yes, thank you. Then there was the only system is how to treat the people. There was the people, few people start make people get well. Right now, we are not only few people. Only India, there's a 1 lakh population are learned and then practicing Sujok. And globally, more than 40 countries are practicing Sujok. So, treatment system is not enough to managing and maintaining of our Sujok people. When you see, this is the what existing medicine in history, which is called system of the medicine. As we know that from Ayurveda and TCM, Chinese medicine is most longest history. And after that, modern medicine concept and then foundation start 500 BC and all come. In the last 1987, Sujok published the first book and came out this world. So we are very young therapy, but growing up very fast one. So this is our mission, that mission very simple, Sujok for everybody. Why it possible for everybody, do you know? Because everyone has hands and foot. So we could help others, and then also we could get help from others. And then vision is that before that, we treat the people, helping the people. But right now, it vision becoming, the little bigger, not little, very bigger, like that, to create medical system and industry to provide well-being of mankind. Which meaning is that we are not only treat patient anymore. We are having a huge number of the family member. We need to treat them, treat their life, treat their vision, and treat their future. So ISA's vision is that make every Sujok people a good practitioner and good member of the society. And then value is that, which is that we need to all definitely working for this value. Your personal value, as well as our brand value, which is what is Sujok. We should make about the upgrading our system and our instrument and professional about the practice. Then goal is that this goal is took from his one of the seminar that professor said one day. He said, Sujok will be biggest organization in the world. Then one student asked him, what is meaning of the biggest organization? Well, people, what money? He said, financially, population-wise, and then influence-wise, Sujok will be reaching to all the corner of the people. So we are going to be a biggest organization. I don't know it's going to happen or not, but I cannot trust myself we can make that or not. But I trust Professor Park. He said it will be happen. So we will be working on that until his word become realized. This is what we do. Generally, your position is one of those, which is the education, and then healthcare professional, and research and development, and mass awareness, and then social services, treatment camp. As I know, in here, anyone you have experience of this treatment camp, and then any of this one. In that way, we are next to the people. And then we can hear the voice from the people what they need. And then we can deliver from their eye level, not our eye level. Education and healthcare, research. So this is the activities we are doing. You know, Samundong? Yeah? Yes, very important exercise. And mass awareness and social services. This is a memory of our activities. Global presence of the Sujok. This is where we are. Fingers, all countries. India is taking majority piece of the Sujok, so that all state, which is our practitioner located. And when we see looking by this map, I want to more complicate web. This is very simple. I want to connect everywhere. I want to connect every state and every cities. So this is currently where we are. And we're going to expand more point and more line. Right now, we need to think about that. What is the positioning right now? Simply understand that Ayush market size of India of 2020 is $18 billion, which is that this Ayush market is running every year this much. Then right now, where is our position? Ayurveda, 3.6 lakh, and Central Homeopathy, 2.8 lakh, and others. Altogether, current Ayush practitioners are 7.1 lakh. We assume our population is approximately about 1 lakh, 100,000 people. But this might be more than that. So many people are not appeared, and so many people learn Sujok, name of other therapy or acupressure or acupuncture. But actually people are doing the Sujok as well. So this is just proximal number, which is currently. Then we put Ayush taking 45% and homeopathy taking 35% of the stake. then right now, Sujok is 12%, which is that we are not yet recognized by the government, but we are taking third position. Meaning is that not only influencing of about the market size, it is meaning is we are that much influence to giving a people to how to get well from their daily problem of the health issues. So it is a quite big responsibility actually, 12% of this alternative medicine in India. So you should realize that what kind of responsibility in your shoulder, then we can develop for the future for betterment. Right now we calculate this. I make bigger picture because I'm from the Sujok. See, Sujok is, this is the value of the yearly market of the Ayush market. How much? 2.1 billion. Did you expect it? Yes, we didn't recognize that. Population 1 lakh people, they are working, their income and everything, this is 2.1 billion the market value, which is in India. Globally, more than that. But in India, which is you are consuming of the instrument, which you are renting out, which your patient of your expenses, everything is here. 2.1 billion is not small. It meaning is we are quite big influencing in society. Be aware about that. Then we can becoming better. Currently, we are really good opportunity to get recognized from the Indian government. Even not yet, but it's going to be soon. After recognition, you can understand how it's going to change. We are start from nothing, and we are the family right now. This is the currently we achieved in the last many years. And right now, we need to think about what will be, what we have to be, what kind of preparation for the future. Medical services, how I understand, it is should have services, should have the system until human beings survive. First, availability. It should available for everywhere. And quality. Medical services, especially important to keeping up quality. Because that low quality, it meaning is disease. High quality, meaning is get out from the disease. And affordability. How we can see in the detail that availability is how we building up education and training of practitioners, and then having many clinics of every place, which is organization ISS working on the last many years. We are focusing on the education. And then because education, automatically practitioners appeared, and then clinic appears. But many people even having an ability to treat a patient, but they don't know how to becoming a practitioners and how to opening the clinic. So from the right now in the future, organization will focus on how to get our student to becoming a practitioner, which is strong one, and then how to opening a clinic. We are trying to developing the older system so that you're going to learn, you're going to get how to becoming a important part of this medical system. And quality. We develop our system by the enlargement. So number are increasing, but right now we need to think about quality, not personal quality. We need to improve the quality of the name and brand of the Sujok. First, ISS will creating a proper education that how to control and managing high level of the hygiene. And ISA will develop standard instrument that to helping our practitioner and helping patient to get well and then proper way. And every time we are working as like a education part, upgrading the knowledges. There's so many opportunity we have that, more deeper knowledge or wider knowledge. So ISA will design all the direction how to upgrade yourself. We are renovation of our website, which is that how to get easily contact our people and how to people easy to contact the ISA. We are working day and night to making a channel of the communication. Once it launch it, please all the time visit what kind of opportunity is there and then what kind of the education is there to get the opportunity to upgrade yourself. And affordability. Affordability is not only price. Affordability, actually, there's so many understanding. Location-wise, it should be affordable. You cannot open the clinic in the tip of the mountain. No one, which is no one, and people difficult to deliver. So, location, and then price also important. Affordable price is not meaning of the cheap price. Affordable price, accessible price. Each level of people and different expectation and different approaches. Someone wants to sit on the golden chair. Someone wanted to sit on the wooden chair. Someone wants to sit on the floor. Someone don't want to sit. It meaning is that, okay, sitting on the floor is always good? No. There is not only the finance reason, there's so many reasons which people cannot express. So that affordability meaning is we can make all the availability also. And then value. We need to develop the trustful value. You know, I'm all the time painting when people saying that, what is Sujok? And people say, acupressure. When our people explain Sujok, word of the another therapy, which is anyway, they don't know even the acupressure, but when we're using acupressure. And someone said, Sujok is what? Sidwala. I really pain for that. We are not Sidwala. Seed meaning is very advantageous position, but why they calling Sidwala? Because you are not having a service-minded. Medical system is the service. You should have the service mind to that present your valuable skill, which is very well present, which is looking very valuable. I know what is the meaning of Sidwala, but I want to change this meaning in different way. Sidwala is not cheaper one. In the later, Sidwala is good one. It's available and then helping us. So this kind of. Let's try to changing this in next 10 years. IS will guide, ISA will design. I'm traveling many countries, which I'm see some developed country, those people are known, they don't require for the good education. So when I see they are not very much having a knowledge about the general information, but they live very well. They are working safely because they having a good system. Once we have a good system, even individually not intelligent, our organization, our group, which is who working on the name of Sujok, people recognize they are intelligent people. We worked, we made basement and base structure. Very hard because not many people working on that preparation. Right now, ISA need your participation, real participation, and professional participation. Last 10 years, I have seen just few number of people in organization change the world of Sujok, which we didn't expect we could get the recognition. Right now, very advanced stage to the recognition of the Sujok. Only few people make, of course. Not, we cannot say only few people. But next 10 years, in the future, if more people working on the professional consciousness to that proper target which organization decided, then we can change not yourself, we can change the world. Everyone will recognize Sujok, and then you can proudly say that, what is your occupation? What do you do? When you do passing the immigration, you can write Sujok Doctor. Last 10 years, I have seen that changes. When I'm traveling in India, firstly, accidentally, I put needle and probe in my bag. So when passing through security, all the time, that security officer called me, what is this? I need to explain, this is a blah, 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 Sujok, and then helping. Sometimes I need to demonstrate from that. But I've traveled this more than 10 years in India. When PP come, I show, treatment. They start recognized. Someone say, this is Sujok. They say, my mother's friend is doing that. Which meaning is, right now, quite popular. But not only popular, we should make value up. It is not only made by the ISA, it everything on your hand. Professor last time, very important message was that, morality. Morality will give accessibility to everywhere. If you are lack of morality, you cannot go somewhere. You cannot accessible. Might be the people, might be the place. Because that professor educate us morality. Once your personal morality is value up, it meaning is Sujok value up. So, next 10 years, let's change the word to different meaning, previous Sujokwala to another dimension of the Sujokwala. So, are you ready? Then, what will be once we change all things, okay? About the value and quality, affordability, availability, then it happening. So right now, India the headquarters of the Sujok, so it becoming like that. India is Sujok education hub. And then once we have a building of this infra, which is quality practitioners, then it happening automatically that Sujok medical tourism. Because best Sujok practitioners, best Sujok doctor will be here. Some people come to visit. I think in here who do the practice, that you must have an experience of the miracle, is it? How make miracle you changes? Miracle change you to becoming a professional in this field. Sometimes it's emotional. This is like that. We can make a more miracle. And World Sujok Research Center, this is one of really I wanted to have. To collect all the data from all around the world, and then we will find the best way to best solution for each layer of the ages, each different character of the occupation. It is possible once we all channelized. So ISA also working preparation for this channelized. Once it come, people know Sujok is value. what going to happen? Yes, there will be big investment from the outside to building up for the infrastructure, which is we can utilize and your patient will utilize and your next generation for in the next generation their bread and butter. ISA will going to show you different face. Might be you can say ISA have changes. Yes, we need to changes. Once IS changes, our people, Sujok student and Sujok followers going to be changes. It's going to be good way to changes, positive way to changes. Let's make together, and then we're going to have more activity like that, and then in near future, you can say, oh, I'm the working on the field of the Sujok, and then I'm working with that person. So, are you ready? Let's work together. Thank you very much. And smile, thanks.
I request Shada auntie to present Tomato to Binchul Park sir. Does anyone have any questions to ask Binchul sir? Any questions?
Anyone? You can ask anything except my personal private thing. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mohana Selvan sir, sir, it's now your session. You are. Uh, sir, sir.
Smile known, my Sujok family. Now I invite our National President of International Sujok Association India, Mr. Sankar TSR Mohana Selvan sir. He is the one who got our guru, our mentor, Professor Park Jewu to India. Thank you so much, sir, for this. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. There are many feathers added to his cap. Not taking much of your time, I'll take a short of it. As I told you, he's the president of International Sujok Association India. Even he's the general secretary of ISA Global. He is a medical doctor doing general practice since 40 years, being completed MBBS in 1983 at Kilapok Medical College, Chennai. He took special training in surgery in 1984, basic and advanced training in acupuncture, Beijing, China. He was the first formal student of Professor Park Jae-woo in India. Practicing Sujok since 1991, since 32 years, he organized first International Sujok Congress at Chennai in India in 1990. Words for him. Thank you so much, sir, to enlighten. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I just
Smile
wanted to,
afternoon.
sorry sir, just wanted to say that now all our technical sessions will be of around 45 minutes and there will be 15 minutes of question answer. Okay. Lecturers have a liberty to extend the lecture for another 5 to 10 minutes if required. And if you have any question during the lecture, you may please note down your question and ask only when the lecture is finishing and when it is asked for the question and answer. All the technical sessions scheduled for today and tomorrow will be the same pattern, and the paper presentation which is scheduled today and tomorrow will be for 20 to 25 minutes followed by 5-minute question answer. So both these 2 days, this will be the same, so kindly follow accordingly. Thank you so much. Now Dr. Mona Selvan will present.
Smile morning, smile afternoon. All these things show me as a very old person in the Sujok. I've been fortunate enough, as told, that been into this Sujok since very long, close to about 32 years now. And from the day I learned Sujok, and there is no single day that has gone without Sujok. Practicing Sujok day in and day out. Because it gives me pleasure, it gives me satisfaction in comparison to any other system of practice what I make. Though basically as a medical doctor, my practice switched over to Sujok after seeing the impact and miraculous effects in the early part of my practice. In fact, my first opening came only with the miracle. When I did a treatment, the changes that made totally switched me off to a different dimension, and since then I've been into this. And it was also a promise to Professor Park when I learned that I'll try to spread this to the maximum possible extent. And the oath we have taken at that point of time is to spread it to one person in every family all over the world, which is a possibility. So now I'm going to go into a very intense scientific knowledge sharing. You are feel free to ask questions if you have anything, because it is going to be something like challenging things that is happening in the world at this point of time in the medical scenario. The topic that was given to me was exploring complex etiologies and Sujok solutions. As you know, these complex etiologies, always it is very difficult to make a diagnosis. When you make a diagnosis, and we need to know what is the cause for this to get a perfect solution, is it not? Without knowing what exactly is the cause, we cannot do the treatment. But in many systems, there is a carpet bombing sort of a thing. Fever, you give anything, generally like an antipyretic and things like that. But in Sujok, the speciality of this system, what I have experienced all over the time in the last so many decades, is you can find answer to every single problem, whether it's physical, mental, emotional, and whatever level it is. We have solutions. We don't need to have any specialty like surgery, oncology, gastroenterology, this, that, and all those things. You are all in all. You are a multi-speciality inside yourself. Sujok is a multi-speciality answer to any problem. So you don't need to be worried about I am specialist in diabetes in Sujok technique, a diabetic specialist or something like that, because at any given point of time you can do the treatment for any problem. Like a general practitioner, if you go to a gastroenterologist and you ask him, sir, I have a headache. Oh, no, if you have any problem with your stomach, you come to me, otherwise go to somebody else. We don't divide things like that. Any problem. So the speciality of the Sujok is the answer to every single problem, is it not? So that has given the strength for me to present some intense knowledge sharing on this, because Sujok, what I felt like the newer technology is a very disruptive technology, is what I felt. But of course, it has to take its own credible space over a period of time with all the support of all of you, like, practicing. And there are, to my knowledge, there are more than a lakh of people practicing all over the country. Now, going into the intensity, now I'm going to discuss a few things about etiologies. In the present time, there are a lot of new diseases and disorders which were not present a few decades before. I have not heard about certain diseases and disorders in the early part of my practice. We have not seen anything like that in earlier stages. Maybe we have read it in the book that there are existing certain diseases. For a simple example, I tell you, autism is a disease which is very, very prevalent nowadays. I have not seen autism even one single case during my medical college days. During the first few years of my practice, till I would say about 1995 or something like that. I started the practice in 1984. But right now, I see about at least 5 to 6 kids with autism every single day. What is the solution and what is the answer? The times are completely changing. Why this changes happens? The changes, they are mostly due to the changes in the environment, advancement of technology, pollution due to industrialization, use of chemical-based agriculture, electronics, electrical smog, radiation, and various gadgets and so on, which creates havoc in our system. So unless otherwise we know that these are all the cause for the problem what you have, the solution is very difficult. Even you take a headache, right? We used to have headache, it's very simple. Give a painkiller in the beginning. Or you do treatment in the Sujok using thumb or big toe or something like that. It is not that easy nowadays. People say that I am not getting better. Why? How is it possible it is not getting better? The reason is he is using at least 8 to 10 hours of mobile phone. If he is constantly using that, and how is it possible to do that, the treatment? Because you do the treatment and he does it, he do the treatment, he does it again, it is not getting out. So these are all the newer things, the cause for the present things which we have to understand. If we don't have the knowledge on these ideas, then it will become difficult for us to give a complete solution. Identifying the cause of these modern day maladies developed due to the industrialization and scientific evolution and finding a solution curing them is a big challenge. So you need to keep yourself updated. Of course, in the modern situation, upgradation of knowledge has become simple and it is in your fingertips, in the telephone. Just click the Google, whatever you have a problem, look for it and you get it. And now, still further, we have now this chat GPT and things like that. Even it can tell us the diagnosis is what is right now happening. So we are all bestowed, or we are all very fortunate to have these technologies, but these technologies also produce a lot of problems for human beings. Now let us see how the disease evolved over a period of time for us to have a simple understanding. Prehistoric humans and early humans were affected mainly by the physical injuries and injuries by animals, because animal attack and things. Rest of the things, nothing happened. Fighting amongst them produced injuries, and there were no major record of injuries at that point of time in the prehistoric humans. Later evolved, the human beings were affected mainly by communicable diseases and infections due to bacteria, virus, fungus, and parasites, and these pandemics and all those things during the early stages in the 1200, 1500, 1700, all are due to infections, right? After the advent of penicillin in 1940, and other antibiotics along with the pasteurization and cleanliness awareness, the rate and impact of infection have come down considerably, leading to longevity. Before, the longevity of the human beings, even in the developed countries, it was about 50 years or 60 years. In India, it was only 35 or 40 years in the early turn of the century. But now it is 70 plus, is it not? What is the reason for this? The reason for this is, very simply put, better awareness of cleanliness and all those things. The main thing is antibiotics. But of course, rampant use of antibiotics has created a lot of other problems, but the longevity and all these things are mainly because it has improved the anti-pathogenic impact, so that we are able to live a little longer. Modern day human beings, especially the last 40 years, the illnesses are mainly dominated by degenerative diseases like cardiovascular diseases, neurodegenerative diseases, cancer, and toxicity-induced diseases, autism, and many other developmental disorders. Of late, in the last 20 to 30 years, especially post-COVID, a major thing which is my main discussion on this day is the autoimmune disease, which are rampant and mainly due to the impact of vaccines. I'm not supposed to say that, but the reality is this: we see day in and day out, people are very clearly pointing the problem that is happening now to the date of vaccination, or a few weeks or months later to that, which was very, very, very scary to see that. But the reality is that there are a lot of things which we cannot discuss because it is against the medical establishment. But the reality is, we need to know as doctors how to do the treatment for conditions like this. You cannot expect a heart attack in the age of 15, 17, 20. I come across people, when you do the blood test, the blood is thicker when you check the platelets and when you see them live, and it is shocking to see the amount of toxic load in the blood. And patients who are with, let's say, about 18 years, the platelet count is 450,000. The maximum we can go up to 400,000, that's the highest limit. Normal is 1,500 to 2,000, 2,500. So thick the blood. They say that, is there any problem? Maybe there is one small element. The problem is the lifestyle, especially the diet, what they are taking. That could be a factor. The stress could be the second factor, and improper sleep and modern day stress because of work and other things. But the most important thing which I have found out, meaning my experience I found out is, I've been doing this functional medicine and other things for a long time, for about close to 7-8 years. We have never come across this thick blood. These are all always pointing towards the COVID vaccine, and of course, to some extent, COVID infected people also. So this is very shocking. If that is going to be the case, if you don't have a weapon to address these problems, how is that you are going to treat? Is it not? So it's very difficult. Of course, in allopathic medicine, we have certain blood thinners like aspirin, clopidogrel, and all those things, but that cannot be given to young people. If the situation warrants, we need to give it, but the thing is, we need to find a simple solution if it is possible, and we can implement it without harming the patient non-pharmaceutically. Let us see a few contributing factors to the modern day diseases. Pollution. You all know this, but I just want to tell you the reason for this telling this is, with this you can find the formula using Sujok to treat the diseases. The modern day degenerative diseases are mainly due to pollution from air, water, food, and industries, radiation from mobile phones, microwave. I don't know how many people know about microwave, the ill effects of microwave. Microwave is one of the silent killers. Please understand, if you have it, please throw it off. It will kill your system and lead on to chronic degenerative disease. There are many countries it has been banned. People, for the sake of speed and other things, they are using for heating and all. It creates a dead food, and it creates a change in configuration of the water molecule, leading on to a lot of new age chronic degenerative diseases. Right? And of course, the silent killers again, the Wi-Fi, we are all bathing in the Wi-Fi. We call it the electrical smog, right? Constantly bombarded throughout. And cell phone towers nearby, they produce havoc and addiction to alcohol, drugs, smoking, and vaping, and most important are gadget addictions nowadays. I thought young people are getting addicted to gadgets. I now come across people who are in their 60s and 70s, they are addicted to this. They have a family problem saying that my mother is not cooking, she's always in the YouTube throughout the day with a mobile phone. right? So this is become addictive disease. These are all addictions. People who have the tendencies, they get into this trouble. And of course, the vaccinations, the childhood vaccination, adult vaccination, and the latest pandemic vaccination. Okay. Now, my subject, what I chose, because of the challenging etiologies, what I feel, in spite of my long experience, that autoimmunity has been one of the most common new age problem which is creating havoc. So if you are able to understand to some extent what is autoimmunity and how to address it using Sujok, you can have a phenomenal upper hand compared to other medical practitioners or healers or whoever it is. But you need to understand, because it is not clear what is autoimmunity, and even in allopathic medicine, there is no clear explanation. The body is fighting against your own body. Why? What for? You don't know the reason. If you don't know the reason, how is that you are going to treat? If you are not able to find out where the water is coming from, flooding this room from one place, and you are just taking the water and pouring it out, how long it will take? You have to do it lifetime, unless otherwise you close the block. Is it not? You have to find out what is the cause. If you are not sure about the cause, treatment is a failure. So we need to understand what is the cause. That is just a simple analysis on what is autoimmunity. The body's immune system helps protect against harmful substances like bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens. I mean, fungus and a lot of other things are there, and toxins and cancer cells. This is the main target for the immune system. The immune system produces antibodies against these antigens in the harmful and the harmful agents and help to destroy them. That's the purpose of the immune system, is it not? That has to be done in a proper way. In the autoimmune disorder, just imagine you are fully visible with your good eyes. I put a ribbon around your eyes and ask you to walk in the hall. What will happen? You will go and hit something, hurt yourself, and hurt the other things also. That is what is happening to the immune system. Immune system is totally blindfolded because of lots of toxins and various other features which we are going to discuss now. In the autoimmune disorder, the immune system goes awry and does not distinguish between healthy and harmful agents, leading on to destruction of normal and healthy cells. They think that our normal body cells is an alien. Our normal body cells is an abnormal one. The immune system cannot allow anything that is abnormal in the body. Its main function is to attack it. Is it not? So if it is attacking the pathogens, it is fine. If it is attacking your own, let's say, retina eye cells, if it is attacking your cardiac cells, if it is attacking your vascular system, if it is attacking your kidneys, attacking your other organs, what will happen? You will end up in many, many diseases, is it not? But the fundamental cause is autoimmune. Okay? So, since I have only 1 hour, I just want to take one subject and give a full take-home message so that you can utilize it to the best possible extent. So I have chosen this because I find this one of the challenging ones. So let me discuss about this. The autoimmune disease, your immune system, okay. Most of us have heard about the common autoimmune disease, and the most famous is like the rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, lupus, SLE we call it, systemic lupus erythematosus, Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis. Very common. Day in and day out we see these common diseases. But there are some few other things which are not very common. Okay? They are, some of the less common ones are, but it is more challenging and it requires more attention. Psoriasis. Many people don't know psoriasis is just a skin disease, but it's an autoimmune disease. Vitiligo is autoimmune disease. Eczema many times is an autoimmune disease, not all of them, many times. Urticaria, rosacea, scleroderma, dermatomyositis, these are all the skin areas, and a lot of connective tissue disorders, multiple connective tissue disorders, and vascular diseases. Type 1 diabetes is one of the most important autoimmune disease, right? Autoimmune thyroid, which we see so many patients now. Shocking, it is shocking for me to see. Earlier we used to see that, okay, do a thyroid, you are obese, do a blood test, thyroid. T3, T4, TSH. Patient brings it and says that everything is normal. So then why I am obese? why I am sensitive to temperature. But most of the people say check thyroid, thyroid. Everyone says suspect thyroid. My thyroid is normal. But then there need to be some reason why this patient is there like that. So then after going through some studies, meaning learning in functional medicine and all, we started looking into the antibodies for the thyroid, which we call as if you do a thyroid profile test, like anti-TB and TG, anti-thyroglobulin and anti-thyroid peroxidase enzyme. It is so shocking. I see about 50 to 60% of the thyroid patients fall into the category of Hashimoto's, which is a very, very strong autoimmune disease where it produces damage to the thyroid. And what should we do? Increase the thyroid hormone. Already it is normal. Why should I? So then the problem is not treating the thyroid, but treating the autoimmunity. When you treat the autoimmunity, thyroid automatically comes down. What is the cause for the thyroid antibodies to go more? I'm going to explore a little bit more. And the other things are, apart from the thyroid, as you know, two types of deficient autoimmune thyroiditis, excessive. One is called as Hashimoto's, another one is called Graves' disease, where there is high amount of thyroxine because of the trigger. And you have myopathy, myelopathy, multiple sclerosis, myasthenia gravis, fibromyalgia. We see day in and day out. People coming and say, everywhere pain, all the place pain, painkiller, no meaning. Then how? What is the reason? It's very simply autoimmune. It is an autoimmunity. And autoimmune vasculitis, myocarditis, Sjogren's syndrome, and there are many more coming, including your autism is very high and rampant, right? So we don't have much time to go into each and every detail, but I would like to discuss and give you some take home for treating autoimmune in general and a little bit to some specific diseases. But in mainstream medicine versus functional medicine, mainstream medicine says exact cause of autoimmunity is not known. Even you search into Google, Google says first line is cause of autoimmunity not known. Right? So then how to find out the cause? One of the explanations says there are multiple diverse agents that trigger changes that confuses the immune system, which leads to our own immune system designed for protecting our body, attacking it and damaging our organs and our system as a whole. So the treatment approach is mainly, how do you do? In allopathy, what is the common thing? What rheumatologists, the so-called autoimmune specialists, what they do? So first thing is blindly put, because I have to have the symptom. And the lorry is coming to hit me, what to do? Close your eyes so that you don't see. Is it right? You have to get out of the way. Just closing your eyes, and when the lorry is coming, what will happen? Maybe a few microseconds, then you are run over. You need to get out of the way. But what we do is very simple, because the patient wants symptom. Here pain, sir. Here pain. 2 days, 3 days. Still the pain is not there. I have no other choice. You have to take the steroid. Next day, it will be a little better. 10, 15 days. But 1 month, 2 months down the line, he comes with some other new problem which was not there. Right? So, but we have left out with no other choice except to go in for steroids. Number 2, disease modifying agent. They are called as immune suppressants like methotrexate, HCQS, hydroxychloroquine. Chloroquine is a very powerful disease modifying agent. And latest, of late, because of the more new research and technology getting developed, we are getting some new biologicals. Commonest biological what they use for many conditions is rituximab, which suppresses the autoantibodies. So what? All these things are targeted towards suppressing the symptom, not addressing the disease. So if you are not addressing the disease, what is going to happen is things are going to go under the carpet. So you have a problem, dust all over, lift the carpet and put it back. How long? After some time this will become a lump. Is it not? So the thing is, you have to address the root cause for the problem. So my idea is to impress upon you people, as what the heading is being a challenging etiology, we need to know the etiology. Is it not? If you know the etiology, then becomes easy. Causes of autoimmunity, as I told you, When there is no reason for autoimmunity, how come I have to discuss over the causes? Because allopathic science does not take into consideration at this point of time. Because being an allopathic doctor, I cannot degrade it and say that, because that is also there. But the thing is, the time has not come in allopathic concept to identify the cause, but of late, in the allopathic science itself, now there is some emerging new thought process and technology and a different field of medicine called functional medicine or metabolic medicine, which has identified 3 simple, common, straightforward causes. They are oxidative stress, number 1. Number 2 is virus and pathogenic products. These are the ones which create havoc to the immune system and misguide them. And the third one is called as gut-mediated or intestinal dysbiosis. This has been talked to about the next level of thing that is happening in the medical field. Wherever any conference you go, they talk about gut-brain axis. Gut-brain axis, right? So gut-brain axis is the commonest thing. Why? They say that microbiome is the one which is creating all these problems. How many brains we have? We have one brain. That itself is not fully functioning for most of us. Is it not? Right? But it is also said we have 2 brains. One is the brain in the head, another one is the brain is called as the gut. Gut is the second brain, because 80% of the neurotransmitters that influences our brain are secreted and generated from the gut, from the small intestine, large intestine. And that too is mediated by the microorganisms in the small intestine and large intestine. Right? They are playing a major helping role for the human being to live along with in a healthy life. You know how many cells we have in our body? We have close to about 100 trillion cells. 100 trillion cells, and all over the body. You know how many organisms you have in one part, just colon alone, meaning that large intestine. Colon alone has got more than 100 trillion organisms inside. 100 trillion organisms. Okay, just imagine how much living things are. You are a collective consciousness. You cannot say, I am Dr. Mohan, I am 100 trillion Dr. Mohan, because 100 trillion of my people are there inside. Each and every organism has got its own consciousness. It wants to live. It has to eat. It has to reproduce. It has to excrete. So there's a living one. So as Professor Park says, each cell has a consciousness of its own. Is it not? So many consciousness, we are only a collective consciousness. All these things are creating good things, sometimes being disrupted produces bad things. One of the bad things that is created because of the disruption is the autoimmunity. So putting it simply, 3 steps. One is oxidative stress, because this you need to carry as a carry home for treatment purpose. The next one is the virus and pathogens. The third one is gut mediated, that is intestinal dysbiosis. And now this is just to give you an example of what is oxidative stress. Because for people who are not into medicine, mainstream medicine, sometimes it's difficult to understand what is oxidative stress. How do I do it? You can read it in the Google. But simply put, I can tell you a simple example. Take an apple, cut it into half, leave it on the table for 5 minutes, come back and see what will happen. It becomes brownish. What is that? Why did it happen? The reason is that is called as oxidative stress. The development of free radicals inside. So if you take a person with a normal blood and just see it in the microscope without staining, just put a dry blood and see that it will appear like this. This is the first one, healthy blood. A person with oxidative stress, you don't know if he has oxidative stress or not, just take a blood and put it and see that you can see a lot of big islands of white areas into that. This is the cause of oxidative stress. But everyone cannot afford to go into and see in the microscope, is it not? But the thing is, advanced aging, like, oh, you're 30, but you're looking like 35, 40. How is it? Because it's because of the oxidative stress. It makes you advanced aging, white hairs, wrinkles. All these things are simple examples of oxidative stress. Okay? I'm going to classify the autoimmune disease according to that, so that it's easy for you to understand what are oxidative stress diseases, virus related and gut related. Am I going too scientific? Is it okay? Or I tone down a little bit and go, okay? Right. So because I want to give you some challenging things for your mind to know, and also I want to establish the Sujok supremacy, that it can be dealt with, all these conditions can be dealt with easily, right? And now, this is again, which I normally do it in my place. It's a little bit advanced technology to see whether the patient has got a gut dysbiosis, or what we call as a leaky gut. Leaky gut is the most important cause. 80% are number one cause for autoimmunity. Autoimmune disease phenomenally respond for correction of the gut. So what does the blood look like in a person with a dysbiosis or in leaky gut? So can you play this video? I can play it. Yeah, this is the first one you see. This is a video actually. You don't see much movement. This is a good blood. Rather, I would say a healthy blood, where the cell, our white blood cells are there inside, and they have to protect our body. Is it not? So which is alien. It does not know what to do. Is it not? So this creates a trigger into the immune system, and that immune system goes absolutely haywire, and it goes and attacks many organs depending upon the type or the antigenic impact what it is being created, right? So this is the second cause, as I told you, is gut mediated. How does it gut mediated happens is, I'll just show you. You can see the cells below the lining, and all have a tight junction. You cannot go into that. See, you can hitting that. The bacteria and other organisms cannot go into the bloodstream, is low below. But what happens during the stress and factors, the gut lining becomes like this, and the bacteria pass through and get into the blood circulation. When they get into, and this leak, this is how the leak goes, and it goes into the body, creates all sorts of diseases, which is very shocking to understand that this is how the disease happens. Body is weak, it produces a problem. So the factor which is causing that is the leak, which triggers the immune system, leading on to immune system going abnormal and hitting our normal own own body cells and creating a disease. Okay, so all these things, whatever that is happening, all are because of the leaky gut. So the third thing I want to give you, simple take home. What are the common autoimmune diseases and what are the causes for that? Because for you to break your head and take it into that may be a little bit difficult. As I told you, there are three causes. The first is oxidative stress, the second one is virus mediated, third one is gut mediated. Is it not? Gut is including small intestine and large intestine. Okay, so now why the classification is, it is to facilitate you to help to find a solution in Sujok. Because Sujok, basically if you look at the 6 key and the meridian treatment, bile meridian, they are related to internal organs, is it not? If you see that, then it becomes easy for us to make a formula. Let's say oxidative stress. What are the oxidative stress diseases? Hashimoto's, that is the thyroid, Graves' disease, vitiligo, psoriasis, type 1 diabetes, all are thought to be as cause of oxidative stress. The second one is virus mediated, that is virus induced, type 1 diabetes, systemic lupus erythematosus. Rheumatoid arthritis itself is divided into two. One is seropositive, another one is seronegative. In patients who have a very typical disease of rheumatoid arthritis with joint swelling, all typical symptoms, but you do an RA, rheumatoid RA factor, it's negative. Why is it negative? You should have a positive, is it not? Because that disease is seronegative rheumatoid arthritis. Still it's a rheumatoid arthritis. Seronegative, it's not because of other reason, it is because of virus mediated. Okay? And the commonest virus which creates that is Epstein-Barr virus and cytomegalovirus. Okay? And collagen-induced arthritis and myelopathy, these are all virus-induced. Okay? So EBV is one of the worst virus. If you test the Epstein-Barr virus antibodies, I get about 20 to 30% of the people with chronic disease, they are EBV positive and CMV positive. Okay, so we need to know why this is the cause for it. And HSV and myelopathy, these are all virus mediated. Now gut mediated, what is gut mediated? The small intestine. If there's a problem with the small intestine and the diseases, common diseases are eczema, urticaria. You know what is urticaria, people? Small scratch and you get so much of big flaring up of, you write your name also, it is being embossed into that. Is it not? That mainly because of leak in the small intestine. And rosacea, fibromyalgia, dermatitis, and 5% of rheumatoid arthritis is because of small intestine. But majority of the rheumatoid arthritis is seropositive rheumatoid arthritis because of the colon mediated. Here, the rheumatoid factor, RA factor will be high, and anti-CCP will be high, your CRP will be high, and your ESR will be high. If seronegative, all of them will be low or normal. Right? So if you look at this, the treatment becomes, it is autoimmune mediated from the colon, mediated from the small intestine. So when treating, what will happen? You treat the colon, or you treat the small intestine, or you treat your antiviral activity through the immune system. That becomes very easy. And your ankylosing spondylitis, you all know that stiff spine, Sjogren's syndrome, dryness of the mouth, eyes, and all those things, myasthenia gravis, and including autism, is gut mediated. Autistic children, because I have more interest into that, and I treat a lot of autistic children. At least 70 to 80% of the children improve within 1 month. I am not saying I am curing it. Improve dramatically when their bowel flora is corrected. Simple bowel flora. You just give, in allopathy we get this, lactobacillus. You give that lactobacillus. Perfect. The children get, their hyperactivity becomes better, their focus getting better, their learning ability, all these things are getting better. So if you have these understanding about the cause for your problem, then it becomes very simple. So clarification, this can be, you can see, this is not my understanding. This is the understanding which has been published, peer-reviewed, and it has been proven system. Nobody can, any doctor, you can pitch it in front of them, they cannot say no, because many times they don't know. You become far superior to them in treating the autoimmune diseases. Understanding the cause will help you in getting out to the treatment. Now coming to the treatment. Now what is it? The earliest book, printed book in the world, in the human race. It's called the Suman, about 10,000 years before, a Chinese book, philosophical book. 10,000 years before, it says, the first line, it says, when the diagnosis is made right, the treatment can never go wrong. Okay? This is very, very similar to, I don't know how many people have known about epic book in our local Tamil language, Tirukkural. Modi speaks Tirukkural in many, many things. No? This is one of the earliest books that says, Noi Nadi, Noi Mudal Nadi, meaning that you go and seek a disease treatment, first thing you have to do is try to understand what is the root cause for the disease. Only then you will be able to make a successful one. So based on this is thousands and thousands of years of human wisdom I am talking about. This can never go wrong. Thousands and years, 10,000 years of wisdom, right? It has been time tested. So making the right diagnosis is the most imperative thing, not only in autoimmune disease, in any conditions for that matter, for you to treat using Sujok, right? So, diagnosis should be right. I'm going to, solutions with Sujok have become simple and easy since diagnosis is made perfect. You have made the diagnosis because you have a command on a lot of things like, 6-key, tri-origin, correspondence system and everything. So, it becomes very simple. Generally, as I told you in the beginning, the first thing what they do in allopathy when an autoimmune disease happens, what do? Steroid. Why steroid? Because that produces a better effect. Is it not? So why not we use steroid? But we don't need to use a steroid as a drug. We have a natural steroid in our body. Many times the inflammations, the immune system are not regulated or controlled because our own anti-inflammatory hormones as well as our own steroid system. We have a steroid system in the body that is not working normal. Where is the steroid secreted from? Adrenal gland. So what we need to do is tonify the adrenal. So it becomes more steroid. It is see, as long as it's a natural one, it will not produce the side effect of steroid. You are not putting into anything that is pharmaceutical. So you are strengthening because it is deficient. So you are treating tonifying the adrenals to increase the natural steroid secretion through biomeridian with Siski, Sujok, triargin, correspondence, twist therapy, Samadon. Whatever route you want to choose, you choose it. But the first thing you have to do is increase your steroid secretion. Right? And of course, we can also tell about people about stress reduction. Stress consumes steroid, so you have to reduce the stress. Now, coming to the specific treatment for individual cause of immunity, I just want to warn you or tell you, or guide you rather. My understanding may be different from your understanding, and you need to have your own understanding. Okay? So, Professor Park used to tell earlier, right? That's why I don't know how many people know that he'll never do the treatment by himself. Yeah. And he say, what is the formula? You ask him, you find out. Why he can tell that? Why he want to tell the different? Because what you see and what he sees is totally different. And if he is going to do the treatment, his perspective will work. When you do the treatment for yourself, your perspective is the most important thing. So according to my perspective, I feel that you have to stimulate the immune system to overpower the viruses, because one of the main important causes oxidative stress and virus. So immune system, tonify the immune system, right? And please remember, immune system is not overactive in autoimmune disease. Many people think that immune system is overactive. It's highly active. No, it is a very normal system. But the only thing is it is misidentifying the target. Okay, so if it is misidentified, it need not be in higher proportion, it is in lower proportion, but still it produces a damage. So first, tackling the immune system, strengthening the immune system. The next one is tackling oxidative stress by improving antioxidants from the liver. See, oxidative stress is again, you need to understand what is the cause for this. One of the main cause for the oxidative stress is free radicals, we call it, right? Generation of free radicals and toxins. So liver is one of the most important organ to produce antioxidant effect as well as to produce more detoxifying impact. So you have to treat the liver. Next, the gut. As I told you, gut is leaky gut. You have to stop. Put MC into the leaky gut. How do you do that? You cannot. Otherwise, it's a pipe. When there's a leak, what you do? Go and buy that MC and put all over that. Now you have to put a MC here. Is it not? So how to do that? You have to strengthen using the Sujok formula I have given here. And the last but not the least is detoxification of the most important organs to reduce the autoimmunity. Detoxifying is not only through the liver, through the kidney, through the large intestine, to the small intestine, lungs, skin, and also the gallbladder, liver, because it secretes gall, which takes out a lot of toxins through the stools. Right? Now, this is what I wanted to tell you very importantly, because many people, what we do is when we do the teaching of Sujok, no, sir, what is the treatment for the migraine, sir? Sir, what is the treatment for this, sir? And I as like any other person, I also used to ask the question to Professor in the earliest days, in the early 90s, 91. He always used to shout, you find the way. So how to find the way? I taught you the system. The system gives the answer. No, sir, it will be easy. Why don't you write a book, sir, on all the formula? So you open the formula and then take that and read it. In fact, he did it. But what reason he stopped the book? Because I had one book, I lost it somewhere. It was in Russian. It was not in English. It's a green color book for treatment formula. It was in 94, I think. Then they one publication, and then after that they stopped it because there are a lot of complaints in that. It say that this is not right, that is not right. So he said that, what is your perspective? See, okay? So if it is something like a blind person seeing an elephant, he touches the tail and says the elephant is nothing but a rope, right? Touches the leg and says it is nothing but a pillar. Is it the right thing to say? You have to step back and see a whole picture, or see from a different perspective. This is one of the most, I always love this picture. See, what is this in the center? This is a cylindrical cork. But a person seeing from this side, if he's not seeing that, seeing from a distance, he'll only see a circle. And you see, what is that? Oh, it's a circle. Is it right? He's right in his perspective. A person seeing from this side, he says the same circle is a square. He says, sir, it is square, sir. Why are you saying circle? Because your way of seeing things is different. A person seeing a totality, he says it's this, as well as there is a cylinder. Is it not? The idea is to tell you, it's not that whatever you think is right, but whatever you think will be right if you are taking the decision based on good knowledge, background knowledge, right? Just like that, you cannot do that. So you need to educate yourself or empower yourself with the science of 6 keys, science of tri-origin, all those things, and you can get. Professor always used to say that, no? He says that there is no one answer to any question. There are 4 answers, minimum 4 answers, right? So what is 1 plus 1? 2. What is 6 minus 4? 2. Oh, 1 plus 1 is also 2, and 6 minus 4 is also, how is it possible for the same answer to come in both these things? Because that's a different number. This is a different number, but the answer remains the same. Just because the answer remains the same, the cost may not be the same. So you have to understand, keep your perspective, and try to, you can never go wrong. Please always remember, what if I do wrong? What if I do a mistake? You have a natural mechanism. That's what I learned over years of Sujok practice. You can never harm a patient if you do a wrong treatment, right? If you repeatedly do wrong again and again and again, maybe there is a possibility. If you are doing a treatment, the patient is not getting effect, it means that you are knocking the wrong door. Knock the right door. You get the open, things open. Is it not? So your perspective is very, very important, and you always have to take your own decision. So individual formula to be applied for specific diseases based on the causative factors. I'll be giving you the picture about system, organs and tissues. On the basis of causative factor as discussed above, and the affected organs, affected system, organs and tissues, which all the Sujok therapists with knowledge in correspondence system, 6 key tri-origin know. Right? A patient comes and says, sir, I know only correspondence system. How can I treat an autoimmune disease? No problem. Stimulate adrenal gland. Correspondence system, you know, where is adrenal gland, above the kidney, where is the kidney, sitting on this area, just keep doing it. How? The reason is the science that is like next level, next dimension science, what we now talk about quantum science. Quantum science is very important because this is my experience I'm telling you, I want to share it. What you think you become. Things appear because you see. You are existing because I open my eyes. If I am closing my eyes, you are not existing. That's the reality. This is a very, very different science, very difficult to understand. But of late, things have been very seriously looked into and recognized. Last year, Nobel Prize for Physics has been given to quantum science. This year, Nobel Prize Chemistry has been given to quantum science. Last year it was for physics. So we are moving into the quantum dimension now. Please, all of you have to get educated. You have to think you see something, that is what is reality. The reality of your vision is the truth. What is your reality is totally irrelevant for my mind. Okay, so you can never go wrong. What you think and what it shows to your mind at any given point of time, you are in the space and time area, you have a designated GPS system location, and you will have only your view in a specific way, which can never be shared by anybody else. You are an individual, right? So what you think, you decide and make a formula. The only thing is, as always professor says, your intention should be the right one. Intention, if it is right, the treatment effectiveness can never go wrong because your quantum takes it to that. Right? It doesn't matter whatever it is. Please understand, this is the next level of science. It is something like I'm talking to you about mobile phone in 1930. You will think me as a madman. Oh, come on, what is that? The idiot is talking that you can get connected while you are traveling. How is it possible? Is it not? The same thing now. The thing is, you are all empowered. So with the knowledge of Sujok, you can be an excellent healer. Right? And this is some formula, probably I'm warning you again. Please that this is my understanding, but I have made it very simple for the reason that I wanted to give you some guidance. I'm not telling you do this alone. You can change, you can do any variation in this formula, but my understanding in the most simplest way, because I know the audience is going to be a mixed audience. Because there are people who don't know triage, there are people who don't know many things. No? So I kept myself very simple to a simple, straightforward 6 key. Okay? But always, finally, one thing I have to tell you is, any successful treatment, not to discredit Sujok or anything else, we have to always understand that this may not be enough. You have to tell the people about lifestyle changes. Sleep 8 hours a day, take proper food, hydrate yourself properly, because many of these things are the cause for modern day disease. Reduce your stress, do smile meditation, and do some physical activities, exercise, increase your oxygen and things like that. So if you are able to combine Sujok as the main modality of your intervention and therapy, suggesting them few things about their lifestyle, then you are the master. Thank you.
Any question from the audience?
I did not understand anything, so no question.
I'm Dr. Bharat.
Hi.
How do you target B? There are autoimmune disorders with B cell predominant pathology and there are T cell pathology.
How to deal with what? 3 different pathologies.
So there are autoimmune disorders where B cell are.
Yes.
There are T cell pathologies.
Yes.
So how?
No, I specifically did not include those things because that would be too much for the people to carry on. We do have a mechanism, I can talk to you separately, because that will be slightly more specialized. Now, I tell you, we have a process called as renting technology in Sujok, renting technique, right? So you have to make a derivation to go into the immune system, and then you have to see whether it is Th1 dominant or Th2 dominant, or it is beta cell, or whatever you can call it, is humoral mediated, or it is a cell mediated. Everything has got a formula. So that will be too much for the general audience, so I did not specifically tell anything about this. So I wanted to give a broad classification so anyone can understand.
And I beg to differ. I beg to differ from. This is my personal experience.
You can have your own opinion. I'm telling you, this is my opinion and my understanding.
So I also treated a couple of Sjogren syndrome and autoimmune disorder, and in almost all patients, I found by mistake also if I placed one needle in the wrong direction. If I want to do a heat sedation, but it happened to be by mistake heat unification, the next very day they got a relapse of the symptoms.
100%. So always it happens, but it is a very short duration. Automatically it resolve. It will not stay for long.
I'm just telling that in that way it is harm done because.
See, for that matter, if you take homeopathy, they say there is a worsening. But they say to still continue to take it because it is a retracing of the symptom. A lot of things are there into this.
So retrospectively, when I went and then realized, yesterday I usually take a picture of every day's needling point. So retrospectively, when we evaluated, this needle was by inadvertently I placed it wrong. So then
this is exactly what we practice in Sujok Academy in Moscow. This technique is called as inference diagnosis. We do the treatment. Ask the patient to wait for 10-15 minutes. If you're feeling comfortable or you're feeling disturbed. If you're feeling disturbed, then I have to do the opposite of what I did. Or I have to change the formula. This is one of the treatment, one of the diagnostic technique Professor advocated called as inference diagnosis. You make a treatment. Don't worry about that. If your thinking says that this, do it. And it is not going to change or make any gross pathological or physiological changes which is irreversible. It produces a change in the body and gives a consciousness a symptom. So then it guides you that you have not done the right thing. Change it immediately or the next moment. That's how, because we don't have a full mechanism for diagnosis. Is it possible? So then there is the question of I can only do when I know the diagnosis. So it becomes very difficult for us. So sometimes what happens is we say that, let's say, for example, the patient is having abdomen pain. I don't know whether it's deficient or excessive. So sedate it at 25. It looks like sedation in some way, it looks like excessiveness in some way. So then what you do is just put sedating the stomach. Wait for 5 minutes. If you have done the wrong treatment, that's what we have found out, the changes will show up immediately. If you have done the right treatment, the treatment need not show the right improvement, but it will show up a little later. But any wrong treatment will show up immediately. So that is, by itself is the inference diagnosis and the guidance. Okay, that's how I take it for that. I don't know, is there any other answer for that? Okay? Yeah, you have a question?
Yeah. I just wanted to know about this vaccine that you're saying. That
Yeah.
yes, this even we have seen that it is one of the reasons
Yeah.
for the autoimmune disorders. But how can we? So how can we convince people, or what should we say about the vaccine part? This is what I'm really not there.
Please don't enter into that,
Yeah.
because this is a big game. Okay? So it is not advisable. See, I am not anti-vax, but I want to be cautious. The reason is many of the people who have done this has gone into trouble. We can very clearly see that. Sir, only after this it started. I was perfectly normal. Then what else could be the factor? So we have to be careful. So isn't that I say that nobody should take a vaccine? No, it's not like that. So the untested vaccine has to be discontinued. If it's a time-tested vaccine, it is acceptable.
Like now they are saying that we have to every year take the flu vaccine to avoid this. Everyone, most of the
Personally, I'm against it. Personally, I'm against it. I don't say that it's right or wrong. I'm not going, because I'm into the medical establishment. Then people will ask me that how dare you can talk about it.
So if anyone asks me, my patients ask me, what should I say?
No, you can tell, so that there are people, there are things which say that they have gland in some problem. So be informed that it can also produce some. So if you are still wanting to take it, choice is yours.
Yeah.
Because many people come and ask me during the corona time, doctor, can I go for this or not? You tell me. You tell, I'll go. I say, don't, yes or no. Then you have taken it or not? I have not taken it. So then I say, I have not taken it. So it does not mean that what I am doing is right. But my understanding of this is not right. I mean, this is what my understanding is. Because on seeing a lot of cases, as well as the science really behind it, I feel that it is not very advisable. That's what the answer is.
Thank you, sir.
Psychological? Psychological? Mind related? Yeah. Yes. 100%. Yes. You have a psychological effect, primary as well as secondary. Right? Primary is, suppose if it is affecting your brain, right? Meningitis. Okay. Something like that. I have seen people who have, after the vaccination, they have become so violent, they have become so angry, they have become so depressed, they have become so, what do you say, like, no? Not angry, withdrawn, non-socializing. So there has been no previous history for those patients. So that definitely has got some impact on that. Okay, number 2 is, most important thing is stress. will suppress your adrenal gland. Okay, it fails to suppress your immune system. So help people, that's why I told you, you have to do some meditation, pranayam and breathing exercises, that and all, whatever it is. Sleep right, 8 hours, night sleep. Not that you sleep morning 3 o'clock till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, 8 hours, no, it has to be night. So some lifestyle guidances has to be given to people, and that has to be followed. That definitely makes an important impact on the psychology. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you all.
I would request Shubha ma'am to present moment to Dr. Shankar Tesar Mohan Sarma sir. Now, the role of significant role of medical knowledge in enhancing Sujok practice and its outcome session given by Dr. Bharat Patodia sir. Vandana Vyasji will introduce Dr. Bharat Patodia sir.
Check. Yes.
हम स्वागत करते हैं डॉक्टर भारत पटोडिया सर का. ही इज an MD medicine from Pune, DMD medical oncologist from Mumbai. He is practicing in Hyderabad as a non-oncologist. He is lungs, GI, breast cancer specialist and certified by Zurich University and ULM Germany से ये renowned इन्होंने पढ़ाई की है. And so please welcome Dr. Bharat Patodia.
दोन तीन दिवसामध्ये मार्गावर आलो आलो ना मी तर चालून देतो आलो तर आता आलो तर आणून
Thank you very much for this opportunity to ISA Global, ISA India, no, Bharat, ISA Bharat. So I am a medical oncologist. I give chemotherapy. I see only cancer patients. I am born out of Jaipur, product of Jaipur, MBBS from Bangalore. Then I spent some 1.5 years in Delhi. Did my MD from Pune and from Mumbai Hinduja Hospital. I did my DNP medical oncology, became a cancer specialist, then shifted to Hyderabad in 2018. Short history, short. Now coming to this topic, Sujok negligence. There is no word as Sujok negligence. Why I quoted this word Sujok negligence? Because there is a medical negligence. There is a medical malpractice. And since we are trying to make Sujok as one of the legally identified medical therapy in India globally, these things are going to come. So just to keep the interaction interactive, this is the team A, this is the team B. I will be asking questions without pointing anybody. You have to answer anybody. If you don't answer, then I will point somebody like this. Okay? Agreed? Yes. Now coming to the first question. What is negligence and what is malpractice? Any team A, what is malpractice and what is negligence? Team B. Anybody, whatever you think, whatever आपके मन में है, please बताइए sir. Anybody? Yes. This is a medical malpractice because मैं qualified नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैंने surgery attempt की, यानी non-emergency surgery. I could have called a cardiothoracic surgeon. So ये malpractice होगा. लेकिन example I am a surgeon और मेरे से अंदर एक कॉटन छूट गया, so that is medical negligence. I didn't want to leave, लेकिन छूट गया, गलती हो गई. So this is the difference. Now coming to Sujok negligence. You all, Sujok has different level. You may feel, यार ये बीमारी, yes, Professor Pagja who has taught us, sir has taught us, always knock the door, try. But you know this disease, probably this is not the system. And you still keep on doing till a patient develops a permanent damage. So that is something Sujok negligence is. So you should know when to stop, when to switch, when to say, nahi ho raha hai, change karo. So this is important, which is going to come especially if Sujok is accepted legally as a different entity, separate medical entity. This just the same way मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस के ऊपर लॉज, रेगुलेशन, आईपीसी सब कुछ है, सुजोग के ऊपर भी आएगा, आयुष के ऊपर भी है, सेम वे. नाउ क्विज. टीम ए फर्स्ट, देन टीम बी. पेशेंट इज हैविंग, लुक एट मी, पेशेंट इज हैविंग shoulder tip pain, not a frozen shoulder. Range of motion is perfectly normal, but this dull aching pain which patient complains this way, 2 finger this tip of the shoulder. This is the location. Probably not visible, दूर से नहीं दिख रहा होगा. This location. I will tell you the significance of other point, but this point, team A, where you will do in Sujok correspondence. I'll give you options also. Okay, by colors. So out of yellow, blue, red, green, which one you will choose? Somebody has to say answer.
Sir, green.
Green. Team B. Red. Why green?
Because ये एक application diagnosis था, Like sometimes क्या होता है रेड देते हैं रेड कलर
नहीं ग्रीन कलर नहीं लगाया, ये पॉइंट है बेसिक करस्पॉन्डिंग सिस्टम विच एरिया यू विल ट्रीट, यहाँ पे ट्रीट करेंगे इधर ट्रीट करेंगे, तो इसमें से चूज करिए और यू हैव सम अदर आंसर. सो टिप ऑफ द शोल्डर इज पेनिंग, this point,
in the front side or back side, sir?
tip, yin yang border tip.
Left or right side? Sir, नीचे रेड वाला डॉट है वहाँ पे.
Okay, okay.
वैसे तो वहाँ पे भी कर सकते हैं.
No answer is wrong, but topic is Sujok negligence or knowledge of medical information. Team B का answer? Red. Green, you want to keep the answer green? लॉक किया जाए.
आप ग्रीन पे रहना चाहते, रेड पे जाना चाहते.
Okay, red. Shut down red. Red is the most common wrong answer. I'll tell you why. This way how a patient described, 2 fingers, tip of shoulders, 2 finger, right tip of shoulder. Now यहाँ पे diaphragm है. Diaphragm की supply in the phrenic nerve. Phrenic nerve also supply this particularly this area. So patient specifically complain करेगा, movement करता हूँ कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, घूंसा मार सकता हूँ no problem, but ये point दुखता है. कब दुखता है? स्पेशली ये कब दुखता है? फैटी फूड उसके बाद दुखता है. क्यों? When you eat fatty food, gallbladder contract. Whatever pathology of gallbladder, stone है, cholecystitis है, कुछ भी है, it also irritates diaphragm. अभी diaphragm is not pain sensitive, but the same phrenic nerve यहाँ से निकल के इस एरिया से भी निकलती है and then it goes to brain. So brain feels this area is pain. You do whatever scan possible. Everything is normal, range of motion normal, but it is actually a gallbladder problem, actually a spleen problem. So this is known as referred pain. So if you treat here in Sujok by access, by correspondence, by quantum, you may reach to organ also, but result may be temporary, result may be short lasting, result may be late achieved. This is from my personal experience. If you treat, अभी कैसे चेक करेंगे कि ये गॉलब्लैडर वाला स्प्लीन वाला, ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है किसी को यहाँ पे दर्द हो रहा. Just check on the spleen area. If that is also paining, this is the referred pain of the spleen. You treat. So knowledge of referred pain is important. Purposefully, I took all these pictures from free internet Wikipedias. There is a website known as uptodate.com. I will explain it later. So this knowledge is there in public domain. आपको specifically फोटो लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, ले सकते हो. So if you have knowledge कि internal visceral organs can have a peripheral representation of disease, then just check, just put. So वो respective organ पे check कर लिया. If the respective organ is paining, it means it's a referred pain. So multiple examples are there. Thymus. This is the lung area. This is the cursor move. Yes. So thymus pain can come here. Concept same है. The same nerve supply internal organ. Lung को भी supply कर रही है, but lung के pain sensitive नहीं होता. इतना बड़ा ट्यूमर हो जाता है lungs के अंदर, it is not painful, simply because it does not have sensory supply. लेकिन that pathology can supply somewhere else. कितने लोग बोलते हैं हार्ट अटैक से पहले इधर दर्द होता है, that is the correct pain. So आप यहाँ मसाज करते रहो, मतलब correspondence area में मसाज करते रहो, it's a heart problem. So if you don't pick it up, it's a negligence on your part. You should train your mind. So this I think PowerPoint आपके साथ share किया जाएगा. Second point, left side paralysis. Team A, which area and left side both leg and hand, face intact, face clear. Which side you will give pressure? Team A. Right side of what? Our Sujok. Right side of? So left sided weakness, you will give right sided pressure. Yes. Lock किया जाए. Okay. Team B. Where? Right side of the brain. well-educated audience, because there is a cross connection. This side of the brain, motorly, sensory भी. तो पैथोलॉजी यहाँ पे है. क्या पैथोलॉजी है? ये सेकेंडरी. चोट लग गई, इन्फेक्शन हो गया, ब्लीडिंग हो गई, एम्बोलिक स्ट्रोक हो गया, बट इट इज क्रिस क्रॉस. सो आई हैव सीन पीपल इस साइड की पैथोलॉजी, दे डिड इट दिस साइड ऑफ द ब्रेन. सो दिस इज अनदर एग्जाम्पल ऑफ नेग्लिजेंस. वी शुड नॉट डू दैट. सो दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल. अभी ब्रेन से कोई भी चीज हुई, वो वहां से स्टार्ट होती है, ब्रेन के इस साइड से स्टार्ट होके नीचे उतरी, मिड ब्रेन, पार्ट ऑफ ब्रेन, pons, part of brain, medulla, part of brain, and then the spinal cord level, it goes to other side. So right side weakness, left side of the brain. Not for everything, but in general. So for example, so motor और sensory, इस तरह के जो stroke होते हैं, for that cross connection you should be aware of. Treating symptoms more than the pathology. कोई एग्जाम्पल देगा जो मैंने दिया उसके अलावा, या मैं ही देता चलो. स्पेशली न्यूरोलॉजिकल जो डिजीज होती हैं, सिम्टम्स यूजुअली सिम्टम्स कहीं और रिफ्लेक्ट होते हैं एंड डिजीज कहीं और होती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल थैलेमिक सिंड्रोम, एक छोटा सा हिस्सा होता है थैलेमस, हाइपोथैलेमस के बाजू में, वहाँ स्ट्रोक आता है बिकॉज द ब्लड सप्लाई इज वेरी थिन, वेरी स्मॉल ब्लड सप्लाई, एंड द होल ऑफ द बॉडी becomes sensory deprived. You don't feel properly on the other side of the body. You keep on treating Sujok, the whole body, nothing will happen till you actually treat thalamic parts. Axis, Sujok, there is cross representation. वो same point might be thalamic in some other correspondence system. It is secondary, but your intention is not there in that. So if intention is not there, you will not achieve the result. Now, symptoms: leg swelling. Leg swelling can because of so many things. Your liver is damaged, protein is not forming, heart is damaged, it is not pumping. There is clot in the we call it inferior vena cava. Blood is not returning. There is a lymphatic disorder. You keep on treating leg, nothing will happen, or very transient effect until unless you treat the pathology. So you are overemphasizing on symptom but not understanding the pathology. आप बीमारी क्यों आई, कैसे आई, वो ध्यान नहीं है. सिम्टम ट्रीट कर रहे हैं लोगों. मैंने देखा है लोग ग्रीन कलर लगा लिया लेग पे, बट यस कॉन्सेप्ट इज करेक्ट. ग्रीन कलर इज विंड, ह्यूमिडिटी को कम करना है, बट विच ऑर्गन इज इन्वॉल्व, उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया. सेम वे कफ इन कैंसर पेशेंट वर्सेस इन्फेक्शन. इन्फेक्शन वाला कफ है, यू हैव टू ट्रीट डिफरेंट एनर्जी, कोल्डनेस. इफ इट इज कैंसर वाला कफ क्यों होता है? टीम बी. Wrong answer. Yes, but why the cancer associated cough is there? Lungs में spread हो गया कैंसर, तो खांसी क्यों आती है? Okay, accepted, not as a correct answer, but accepted. Body, ये lungs के चारों तरफ कवरिंग होती है, प्लूरा. That pleura has a receptor known as J receptors. नाम दिया है. उनका पर्पस होता है कि किसी भी कारण से इरिटेट हो, किसी भी कारण से खाना अटक गया, कोई चीज अंदर चुभ रही है, तो खांसी आती है. अभी लंग्स में अगर कैंसर फैला लेकिन उस प्लूरा को टच नहीं कर रहा है, तो इतना बड़ा भी हो जाएगा, खांसी नहीं आएगी. लेकिन छोटा सा 1 सेंटीमीटर का ट्यूमर है, वो लंग्स के आउटसाइड प्लूरा को टच कर रहा है, खांसी आएगी. So pathology is totally different. Something is getting irritated. The pleura is getting irritated because of the tumor. Yes, for tumor coldness you have to treat, but you probably also have to sedate. If the the symptom is cough predominant, you probably have to sedate wind also. Breathlessness. So it could be because of heart problem, could be respiratory problem, could be allergic problem, or could be a functional. What is functional problem? Function classifications is different. Functional problems. Team A. What is a functional symptom? What is a functional symptom? Guess what? ना प्राइस है ना कुछ आपके ऊपर पेनल्टी है. Guess what? Little louder.
Environmental and work.
Functional in
Environmental and work related.
वो occupational है. Functional in medical term, if you see functional symptom, Google it. It is when mind is taken care of. कितने लोगों को आपने देखा होगा स्टेज पे आए टिक्स फंक्शनल हियर कुछ काम है फंक्शनल मम्मी बाथरूम जाके आ रहा हूँ These are functional symptoms. खांसी एक्चुअल कुछ नहीं है सब एक्सरे पेट एमआरआई वगैरह सब कुछ क्लीन है बट पेशेंट इज हैविंग समथिंग हियर सो इट इज सिम्टम को टू मच आपने प्रोमिनेंस दे दिया उसकी एटियोलॉजी पे नहीं गए सो प्रोबेबली यू हैव टू सीडेट एंजाइटी पेशेंट इज हैविंग टू मच ऑफ एंजाइटी ओके एनी क्वेश्चंस सो फार नाउ कमिंग टू टोटली अपोजिट वे टिल नाउ आई वाज फोकसिंग दैट आप सिम्टम्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं सिम्टम्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं पैथोलॉजी पे ध्यान नहीं दे रहे उल्टा भी काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव है उल्टा just opposite can contribute to your negligence if you are neglecting pathology sorry if you are focusing too much on pathology patient report leke aaya chronic hepatitis how many of you will treat heat sedation in liver teammate anybody आपका लाइसेंस कैंसिल नहीं होगा how many of you will sedate heat in chronic hepatitis no pass okay pass team B chronic hepatitis irrespective of etiology chronic hepatitis you will sedate heat yes or no oh मेरा टॉपिक is still yes or no
Since it is chronic, so we will tonify it.
okay another example osteoarthritis what you will do itis heat you will sedate heat most common wrong answer I'll tell you now comes the problem you pay attention to a allopathic report allopathic diagnosis more than the understanding of the energies भाई हम लोग तो हर चीज के आगे आइटिस लगा देते हैं वो चाहे वो उसकी प्राइमरी इटियोलॉजी हो प्राइमरी रीजन हो नहीं हो हम आइटिस लगाते हैं आइटिस क्यों लगाते हैं बायोप्सी किया देखा कौन सा सेल ज़्यादा दिख रहा है माइक्रोस्कोप के अंदर इन्फ्लेमेशन दिख रहा है इस इन्फ्लेमेशन प्राइमरी डिजीज वो सेकेंडरी है हमारे लिए ऑस्टियोआर्थराइटिस क्योंकि उसको बायोप्सी किया तो देयर इज अ इन्फ्लेमेशन so osteoarthritis wherever itis is there it's an inflammation but this may not be the primary reason of this disease chronic hepatitis may be because of infection HBV HCV alcoholic eating too much sitting not working out so steatohepatitis too much fat collection primary etiology is lack of physical activity yes so if you want to sedate something you might have to sedate humidity in that case while if it is hepatitis B and hepatitis C especially if it is chronic you have to tonify heat because the infection is too much if it is active hepatitis at present damage is going on probably you have to reduce heat at that point of time so too much focus on allopathic reports not understanding the concept of the energy that is the negligence Sujok negligence can take place. Same way, infective myocarditis. You will sedate heat or which energy? Team A. Which energy? Infective. Acha, heat or something else? Tell me that. Heat or something else? Huh? Infective myocarditis.
Coldness.
Okay. Team B. Agreed? Not agreed? कुछ तो बोलना पड़ेगा yes no agreed no agreed take anybody any initiative wind दिखाओ yes
Coldness.
yes it's an infective it's an infection but again you have to dig deeper infection in the heart yes so the heart around the heart there is a vegetation growing or the infection is somewhere else and as of release of certain chemicals in the body myocarditis is happening. So you have to dig deeper. How to dig deeper, I will tell you at the end of my slides. But yes, you have to dig deeper. So if infection is actually happening in heart, you have to sedate coldness. Infection is happening somewhere else, severe sepsis, myocarditis is happening, you probably have to sedate heat. Same goes for encephalitis, where brain is involved. Ulcerative colitis, which energy? Team A? Sir just covered last time. Dryness is one energy, yes. And autoimmunes are already covered. We have to sedate or modulate the immune system. Now, next point. How many of you developed this pain after a night out on Instagram? YouTube shorts? यहाँ दुखा? आपका नहीं दुखा तो साथ में बच्चे होगा, उनका दुखेगा. यहाँ दुख रहा है, यहाँ दुख रहा है, या यूं दुख रहा है. Yes? Which point you will treat? Team A, which point you will treat? यहाँ दुख रहा है. Which energy you will treat? Which medicine you will treat? Team A. F. कुछ तो बोलना पड़ेगा. You have to treat the child or the person. Till you change your posture, you cannot treat it. At least not a permanent posture. So things like a bad gait or stance. What is stance? I'll tell you. Stance is how you stand. If this is how I stand, I'm bound to develop pain. And habitually, I don't have any problem. If I am bad gait, you are damaging the normal way of walking. So a bad gait and bad stance without any pathology. किसी को damage है, एक पाँव छोटा है, दूसरी बात है. But normally you see आज observe करना how many people are how people are walking. People will stand like this. Yes, people do like that, and then they develop back pain. Women usually have exaggerated lordosis because of their larger hips, heavier tummy, multiple pregnancies. They develop this. This is not my fault. This is how nature has created us. So then they develop back pain. So these things no medicine can correct till you actually correct posture. Why I am telling this? When I learned Sujok and other energy therapies, there was a kind of euphoria. I can treat anything. Yes, you can treat anything, but will you get result in anything? That is a big question. In these diseases, pathology is different. It is a repeated stress injury. Somebody is an IT person, constantly 18 hours out of 18 over 24 hours he is holding a mouse. This is going to get irritated. वो टेबल से बार बार स्ट्रक कर रहा है. Solution? Some solution. Mouse problem. Change the hand. Or there is something known as vertical mouse. Mouse ऐसा होता है. This is not a artificial position. This is not a natural position of hand. This is natural position. आप कैसे रहते हो? This is natural. So this mouse. Go Amazon पे search कर लो ergonomic mouse. It's a vertical mouse. You change this, you don't have to treat any EFT. No F, no E. It is change of posture. Again, you being a Sujok therapist, you have to be open-minded. You don't have to treat the meridians always. You have to see the person in completion. Saggy breast. People don't talk about breast. People don't talk about death. I'm a cancer doctor. Before the cancer patient enters, वो उसका रिलेटिव आएंगे. बताना मत, टूट जाएंगे. बताना मत. ठीक है, मैं क्या बताऊँ? सर आप बोल दो अपेंडिक्स है. And I am like, कैसे? उसको कीमो देनी है भैया, उसके बाल झड़ेंगे. सर वो हम देख लेंगे, लेकिन बात मत करना. Same goes for this thing. Nobody talks about sex. Nobody talks about saggy breast. Breast is a natural organ. Oh my God, तू बनी है कि नहीं बनी? देखी है कि नहीं देखी आप लोगों ने? नहीं देखी यहाँ वालों? Yes. So you have to also analyze if this lady is complaining of back pain, this pain. Maybe her breasts are too high, too big. बहुत बड़े हैं. क्या करना है? Better bra पहननी है, posture change करना है, या फिर सर्जरी. If breast is really big, हो सकता है surgically उसके size reduction करना पड़े. If this is the reason, no amount of urinary bladder tonification, no amount of Sujok will work. This is my practical experience. How many of you have stopped some allopathic medicine on your advice? Nobody. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. आप में से कितनों ने कोई एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन या पेशेंट को ऐसा बना होगा, अरे ये दवाई क्यों दी है? आपको तो डायबिटीज है ही नहीं, मेटफॉर्मिन क्यों दे दी? बोला है किसी ने? बोला तो होगा, नहीं बोला? ओके, एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते, क्योंकि ऐसा होता है. एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको बताता हूँ. नॉट नोइंग द साइड इफेक्ट्स ऑफ मेडिसिन इज ऑल्सो योर नेग्लिजेंस. एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ. टेल्मा, टेल्मीकाइंड, टेल्मा, टेल्मिसार्टन, टेल्मा एच लिया है, नाम सुना है, सबने सुना होगा. लेते हैं, सब लेते हैं. ऑलमोस्ट 100% पेशेंट लेते हैं. अराउंड 15% ऑफ पेशेंट डेवलप समथिंग नोन एज ACE inhibitor or ARB associated cough. So Telmi, Ramipril, Losartan, these type of TP वाली जो मेडिसिन होती है कफ आता है. ये आपको नहीं पता है तो पेशेंट आपके पास आएगा, कहेगा खांसी आ रही है, आप लगा लो जो लगाना है. वो he is taking a toxin every day, he is taking a drug, taking a chemical, putting into the body every day, which is causing this symptom. आप लगा लो, आपको जो लगाना है. This symptom will not go till change the medicine. So you have to interact, you have to work along with the allopathic doctor also. You should know ये patient. See देखो, with shame I have to say we allopathic doctor are very busy. Especially in India, population is this much, doctors this much. Sometimes we don't, many times we don't take history. And even if you take history की अच्छा what all drugs this patient is taking, it did not click. क्या ये ले रहा है तो ले रहा होगा, टेल्मिसार्टन, ये मेरा डिपार्टमेंट नहीं, मैं कैंसर वाला हूँ, ये DP वालों को देखा होगा. होता है. But you can help. Your goal, allopathic doctor goal is patient care. So you should be aware what are the side effects of certain commonly useful medicine. कैसे साइड इफेक्ट के बारे में पूछना मैं बताता हूँ आपको. Other example, metoprolol, propranolol, nebivolol, these are group of medicine. It can cause depression. So आपने हिस्ट्री ली कि यार ये दवाई कब चालू हुई थी? सर 1.5 साल से. ये डिप्रेशन कब से आ रहा है? करीब सेम साल से. Maybe this is the offending drug. Not 100% of time, but this could be a contributory. Antidepressant can cause loss of libido. Libido जानते हो ना? Yes, no, भाई बोलो टीम A, libido पता है कि नहीं? Sexual desire तो चुप क्यों भाई? So it can cause loss of libido, and of course associated marital problem and all. Steroid can weight gain, ये सबको पता होता है. Antibiotics can cause loose motion, rashes. Nebulization can cause fungal infection, increase in sugar. Statin is that rosuvastatin, as atorvastatin, it can cause muscle pain. So patient आपको कहेगा शरीर दुखता है और आप जो करना है कर लो उसके साथ. Daily he is taking the tablet. नहीं होगा जब तक वो tablet चेंज नहीं होगी. So next, back to that question. How many of you have asked a patient कि ये डॉक्टर ने क्या दवाई दे दी? आपको तो ये बीमारी नहीं है, झटके वाली दवाई दे दी, कन्वर्जन सीजर की बीमारी, मिर्गी की दवाई दे दी, आपको तो मिर्गी है ही नहीं. How many of you must have said at least once? चोरी चुपे हाँ बोलो. अच्छा सुना तो होगा और आपने पढ़ा होगा कि यार ये गोली तो डायबिटीज की है, इसको क्यों दे रहे हैं? ये तो 20 साल का लड़का है, लड़की है. सुना होगा, सोचा होगा, नहीं सोचा है? then you should start reading, because this is known as second year syndrome. Second year is जब हम second year में होते हैं MBBS में, फार्माकोलॉजी पढ़ाते हैं, ड्रग्स पढ़ाते हैं, तो हमारे पास एक दवाई का एक इंडिकेशन, ये डायबिटीज की बीमारी है, मेटफॉर्मिन इज यूजफुल डायबिटीज, उसके या हम कहें कि हम नहीं पढ़ते, हम उतना नहीं पढ़ते MBBS में, फिर MD में अलग लेवल होता है। सो MBBS में ये डायबिटीज की, फिर पेशेंट आया प्रैक्टिस में ना मेटफॉर्मिन, इसको लेडीज 23 ईयर ओल्ड क्यों, या ये एंटी कन्वर्जन की मेडिसिन दे रखी है, इसको तो कभी कन्वर्जन आया नहीं है। नाउ हियर कम्स योर नॉलेज, प्लीज डोंट कमेंट और स्टॉप मेडिसिन, इट विल माउंट टू क्राइम, नॉट नेग्लिजेंस, इट विल माउंट टू क्राइम इफ अ लीगलिटी ऑफ सुजोक इज एस्टैब्लिश्ड। सो यूजुअली हम हमारे मेडिकल फील्ड में क्यों वी डोंट इंडल्ज, इफ आई एम ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट आई डोंट इंडल्ज इन कार्डियोलॉजी वाली मेडिसिन, बिकॉज इफ आई चेंज समथिंग, मैंने शुगर की दवाई चेंज करी, नॉट दैट आई कैन नॉट डू, आई कैन डू, बट इफ आई डू समथिंग आई बिकम रेस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफ वॉट एवर इफेक्ट साइड इफेक्ट हैपन्स विद दैट मेडिसिन। सो मैं कैंसर वाला हूँ, आई विल ट्रीट ओनली कैंसर मेडिसिन, आई विल कमेंट ऑन ओनली कैंसर मेडिसिन। You go to diabetes doctor who will comment on diabetes medicine. You go to cardiology doctor who will comment on cardiology medicine. That is how the medical field is practiced right now. So you don't change change, stop, comment on medicines. Why? There are certain other benefits of medicine. Example, antidepressants, mirtazapine, duloxetine. It has other side effects which is utilized. For example, neuropathy. Neuropathy is तेलुगु में तिमरलो, मराठी में मूंगी, टिंगलिंग नमनेस इंग्लिश में। सो फॉर टिंगलिंग नमनेस एंटी डिप्रेसेंट्स आर यूज्ड। पेशेंट को आपने बोला कि डॉक्टर ने आपको डिप्रेशन की दवा चल, पेशेंट मैं डिप्रेस हूँ ही नहीं, बंद करो इसको आज। रिकरेंस ऑफ सिम्टम्स, टेलमिसार्टन, रेमिपिल एग्जांपल मैंने आपको पहले बताया, इट कैन रिड्यूस प्रोटीनूरिया, इट कैन रिड्यूस प्रोटीनूरिया। सो जो डायबिटीज वाले हैं उनको हम ये देते हैं ताकि उनके किडनी कम डैमेज हो। आप कहोगे डायबिटीज ये तो बीपी की दवा है, आपको क्यों चालू कर दी, बंद कर दो। यू स्टॉप इट, यू बिकम रेस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर वॉट एवर डैमेज इज हैपनिंग। सेम वे अदर थिंग, डुलाग्लूटाइड, मेटफॉर्मिन इज यूजफुल फॉर वेट लॉस, यू रिड्यूस वेट टेकिंग दिस मेडिसिन। वियाग्रा, we don't use Viagra these days, that is sildenafil, we use tadalafil. It is useful for pulmonary hypertension. But patient आया, sildenafil दिया, रंगीले डॉक्टर साहब नहीं रखा, रंगीले है पेशेंट जी, Viagra दिया हुआ है, आपका पेशेंट Viagra है, सर मैं आई एम नॉट सेक्सुअली एक्टिव, मेरे को तो वाइफ करके भी 10 साल हो चुके हैं, लेकिन वो Viagra उसके लिए नहीं दिया है, Viagra pulmonary hypertension के लिए दिया है। You stop it और patient stops it, he will develop severe pulmonary hypertension, breathlessness, may die also. Who is responsible? You will become responsible. Same way, modafinil is useful for somnolence. किसी को होता है बैठे बैठे गश आता रहता है, मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ। मैंने मोडाफिनिल लिया था during my late 20s, 25, 27. But it is actually meant for, वो सर ने डिस्कस किया जो autism, attention deficit disorder. So this is the drug for that, but it is useful for that. Okay, it is given for to drivers also. US के अंदर क्यों लॉन्ग ड्राइव है, मोडाफिनिल लो, ड्राइव करो, रेट ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स कम होते हैं। आपने बंद किया, इंडिया में नहीं है, बट यस। कैनबिस, भांग हम कैंसर पेन में देते हैं, स्टेरॉइड्स ऑफ मल्टीपल यूज। So this question is applicable to you also, applicable to me also. How many of us take drug history? Coming to the last 1/3 of the presentation, symptoms of nutritional disorder can not be resolved with anything else except nutritional supplementation. So अगर आपको कैल्शियम डेफिशिएंसी है, ऑस्टियोपोरोसिस हो रहा है, आप बोन में कितना भी हॉटनेस सेडेशन कर दो, वो नहीं काम करेगा till you give a calcium supplementation. These are just example. आप नेट पे सर्च करोगे और द रिसोर्सेज जो मैं आपको बताऊंगा सारी चीजें अवेलेबल है। विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी, बोन सबको पता है बोन में काम आती है, बट देयर इज डिप्रेशन विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी से, वेट गेन lack of energy. So vitamin D is considered to be a kind of steroid now. So leg cramps. How many of you use RO? RO किसके पास है घर में? अरे RO वाले तो होंगे यार. Almost सबके पास होगा RO. नहीं हाँ वाले, yes वाले. So RO reduces the magnesium calcium content of the water. और वो आप दिन रात वही पानी पीते हो, you get developed magnesium deficiency. कितने लोगों को क्रैम्प आते हैं रात को? आते हो, लेडीज को ज़्यादा आते हैं. मैग्नीशियम डेफिशिएंसी, ये मेरी वाइफ को आते थे. एंड सब कुछ कर लिया, बट व्हेन आई डिड मैग्नीशियम लेवल इट वाज बिलो नॉर्मल. एंड 2 shots of IV मैग्नीशियम, एवरीथिंग रिजॉल्व. सब कुछ सारी एनर्जी लगा के देख ली, नहीं काम किया एक्सेप्ट मैग्नीशियम सप्लीमेंट. सो आपको एज ए सुजोक प्रैक्टिशनर भी एटलीस्ट हाँ पूछिए.
आपने बताया लेग क्रैम्प्स मैग्नीशियम डेफिशिएंसी, अगर लाइक जैसे यंग बच्चे 17-18 इयर्स के, उनको रात को लाइक पाँव में सडनली दर्द होता है, चिल्लाने लगते हैं, उस टाइप का दर्द, वो भी मैग्नीशियम डेफिशिएंसी की वजह से.
See, symptom is a symptom. It can have multiple etiologies, multiple reasons.
Okay.
One of the common neglected etiology is magnesium deficiency. बर्गर खाते हैं?
क्या
खाते हैं ना? वो जो पाम ऑयल होता है ना, पाम ऑयल, that is, it has a separate discussion of itself. So, how many leafy vegetable है एक बर्गर के अंदर? एक पत्ता ऊपर, एक पत्ता नीचे, बस. तो मैग्नीशियम जाएगा कहाँ से? When you are eating refined carbohydrate, refined bread, मैग्नीशियम जाएगा कहाँ से? It is present in green leafy vegetables. एक कप आरो का पानी पियो, फिर उसके ऊपर you बर्गर खाओ. Refined food, not तो you develop subclinical is कैल्शियम की सीवियर डेफिशिएंसी होती है तो टिटनी हो जाता है, हाथ ऐसे क्रैम्प करता है. सबक्लिनिकल इज ये नहीं हो रहा है, बट आपको कुछ सिम्टम हो रहा है, थकान से रह रही है, बहुत दुख
नहीं, ये जो भी आपने बताया ना, हाँ ऐसे पाँव एकदम से सडनली ऐसे.
दिस इज कैल्शियम डेफिशिएंसी.
ओके,
यस,
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर.
यस. सो देयर आर अदर माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट डेफिशिएंसी. आई विल टेल यू रिसोर्सेज वेयर यू कैन गेट. Now this comes major cause of friction of non-allopathic practitioners and allopathic practitioners, because we see, not you, because we see people ordering certain tests which is either non-justified, inappropriate, or there are better tests available. So patient हमारे पास वो रिपोर्ट लेके आएगा और आप कहेंगे ये नहीं, ये कराओ. बदनाम कौन होता है? बदनाम? टीम बी. बदनाम कौन हुआ? पेशेंट रिपोर्ट लेके आया, फिर मैंने कहा नहीं ये नहीं, ये वाला टेस्ट करो. बदनाम कौन हुआ? मैं हुआ. मैं मतलब एलोपैथिक डॉक्टर की. डॉक्टर ने जबरदस्ती स्कैन कराया. जो स्कैन आपने कराया वो हो सकता है टोटली इनअप्रोप्रिएट है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ आपको. सर ने बात करी थी T3, T4, TSH की. देयर इज समथिंग नोन एज फ्री SAT T3, T4, SH. अब कल से वो मत ऑर्डर करना. वो क्यों कब करते हैं? जब किसी का एल्बुमिन लेवल कम होता है. एल्बुमिन लिवर फंक्शन टेस्ट में आता है, तो T3, T4, TSH may be low, but free T3, T4, TSH may be normal. So in that case, that becomes more accurate. Other example, CT कब करानी है, MRI कब कराना है, अल्ट्रासाउंड कब कराना है, आपको नहीं पता है. पता तो नहीं होना चाहिए, ये हमारा काम है. लेकिन कई बार ऑर्डर लोग करते हैं. अनफॉर्चुनेटली इंडिया patient can get any investigation if he is willing to pay. He doesn't need prescription वो लैब वाले अपने आप अरेंज कर देते हैं. So CT is for bones, calcium deposition, blood. MRI is for soft tissue, brain, spinal cord. कल से मत ऑर्डर करना. Ultrasound is for soft tissue. So liver देखना है तो best modality is not CT scan. Not CT scan, but MRI or ultrasound. अभी MRI में भी there are so many types. MRI brain angio, MRI brain venogram, contrasonance, FDG, spectroscopy, functional. So which one to order? This is not your domain. Don't venture it. If you feel somebody needs it in your possible, you have some suggestion. किसी को suggestion देना है कि ये करवाना चाहिए. do a consultation with somebody, which I am coming right next to you. How much time do I have? Double G?
Yeah.
How much time I have?
10-15
minutes. Okay. This is the second last slide. Now, you should, as a Sujok practitioner or any non-allopathic practitioner, should also understand what is the limit or what is the end point at which I should say, I give up. Probably I am not the practitioner who will be able to help you. That thing should be clear in your mind. It should be clear in patient's mind. Patient is always too much expecting. जब मैं कीमोथेरेपी देता हूँ पेशेंट को स्टेज 4 वाले को, 3 महीने देने के बाद कैंसर आधा हो गया. From 10 centimeter became 5 centimeter. He is thinking, I am not saying, he is thinking 3 महीने में 10 सेंटीमीटर का 5 सेंटीमीटर हुआ, फिर 3 महीने में और कीमोथेरेपी लूंगा, ये 5 सेंटीमीटर गायब हो जाएगा. नहीं होता है, नहीं होता है. बेस्ट सिनेरियो में ये होगा, वो 5 सेंटीमीटर 3 सेंटीमीटर पे आ जाएगा, या 5 सेंटीमीटर का 5 सेंटीमीटर पे आ जाएगा. दैट इज द स्टोरी ऑफ कैंसर. इट डज नॉट बिकम जीरो, इट बिकम्स प्लेट्यूड एंड देन इट स्टार्ट रिग्रेट. 6 महीने बाद वापस बढ़ना शुरू हो जाएगा. So patient is always too much expecting of the treatment. आपने treatment लगाया, first 10 sitting, dramatic, wow, I'm feeling better, neuropathy गायब, सर दर्द गायब, back pain गायब, patient suddenly too much expecting. This is what happened in my case, which I will cover if time permit. It is short form of one of my cancer patient on which I tried different form of acupuncture in a metastatic colorectal cancer. Colon cancer, liver spread. I kept on trying for 6 months, but I had an end point. उसको follow कैसे करना है वो मैं आपसे बताऊँगा. Severe sepsis. Sepsis is infection के कारण blood pressure कम होना शुरू हो गया है. I have used it. Yes, Sujok in emergency works, but in sepsis, the downhill of the body has started. Don't expect miracles. Don't promise miracles. Genetic disorders. I long back, that time I was not knowing 8 key and 8 origin diamond system. I was not knowing. I used in Down syndrome. So Down syndrome is a genetic problem. There is a part of chromosome जो बच्चा बनता है जिस वक्त उसका part of chromosome नहीं है. So वो बच्चे आप Google करोगे तो देखेंगे short heighted, chubby, always smiling, maybe not able to focus or maybe normal intelligence. So this is Down syndrome, genetic problem. It will not work. Now this point is also has legal implication. If you keep on giving something which you feel it is not useful or you are over optimistic, ज़्यादा optimistic हो गए, it can land up you in trouble because patient ने तो कह दिया, डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा था कि मैं ठीक हो जाऊँगा. आपने कहा नहीं कहा सेकेंडरी है. पेशेंट ने अगर कहा इट इज जस्ट लाइक अ लेडी सेज दिस गाय हैज मोलेस्टेड मी, इट बिकम्स रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ दैट गाय टू प्रूव दैट नो आई हैवंट मोलेस्टेड एट द टाइम ऑफ क्लेम. जब ये लड़की बोल रही है उस वक्त तो मैं दूसरी सिटी में था. यस, लीगली. सो इफ अ पेशेंट क्लेम्स इन कोर्ट दैट दिस practitioner said I will be cured, you have no legal provision in which you are protected. So whenever you take a life-threatening situation, especially मैं जो cancer patient treat करता हूँ, very explicit consent. Why I am treating? First my indication is I am treating for your symptoms. I am not promising tumor reduction, very clearly, not promising any tumor reduction. Only expected benefit is weakness, neuropathy, tiredness, all those things. So you should, especially in these type of diseases. This is the case which I was talking about. Patient 52-year-old presented with liver mets. There are carcinoembryonic antigen. This is the tumor marker, blood marker, which is increased in colorectal cancers. It is not increased in all cancers, but colorectal cancer. After surgery, chemo, everything, it came to 0. Normal level is 3.5 in non-smokers. ये है August 2021. So January to August. So from here till here, no Sujok treatment. All possible type of प्लांट एक्सट्रैक्ट उसने ट्राई कर लिया, और ये मैंने ग्राफ केवल इम्पोर्टेंट दिया है, लेकिन एवरी वीक वी वर फॉलोइंग विद दिस टेस्ट. सो CEA एवरी वीक CEA नेवर वेंट डाउन. सो मुझे पता था कि उसको कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है आयुर्वेदिक, बट उसके सेटिस्फेक्शन के लिए चल भाई लेते रहे टिल यू आर ओके टू. मैं तो प्रेस्क्राइब नहीं किया आयुर्वेदिक, वो पेशेंट अपनी मर्जी से आयुर्वेदिक ले रहा है, अपनी मर्जी से वो शिमोगा की मेडिसिन ले रहा है, अपनी मर्जी से कहीं और की मेडिसिन ले रहा है. आई एम जस्ट मॉनिटरिंग एंड आई एम टेलिंग योर कैंसर इज इंक्रीजिंग. एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, ये लास्ट ईयर दिवाली है 25 अक्टूबर 2022, 129 यहाँ पेन शुरू हो गया. स्कैन इज शोइंग मल्टीपल लिवर मेटास्टेसिस. प्राइमरी जो कोलोरेक्टल था वहाँ कंट्रोल में था क्योंकि हमने सर्जरी करके निकाल दिया. छोटे छोटे डॉट लंग्स में दिख रहे थे, बट लेस देन 1 सेंटीमीटर डॉट दिखता है तो वी कैन नॉट से इट्स कैंसर ओनली, इट टू बी इन्फेक्शन ऑल्सो. सो प्रूफ यहाँ का था, बाकी यहाँ का फेमस प्रूफ नहीं था. एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम वी स्टार्टेड एक्यूपंक्चर ऑन हिज रिक्वेस्ट. आई डिड नॉट से कि स्टॉप, डोंट टेक कीमोथेरेपी, you take acupuncture, I will treat you, I will cure you, I will reduce your tumor. No, very explicitly I am going to start acupuncture, whatever type of acupuncture, for your weakness, for your neuropathy, for your general well-being. If tumor reduces, God's grace. So, and to my astonishment, what protocol I gave, that also I will share. My endpoint, भाई कितने दिन देना है? 7 sittings, 10 days, 7 sittings. That was my cutoff. Why 10 days? Why 10 days? Any guess? Why 10 days? 10 days में जितनी और sitting हो पाए. That was my criteria. But why 10 days? Check for what? क्या reduce हुआ? By how to check? CEA. Now comes the question of your medical knowledge. CEA has a half-life. What is a half-life? If today's level is 100, let us just say CEA is getting released from the cancer here in my body. यहाँ पे कैंसर है जिसमें से CEA रिलीज हो रहा है. आज का लेवल 100 है. मैंने आज इस एरिया को काट के निकाल दिया, सो बॉडी के अंदर CEA प्रोड्यूस नहीं हो रहा है. कितने दिन में? तो अगले दिन CEA की वैल्यू 0 नहीं होने वाली है. CEA की हाफ लाइफ होती है. हाफ लाइफ मतलब 1 हाफ लाइफ मतलब 100 का 50 होगा. इसकी हाफ लाइफ है 2.5 days. सो 2.5 days से पहले अगर मैंने CEA कराया, इट्स ऑफ नो यूज, उसका लेवल कम नहीं होगा. सो मुझे एटलीस्ट 5 हाफ लाइफ, 4 to 5 हाफ लाइफ देनी है टू सी whether my treatment is working or not. So 10 days का gap, we did a CEA and the first time in the history, उसके patient के history में ये plateau हो गया. I'm not saying reduced, but it plateaued. I am very optimistic, patient is very optimistic. जैसे मैंने बोला 3 महीने में 5 सेंटीमीटर हुआ, patient को लगा अब गायब, अगली बार स्कैन होगा गायब, होता नहीं है. Next क्या हुआ? So this is the protocol which I used. 26 double branch subjugation 6 की. My command is at 6 की, so I used with 6 की. ये कॉपी मिलेगी आपको. So this double branch treatment, CEA for the first time start showing a downward trend from 179 to 127. Not actually reduced too much, but downward trend. Same treatment, 5 more sittings. Patient developed star in the eyes. द ऑथर मतलब मैं, मुझे लगा देखो यार ब्राइटनेस बढ़ रही है, हॉटनेस बढ़ रही है. कौन सी मेरिडियन में? विजन इज इन विच मेरिडियन? ओके, हॉटनेस इज वन आंसर, बट आई थॉट कि गॉल ब्लैडर मेरिडियन. क्यों? क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैं गॉल ब्लैडर की हीट कर रहा हूँ. सो आई स्टॉप कि ब्राइटनेस, देयर इज टू मच ब्राइटनेस इन गॉल ब्लैडर मेरिडियन. आई स्टॉप. दिस इज माय नेग्लिजेंस. I did not think allopathically why the brightness is coming. I'll tell you how. This is my negligence. So I stopped yang side treatment, only yin side continued. Patient CEA increased. तो बैनर में दिख नहीं रहा होगा. 131. So 129 127 started coming back again. Same way कीमो में होता है, 3 महीने कीमो काम करती है, उसके बाद कीमो काम नहीं करती है और 6 महीने के बाद कैंसर बढ़ना शुरू हो जाता है. Exactly, cancer cell learned how to bypass energy treatment also. कैसे उससे रिएक्ट नहीं करना है. So then I adopted this. That patient started complaining pulsation in liver area. I considered it to be a hotness excess in liver. I did not consider कि वो जो metastasis है वो बड़े हो रहे हैं, उसके पेट यहाँ पे जो कैंसर है वो बड़े हो रहे हैं. I considered it to be energy. When you are too much into energy treatment, you are always thinking ये symptom ये energy, ये symptom ये energy, ये symptom ये energy, and you stop thinking physically. So he complained of pulsation. I thought of hotness. Change the treatment. This you will get. Young side treatment changed. Large intestine coldness excess. Large intestine coldness. Branch constitution. Branch constitution of coldness was considered, and then we did in that. And vertical zone meridian zone key applied. Symptoms relieved. Pulsation improved. CEA did not. CEA increased further. 4 more sittings. Only yang side treatment. So yin side was not working. Yang side started. Yang side treatment. CEA further increased. Change of treatment plan. Then double subjugation meridian plus increase. Further increase. Cancer has learned how to bypass the energy effect. Same treatment, meridian in chakra plus added a spiral zone 3. CEA has a half-life of 2.5 to 3 days. So any radiation will take at least 3 days. At least 3 days. This knowledge you should have, because tomorrow अगर आप कोई ब्रेस्ट कैंसर ट्रीट कर रहे हो, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर का ट्यूमर मार रहे हैं, CEA 15-3, उसकी हाफ लाइफ है 5 दिन. तो मतलब आप अगर 15 दिन से कम नेक्स्ट लेवल करा रहे हो तो आपको मालूम भी नहीं चलेगा प्रोटोकॉल काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा. एंड दिस पेशेंट अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसके जब न्यूरोपैथी रिजॉल्व हो गई, he did not have any symptom जिसको मैं कह के वो इन्फ्लुएंस डायग्नोसिस लगा सकूं कि ये लगाया 5 मिनट बाद आपको कैसा लग रहा है, एंड एवरीथिंग वो कहता था मुझे ठीक लग रहा है. सो इट वाज बिकमिंग डिफिकल्ट. ओनली criteria I was having is CEA. So few more sittings, CEA further increased, PET CT was done. Now comes this new brain lesion in occipital area. This was the reason of the stars, because occipital lobe is the visual lobe. You cannot see if occipital lobe is destroyed. So यहाँ पर there was a lesion which was firing. तो अगर मोटर एरिया में ट्यूमर होता है तो पेशेंट को कन्वर्जन्स आते हैं, अपोजिट साइड के कन्वर्जन्स आते हैं. इफ ये ऑसिपिटल लोब में है तो कन्वर्जन नहीं आएंगे, क्योंकि दिस एरिया रिप्रेजेंट ओनली द विजन. तो जो लेकिन जो स्टार्स उसको देख रहे थे, दैट वाज बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम एज अ सुजोक प्रैक्टिशनर यू शुड नो योर लिमिटेशन. ब्रेन मेटास्टेसिस, it can become dangerous if it develops too much of swelling, edema. So I cannot. Now my allopathic medicine kicked in. I had to get it radiation done. So radiation to the occipital lesion was given. Then treatment changed altogether. I shifted to tri-original joint acupuncture using homo at different level. Occipital also, then brain of this is brain, retrofinger, occipital area. Protocol we can discuss later, but my concept is I sedated homo, I sedated hetero inside homo, because the cancer is homo and cancer is spreading fastly because there is too much hetero inside homo. It didn't work. You can treat it, but you cannot promise results. So CEA again increased, 219, constantly increasing. So tri-origin, I could not produce result. I am not saying tri-origin failed. I am saying I failed to produce result from tri-origin. So tri-origin 5 more sitting, CEA further increased. So then I shifted to type B circulation of 60. So type B आपको पता ही है, 60 वालों को पता है ना type B. So K is carrying the dryness energy. Change again, coldness, sedation, double subjugation method. CEA decreased. So tumor responded, but the response is not like forever. Cancer learns how to bypass it. So it decreased from 230 to 220, 220 to 202, then it started increasing again. 202 becomes 208, then 221, same protocol, stopped working. Then everybody is busy, he could not come for some reason, I was busy. So then we applied traditional Chinese meridian magnetic acupuncture. So on the body, chakra magnets we applied. So I taught him कि भाई लगाना कैसे है, तो घर पे लगा. 3-4 sittings we did, it did not work. So serrating or tonifying chakras are the point of traditional meridian. Then we thought that this is जो सबसे ज़्यादा डिक्रीज आया 232 का 202 30 यूनिट्स कम हुआ वो गॉलब्लैडर मेरिडियन में होमो कम करने से आया. सो वी शिफ्टेड टू ट्राई ओरिजिन लेवल पे गॉलब्लैडर मेरिडियन, नॉट द ऑर्गन. गॉलब्लैडर मेरिडियन के अंदर होमो सेडेशन, बट CA did not reduce. Now what? Just last night. So I contacted couple of my seniors, my teachers. They said कि यार एक बार इमोशनल लेवल ट्रीट करो क्योंकि हो सकता है कि the root of the disease is somewhere else. So emotional evaluation किया, humidity sedation, anxiety sedation basically I did, but no. There, you know how I understand Professor Path की जो first lectures in 6 की थी उसमें एक chart दिया हुआ था. The base level, it's like a pyramid. The base level is physical body, physical cell. Then there is a strip energy. Then comes emotion. Then comes thoughts, and then comes the soul. At some point of time, disease becomes independent of each other. So यहाँ कैंसर जो है ना इमोशनल लेवल से स्टार्ट भी हुआ हो लेकिन अब वो इंडिपेंडेंट रन कर रहा है. So even emotional treatment did not bring anything. At this point of time, February 2023, we stopped acupuncture because all protocols finished. I didn't use diamond system. That's the only system I did not use. CEA increasing. He again started some plant extract from somewhere. No result. Starting the symptoms. CEA increased, pain started. We shifted to chemotherapy. Patient is at present on chemotherapy, alive, asymptomatic, doing okay. He is actively involved in his social, career, lifestyle. So this long course of energy treatment, but yes, cancer learned. And यहाँ पर मैं एक चीज़ और भी बोलूँगा, no two cancer and neither two cancer patients are same. Gist is a type of cancer. ये लोकल स्प्रेड होता है, ये फैलता नहीं है, यूजुअली नहीं फैलता है. इसको ट्रीट करना और उससे रिजल्ट आना डिफरेंट है. मेटास्टेटिक ट्रिपल नेगेटिव ब्रेस्ट कैंसर विच इज काइंड ऑफ अग्रेसिव कैंसर, इसको ट्रीट कर पाना डिफरेंट है. और अगर किसी के जेनेटिक लेवल पे देयर आर म्यूटेशन विच इज आइडेंटिफाइड नोन एज BRCA म्यूटेशन, ब्राका म्यूटेशन. एंजेलिना जोली को कौन जानता है? सब जानते हैं. टी में एंजेलिना जोली दोनों ब्रेस्ट रिमूव करवाए, मालूम है क्यों करवाए? She was carrying BRCA mutation. Her mother had breast cancer, और Myriad company for the first time opened कि भाई any patient with history of cancer, मतलब not history of cancer, family में कैंसर है तो अपना टेस्टिंग करा सकते हैं whether they are carrying any mutation or not. So when there is actual mutation in the genome, you are destined to develop cancer. Treating and that patient develop cancer, treating this patient is more difficult because there is a hardware problem. You know, किसी का सर दुखता है, माइग्रेन होता है, our genetic existence is like डायमंड का बिल्कुल कोर है ना, कोर क्रोमोसोम लेवल पे प्रॉब्लम है, उसको मूव करना मुश्किल है. जबकि अगर किसी को मोच आ गई, यहाँ दुख रहा है, माइग्रेन होता है, एंजाइटी होती है, एसिडिटी होता है, these are superficial diseases, superficial on your personality, but you are born with certain chromosomal problem. You are born with, or your cancer cell has a mutation which is making it aggressive. Treating those cancers is difficult. Not cancer, any disease. Now the last slide, हाउ टू अपडेट, मैंने बहुत बताया ये मत करो वो मत करो, तो भैया करना क्या है वो भी तो बताओ. हाउ टू एंड व्हाट टू फॉर सुजोग प्रैक्टिशनर्स. फर्स्ट इज मरे बिना स्वर्ग नहीं दिखता है, खुद मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. यू हैव टू रीड व्हाट. आप अगर हमारी बुक्स उठा के लाओगे तो पैसा वेस्ट करोगे, वो हमें ही समझ में नहीं आती, आपको कैसे आएगी. सो यू शुड रीड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल विकिपीडिया. जो भी विकिपीडिया पे लिखता है ना बहुत फ्लुएंट, लूसिड, इजीली अंडरस्टैंडेबल लिखता है. आपके पास एक पेशेंट आता है, रीड विकिपीडिया फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, सिंपलिस्ट. विकिपीडिया के लास्ट में होता है सी ऑल्सो, उसमें लिंक्स होते हैं. तो अगर आप जोगरन सिंड्रोम उठाओगे तो आपको दूसरे जोगरन ऑटोइम्यून डिसऑर्डर दिखेंगे, ऑटोइम्यून के एक्सप्लेनेशन मिलेगा. तो यू स्पेंड योर टाइम ऑन विकिपीडिया. सेकेंड इज uptodate.com. मेरे पास यहाँ पे इंटरनेट एक्सेस नहीं है. सो दिस इज अ वेबसाइट मेनली मेंट फॉर फिजिशियंस, एक्चुअल फिजिशियंस. पेड वेबसाइट है, अराउंड 8,000 रुपीज पर मंथ. इसके अंदर हर टॉपिक का एक सेक्शन होता है पेशेंट इंफॉर्मेशन. आप उससे स्टार्ट करो. वेरी सिंपलिस्टिक, कोई मेडिकल जार्गन्स नहीं होते उसके अंदर. वंस यू आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड, पेशेंट आया, ये पेशेंट भी नहीं, आप somebody you heard about a disease, एग्जाम्पल बोले अल्सरेटिव कोलाइटिस, माइग्रेन, repeated stress injury. Every topic is there in this up to date, and there is a section patient information. वो आप पढ़िए. वो जब आपको पूरा समझ में आने लग जाएगा ना, हाँ भाई क्या लिखा है, and that section is meant for जनरल पब्लिक, उसमें मेडिकल जर्नल्स में लिखे होते हैं. देन यू उसमें बटन दबाया फॉर फिजिशियंस, देन यू गेट डिटेल्ड वन, वो फ्यूचर के लिए. देन इंडिविजुअल वेबसाइट, हर चीज, हर आज के ज़माने में हर चीज़ की एक सेपरेट वेबसाइट है. माइलोमा वालों का माइलोमा.org है, पार्किंसन वालों का पार्किंसन वालों की सोसाइटी है. सो हर स्पेशली वेस्टर्न साइट्स आर प्रिटी मच डिसेंटली कवरिंग देयर बेसिक. एक cancer.net है, उसमें आपको कैंसर रिलेटेड टॉपिक्स मिल जाएंगे विच इज ईजिली अंडरस्टैंडेबल. देन यूट्यूब, आज हर कोई अपना कंटेंट बनाना चाहता है. सर्च करोगे मेरे नाम से बहुत कंटेंट होगा, कर लो, आप सर्च कर लो. सो यूट्यूब पे भी यू विल गेट ए डिसेंट लेवल ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट डिजीजेज. और समहाउ यूट्यूब वाला है ना ऐसे पढ़ाएगा जितना प्रोफेसर भी नहीं पढ़ा सकता. सो सर्च ऑन यूट्यूब. देन रीड इंडियन ऑथर बुक्स. सो देयर इज समथिंग नोन एज जॉर्ज मैथ्यू, वो हमारे लिए होती है, बट इट इज सिंपल. इट इज सिंपल. बेस्ट इज टू रीड अ बुक जो आपकी लैंग्वेज में हो. आपको हिंदी आती है, हिंदी यू आर मोर कंफर्टेबल, हिंदी में टेक्स्ट पढ़िए. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू डू. बिना मरे स्वर्ग नहीं मिलेगा. इफ पॉसिबल साम दान दंड भेद कैसे भी करके भाई एक डॉक्टर से दोस्ती करो जो प्रिफरेबली आपकी एरिया में हो. आप एटलीस्ट सेम सिटी नहीं मिल रहा है तो एटलीस्ट ऑनलाइन कंसल्टेशन किसी के साथ रखो. क्यों? यू कैन रेफर दैट पेशेंट, सॉरी यू कैन रेफर दैट. भाई ये पेशेंट आया है, आप स्पेशली अगर वो पेशेंट पहले से कहीं से इवेलुएट होके नहीं आया, फर्स्ट टाइम आपके पास आया है, आप भेजो, सारे इवेल्युएशन करवाओ, एंड प्रिफरेबली यू सेंड द पेशेंट देयर, नॉट ओवर फोन, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ स्मॉल विजुअल क्यूज. मैं बताता हूँ कैसे. यहाँ काला काला होता है, कई लोग से होता है, मस्से बनते हैं, दैट इज अ साइन ऑफ मेटाबॉलिक सिंड्रोम. पेशेंट इज हैविंग इंसुलिन रेजिस्टेंस, पेशेंट शुड लूज वेट. अब ये वाला पेशेंट कहता है मेरी शुगर बढ़ रही है, मुझे थकान हो रही है, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, मन में खराब से विचार आते हैं. दिस पेशेंट नीड्स नथिंग एक्सेप्ट वेट रिडक्शन. या पीरियड्स गड़बड़ है. मैंने पेशेंट को देखा, यहाँ हम इसको एकांथोसिस निग्रिगेंस बोलते हैं, बट सो दिस इज वेयर फोन कंसल्टेशन विल नॉट वर्क. यू शुड सेंड द पेशेंट, भाई उस डॉक्टर से मिल के आ, कोई टेस्ट करने हैं तो करवा के आ, और टेस्ट वो डॉक्टर लिखे, आप लिखो, लेकिन एटलीस्ट somebody should see that person at least once. If you are doing an online to arrange an online consultation, आपने मेहनत करी, आपने किसी डॉक्टर से बात करी, पेशेंट को पता ही नहीं है आप लोग कितनी मेहनत कर रहे हो behind the scene. So involve the patient actively. If a doctor is involved, ask patient to take a consultation, patient to block the calendar of that doctor. ये दिस गोज बोथ वेज। एक तो पेशेंट को मालूम चला कि आपने इतनी मेहनत करी है, पेशेंट रेस्पेक्ट्स यू, पेशेंट रेस्पेक्ट दैट डॉक्टर, एंड इट पेशेंट से आपको फायदा हो गया, उस डॉक्टर को क्या फायदा होगा? कुछ भी नहीं। सो व्हेन पेशेंट बुक्स कंसल्टेशन, ask them to book a paid consultation. So at least that doctor has some motivation beside Jan Kalyan. Yes. So this is, you should make a friend in your city, at least somewhere जो आपको कंसल्ट कर पाए। पहले आप पढ़ो, फर्स्ट आपको पढ़ना है, उसके बाद ये स्टेप्स आते हैं। विद दिस आई एंड माई लेक्चर। Open to questions. इस केस के अलावा I have treated around 4 different cancer patients. We can discuss over lunch.
Hello, doctor. You really enlightened us with your medical knowledge. Yes. But it's been literally 2 decades that I have been doing Sujok. Yes, I belong to the pharma world. So I just want to tell you that I have been working on most of them. Of course, cancer is a very aggressive thing in the last stage. But I have been working on most of the chronic cases, which are irreversible. Now, if you are saying genetically nothing can be cured, then what about diabetes, heart diseases? All these people say, oh, this is a rheumatism. They say it is coming in my family. It is genetic, you see. Yes. But we have seen that yes, it takes time. But we have seen that I think Sujok, okay, if you talk about the acute things, that is there. But I have been working a lot on chronic problems where हारे हुए लोग आए हुए, where nothing can be done.
Yes.
मेरा ये एक्सपीरियंस रहा है 20 साल का that yes, Sujok works.
Yes, Sujok
आप क्या बोलते हैं?
So,
नहीं, आपने ऐसे बोला कि genetically you can't cure our reverse disease.
Coming to now, here comes you have to read the genetics.
Yeah.
Genetics, for everything there is a gene.
Yes.
आज तो आप गुस्सा भी करोगे ना, तो उसका भी एक जीन है।
Yes.
गिलास राइट से हाथ उठाते हो या लेफ्ट से उठाते हो, उसका भी जीन है। But there are some genes which are bound to get expressed.
Yes.
100%. And there are some genes which are epigenetically modified. So based on your occupation, environment, your oxidative stress, some genes may get expressed,
Yes.
some genes may not get expressed. All this diabetes, multifactorial disease, genetics plays a role.
Big role.
Big role, but is not the only control. So I will say, अगर आप अपना डायमंड की बात करें ना, तो ये कैंसर वाला, स्पेशली कैंसर वाले जीन्स आर काइंड ऑफ देयर आपका सोलर प्लेक्सस वाले जीन्स, सबसे कोर, योर कोर एक्सिस्टेंस इज हैव म्यूटेशन, एंड द अदर थिंग्स आपके हैबिट्स, बिहेवियर, डायबिटीज इज काइंड ऑफ सुपरफिशियल व्हिच इज चेंजेबल, मोर हेट्रो चेंजेबल. सो डिपेंड्स ऑन व्हाट वी आर ट्रीटिंग. Especially multifactorial में तो there are a lot of things. And yes, I have treated geography, I have treated autoimmune SLE. My wife was SLE, dsDNA positive SLE. Her SLE became negative. So things, it is
Yes,
magical.
you should say that genes expression do change also. That is there in the medical history.
Yes, yes.
We are seeing that.
But once एक पेशेंट को कैंसर डेवलप होना शुरू हो गया है ना, आप ये समझ लो,
Yes. We also understand.
उसकी बॉडी ने अलाउ करते हैं कैंसर ग्रो होना.
Yes.
आप ग्रो हो तो ये बॉडी उपजाऊ भूमि है और कैंसर ग्रो हो रहा है. ये स्टेज 4 की बात कर रहा हूँ. Anybody else?
Hello. See, I'm not here to advocate any of the side, but what is the intention behind this lecture? What is the intention?
To educate us.
Nahin, just to open the gates, है ना. बहुत सारे दरवाजे हैं, कुछ दरवाजे तक हम पहुंचते हैं, कुछ दरवाजे को हम खटखटाते हैं, कुछ दरवाजे में से हम झांक कर देखते हैं और कुछ दरवाजे हम पूरे खोलने की कोशिश करते हैं, कुछ दरवाजे में हम अंदर घुसते हैं वहाँ घूम फिर कर वापस आते हैं और फिर सोचते हैं कि अब क्या करना है। So, being a Sujok therapist is not just a role of a practitioner. For me, it's a big responsibility given by professor to bring it to the next generation. And when we talk about next generation, we literally have to understand what are the things we have to look into. Okay, so Dr. Patodia has tried to given so many such information which we are not yet came into the touch probably. I am not claiming that none of you came into the touch with those information. Okay, this time our intention of this conference is just to give you something which you have not got before. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed this session, and I am very much aware that your stomach is asking for food now. So I'll request Mansi to take over it, and after the felicitation of Dr. Patodia, we will be having a lunch. Thank you so much.
I request Asha aunty to facilitate Dr. Bharia sir. Felicitate.
One last thing I will also say, we should document. Something which is not documented does not exist in scientific community. So when you are treating a patient, then we must document it before treatment, during treatment what has happened, and what has happened after treatment. So we should have another lecture of how to document. Thank you.
To introduce
Hello. SJT Monisha Rawatji. She is the founder of Monisha's Mantra and Global Care Foundation Mumbai. She is an MSc MD in Alternative Medicine, a life coach, motivational speaker, corporate experience of 20 years as a research scientist, Masters of Sujok nutritionist, counselor, corporate trainer, Sujok diabetes specialist, international lecturer, Smile, Sujok and Smile Tai Chi. Her accolades are many. She's a certified expert in preventive of COVID-19, and she's a certified expert in epidemics, pandemics and outbreak from University of Pittsburgh. She's been awarded as Best Performing Teacher by International Sujok Association in 2019, winner of Health Excellence Award 2019, and she's been recognized by her efforts to help mankind by a Union Minister, Srimati Smriti Irani, on Women's Day. Her accolades are many, and I welcome her and ask her to take over the stage.
Thank you, Shubha. A very warm smile evening to respected Global President Dr. Minchul, President Bharat Dr. Mona Selvin, Asha ji, Shanda ji, everyone over here, and my whole Sujok family.
It gives me immense pleasure to stand over here in all humility, only and only because of the blessings of our Guru, Professor Park Jevo, and the Sujok therapy. I would like to begin with a very popular dialogue of Shah Rukh Khan from the movie Om Shanti Om. याद है आप लोगों को? अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे मिलाने की पूरी कोशिश करती है. If you want something in life from the bottom of your heart, so the whole universe will come with its abundant resources to help you. This is what happened in my life. As a child, बचपन से ही मैं किसी को रोते हुए देख नहीं सकती थी, किसी की सफरिंग देख नहीं सकती थी. I felt कि मैं हंस नहीं सकती हूँ if people around me are suffering. So I always had this life का goal कि मैं यही काम करूंगी. I will create a smiley world. अपने लिए ना, because I love to smile. So of course the obvious profession that we choose is doctor. Destiny, I think, wanted something else. So by a couple of marks मैं miss कर गई MBBS की seat. फिर मैंने सोचा चलता है, okay, let me go in the medicine world of research. So I did my masters in organic, and I started working in an API section in an R&D pharma company. And I said I'll work for 2 years and then I'll start my PhD working on, different medicines, specializing. I had great plans. Like with medicine, I can remove the sufferings of everyone around me and make everyone smile. But within 2 years of my work, I realized I was on the API with such deadly chemicals. हम लोग काम करते थे, पूरा हुड पहनते थे, फ्यूमिंग कबर्ड में काम करते थे. We used to get sometimes allergies, upset stomach, urticaria, name it, low immunity and all that. तो कहीं मुझे ये लगा कि जो हम रॉ मटेरियल्स यूज कर रहे हैं, इसके बहुत सारे साइड इफेक्ट्स हमारी बॉडी में भी होते होंगे. Secondly, I looked around and I saw कि if you are a diabetic patient, doctor says you are forever. If you are a hypertension patient, you are forever. Any disease, you were told that you can't stop your medicines, and so your suffering continues. So मैंने सोचा कि this is not right. कहीं ना कहीं तो कुछ तो solution होगा life में कि if we do something alternate therapy, and slowly that the diseases come to a stop. So मैं तो PhD का मेरा plan नहीं था. I was to go to research only. So I said with my job, I said this was also an experience, learning so many things with medicines and what it is doing inside our body, the pathway of diseases and all. It was educating me. So I said, let me start my research on alternate healing therapies. Of course, I started with the most common, which our Indian sciences are yoga, pranayama. Chakra was always my forte. I always had a liking for chakra balancing, mudras, and I'm basically a nutritionist. So nutritional healing was always my subject of interest. So I started, helping people out with these things. एक मेरा बहुत बड़ा advantage है कि I can motivate people, I can convince people. So मेरा एक ही था कि just try it out in my office, with my friends, everywhere, with my relatives, and things were working. But still, मुझे एक solid answer नहीं मिला था. Yes, कोई मेरे पास कोई बीमारी के लिए आए, I will give them so many options, but that yes was missing. That was when I came across this great magical Sujok therapy. I always am very grateful to my friend who introduced me to it, and my first Sujok teacher, Kavita Chandanji. She forced me कि आप प्रोफेसर पाक जेवू का इंटरनेशनल सेशन जयपुर में था, यू हैव टू अटेंड इट, कुछ भी हो जाए, मतलब मेरे बच्चों के एग्जाम्स, नो नथिंग डूइंग, यू हैव टू अटेंड इट। सो फर्स्ट टाइम आई वॉज गोइंग आउट ऑफ द हाउस विदाउट माई फैमिली। मुझे लगा ही नहीं कि मेरे हस्बैंड यस बोलेंगे, पर इन्होंने यस बोल दिया, जाओ बोला। एंड आफ्टर दैट देयर वाज नो टर्निंग पॉइंट। सो दैट वाज इट एंड आई वाज वेरी ब्लेस्ड कि पहले ही सेशन में वन लाइन विच प्रोफेसर अटर्ड चेंज्ड माय लाइफ। उन्होंने कहा, लिव ईच मोमेंट ऑफ योर लाइफ एज इफ इट इज द लास्ट मोमेंट। ओह माय गॉड, मुझे तो लगा कि मेरे पास एंडलेस मोमेंट्स हैं, मेरे पास समय है कुछ भी करने को, कभी भी करने को। पर प्रोफेसर क्या बोल रहे हैं? आई डिडंट स्लीप फॉर नाइट्स, आई वाज जस्ट ट्विस्टिंग एंड व्हाट इज दिस हैपनिंग, कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि ये मेरा आखिरी मोमेंट हो सकता है? तो आई हैव टू डू इट। आई रियलाइज्ड कि मेरे पास लिमिटेड मोमेंट्स हैं विथ लिमिटेड ब्रेथ्स, and I knew that we have got this human life for collecting our karmas, and what the better way than Sujok therapy. So this is what started me, and after that till today I have not looked back. आपने देखा होगा हमारे डॉक्टर अभी उन्होंने जो इतना बढ़िया दिया ओपनिंग, but somewhere you know I got very emotional that you know when he said these things. But he's right, he's a doctor, from his medical point of view he's right. But then for me Sujok is God. My God is my professor. With every treatment, with every session, I always feel his presence. I think all of you are going through the same thing. So it's like that for all of us. So I would like to show you a very short film मेरे बारे में थोड़ा सा. So सक्सेस, आई वॉज टोल्ड बाय द ISA, आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल कि उन्होंने मुझे ये चांस दिया कि भाई तुम अपनी स्ट्रगल टू सक्सेस स्टोरी सुनाओ। मैं नहीं सोचती हूँ कि ये मेरा सक्सेस मेरा डेस्टिनेशन है। आई फील सक्सेस इज कंटिन्यूसली फॉर मी टू वर्क फॉर पीपल, टू ब्रिंग अ स्माइल ऑन ईच वंस फेस। सो एक छोटा सा मेरा वीडियो आई वुड लाइक टू, आप हैं स्टार्ट करेंगे 1 minute. You can start that.
Hello, I am Dr. Monisha Rawat, founder of Monisha's Mantra and Global We Care Foundation, NGO. At Monisha's Mantra, we help individuals connect with their self-healing power, thus reversing their irreversible health issues without medicine. I feel blessed that it is because of my parents that I inherited the love for nature. Being mountain folks, we always spent our vacations in the lap of nature, high up in the mountains, away from the hustle bustle of the city life. I worked as a researcher in the pharma industry for 24 years. It was here that my journey of healing without medicines began with 2 simple questions. Can we heal ourselves without medicines? And how can we stay fit and healthy all our lives? I began the studies and research with our Indian healing sciences, the yoga, pranayama, chakras, mudras, meditation, Ayurveda. Nutritional healing has always been the field of my interest, and I specialized as a nutritionist. I did my MD in alternate medicine and am a certified counselor. But the turning point of my life was studying the great drugless Sujok therapy under the eminent Nobel inventor, Professor Park Jewu. I specialized as an international lecturer and a therapist and a Sujok diabetes specialist. I started understanding that along with our nutrition, our physical fitness, the environment surrounding us, as well as our thought process, has a major impact on our health and fitness. I had found the answers, and I sincerely wanted to spread this message to every human being on this earth. And so we conceived the Monisha's Mantra, where we are working on 3 platforms. First, our treatments, which comprises of the integrated holistic program, wherein the only medicine that we use is the patient's energy. We help people transform their lives in a positive manner by balancing their emotional, mental, spiritual and physical states, thereby reversing their irreversible health issues without medicine. Wherein we teach very simple, effective natural techniques to stay healthy as well as prevent and treat common day-to-day health issues like hyperacidity, gas, constipation, cold, cough, congestion, sinusitis, low immunity, insomnia and all kinds of pains without medicine. We have trained and empowered more than 10,000 individuals and conducted more than 500 workshops around the globe. Our third platform is the health awareness programs. For the past 2 decades, we have been conducting innumerable health awareness programs, campaigns, sessions in communities, educational institutions, corporate houses, rural areas, old age homes, orphanages, social welfare clubs like the Lions and the Rotary. During the COVID pandemic, we started our We Care campaign on the digital platform, where we shared simple Sujok tips to boost immunity and fight the coronavirus, which was a great success. In order to reach to the masses, I write articles and columns in newspapers and magazines. We get a very positive feedback from people benefiting from our articles, where we share natural ways to prevent and treat diseases. To further our drive of commitment towards health and wellness without medicine to one and all, we have formed our NGO, the Global We Care Foundation, and we would like everyone to join us in this noble cause. We have been very fortunate that our hard work and perseverance of the past 2 decades has been recognized and appreciated with innumerable awards and accolades. My special thanks to all my Sujok teachers and mentors who have helped me through this journey. Monisha's mantra dreams of a beautiful planet where each one of us are smiling and healthy.
Now that I had found Sujok, I had understood that it is such a great thing that I wanted to spread it to the masses, as professor's vision is there, everyone's vision is there, to every human being on this earth. And उसके लिए मैंने एक clear अपना vision बनाया सबसे पहले कि मैं कैसे I will create a positive difference in the world around me by making people aware of healthy living. See, what is the reason for diseases? Please let me tell you, 90% of the diseases, except accidents or some very serious genetic ones, are because of us. They are because of us. हमें कोई बीमारी होती है, हम immediately डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं दवाई के लिए. But if we work on the cause, we can come out of it. We are the reason, and I wanted to tell people that we are the cause. The good news is, you can cure your disease. I never call myself a healer. I am helping people get connected to their healing power. This is what I say. Healer हम सबके अंदर बैठा हुआ है. It's only that we are not connected. बस अब मुझे पता चल गया था, and I wanted to spread this. अब मैं कैसे spread करूँ? If I just start talking about Sujok, no one is going to believe me. No one at that time had heard about this. And people make fun. It hurts me. As Dr. Minchul was saying, ये मूंग के दाने लगाने हैं. Then वो बेचारों को भी मालूम नहीं है कि छोटी-मोटी बीमारियां आपकी ठीक हो सकती हैं Sujok से. You know, it really hurts me because I have seen for the past 19-20 years that we are working. हम लोग का expertise है Monisha's mantra का to work on all the serious illnesses. अच्छा, we do not give any guarantee. हम कोई guarantee नहीं देते हैं. But we have seen people are suffering so much. अगर 80% भी उनकी प्रॉब्लम ठीक हो सकती है, 80% भी उनकी दवाइयाँ कम हो सकती है, is it bad? Is it bad? Slowly उनकी सारी दवाइयाँ बंद हो जाती हैं. It takes time. It's not a joke. I've got patients coming to me continuously for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and they're seeing the results. So this is what I wanted to spread. Then we started with the First, we started with the brand identity. कि मुझे कैसे कोई पहचाने? How will anyone recognize me? I should be different. Okay? So, first thing we did was Monisha's mantra. The second important thing जो हमने काम किया है वो tagline, healing without medicine. That catches, it's a very catchy line. For me it was easier because everyone knew that I was with healing with medicine, and now she's talking about healing without medicine. In my office also people used to make fun of me. जब मैं उनको सुजोग करूँ, कोई न्यूट्रिशन के, they used to make fun. They say, how you're talking like this? तुम healing with medicine में काम कर रही हो and you're talking about healing without medicine? I said, just try now what I'm saying. The best part was when my MD came to be treated, with our Sujok. So that time I understood that what is the power of this great Sujok therapy. अब करें क्या? इसके बाद we had already had a brand, this identity, and the tagline healing without medicine. उसके बाद अब मुझे spread करना है ये Sujok therapy. 19-20 years back. आज काफी लोग सुने हैं सुजोग के बारे में, पर वो टाइम में कुछ नहीं था. So how did I start? अब मैं सिर्फ भाषण दूंगी तो people will not understand. So I thought कि let me start treating people. So I live in a very big complex, more than 1,000 flats are there. So through friends, treating friends or someone, whenever I had the time, एक जुनून हो गया था मेरे अंदर कि नहीं, I want everyone to do Sujok. So whenever I had the time, I was in a joint family with my children growing up and I was also working. But जब भी मुझे टाइम मिलता था, मैं किसी के घर में जाके I used to knock the door. When I understood कि उनको तकलीफ है, sometimes people used to open the door, sometimes they used to not open the door. But I never felt insulted. अरे कैसे ये आदमी ऐसे नो बोल दिया मुझे कभी ऐसा बुरा नहीं लगा. I just went ahead, and within I think 6 months, 1 year, people in my locality started understanding कि ये जो कर रहे हैं. I was doing at that time for 4 years I've done Sujok acupuncture. Afterwards I don't use needles at all. So that time I had to go to a person's house and sit in his house for at least 45 minutes, 45 to 1 hour. So it was a very tedious this, but I didn't mind that. Within a year, लोग मुझे जानने लगे and they started coming to my house. Let me tell you, I studied Sujok therapy under Professor for 6 years till he passed away in March 2010. I never charged a single penny from anyone because I wanted to learn. I wanted to experience the results. I'm a scientist, I always want results. So I wanted to experience it. कि ये क्या है? Every year when Professor came, I attended the session and I would practice. And I would get such wonderful results. I feel that the universe चाहता था कि मैं ये Sujok करूँ. And that was the reason I started doing it. Slowly people started coming to my house. रात को 10:30 के बाद, when my whole family slept, of course they have supported me too much. बॉम्बे में आपको मालूम है छोटे छोटे घर होते हैं. So very small house we have now also. So drawing room, they used to leave, they used to be inside, and I used to treat people. They used to say, ma'am, रात के 12 बज गए हैं, हम कल आएंगे. मैंने नहीं, आज ही मैं करूँगी क्योंकि कल मुझे मालूम था और बड़ा क्राउड होगा. तो मैं अराउंड 12:30-1 बजे सोती थी. आपको मैं बता नहीं सकती. And I used to get up at 4:30 because मुझे 6:30 ऑफिस जाना है, खाना बनाना है, सब कुछ करना है. So this was the way I lived. धीरे धीरे one patient told me कि मेरा फ्लैट खाली है, आप ऑफिस से डायरेक्ट उधर आ सकते हैं. So that I started and I started getting a bigger crowd. इसके साथ कोई भी बोलता था कि मैं कम्युनिटी से attached हूँ. I used to say, अभी people had seen, they were seeing results. So I said, can I come and speak? So they used to say, they saw the results. Okay, you can speak. फिर कोई किटी पार्टी होती थी, हमारी किटी पार्टी है, 10 जन होते थे. I said, can I come? I will just speak for 15 minutes. But will you believe, full kitty party would be Sujok. क्योंकि इतना इंटरेस्टिंग है Sujok. People used to say, अरे कैसे ये दर्द जा रहा है, कैसे ऐसा हो रहा है, and they would be interested. Rotary clubs, Lions club, जो भी मेरे friends थे, I always asked them, I want a session. And half an hour is all that is given. You all must be knowing as a speaker in Rotary and Lions. But I always ended up getting 1 hour. because the topic was so interesting. And out of the way, then they used to call me again on a Sunday or something that we will keep a special session for you. Then schools I started going. Public schools, it's not that easy. I started going to municipality schools. I said, municipality schools bhi chalega. Because I understood that children are the base, they are the foundation of our nation. So if they are healthy, if they little bit understand about health, it will be great. So schools, college, I started moving. Uske baad, all the, as I said, educational corporates, corporate world is my world. So it was not very difficult for me. और corporate में आप सबको पता है कि stress is the biggest word there. So how to work on stress? कैसे pain, stress की वजह से BP है, diabetes है, pains हैं, everything. So there I became a hit. And I could customize it. पहले से मुझे, I'm a motivational speaker. So whatever they said, you have to speak on this topic. Insurance company, they will say you speak on this topic. Some other company, they will say speak on this topic. And this is the way I went ahead, started talking about Sujok. I got an offer to write article. I'm not a very good writer, but I think Sujok made me a writer as well. So they told me, they gave me a contract of 1 year. For 1 year, we will give you the contract of the paper. But that paper became such a big hit because of the Sujok articles that abhi 8 saal ho gaye, I'm still writing it. 8 to 9 years I've been. So many others, aap log jo mere isme, you must be seeing, I send every week one small, our part only I send, Sujok ka. So this was the way I started. अब एक पागलपन हो गया कि नहीं, ये चीज सबको मिलनी चाहिए. And let me tell you, I never thought about money. We kept investing. Wherever we had to go, whatever we had to do, we kept investing. Whatever. We never thought that I should get return. Anything in return, that was something I never thought about. And of course, my husband, Surendra Rawat, he supported me in every way. In every way, he was there. He was working. I called him back. When I started, once Professor passed away, I thought that अब मेरी और भी ड्यूटी बन जाती है कि मुझे सुजोक को और भी स्प्रेड करना है. And then in October, I started my own. We had a clinic there. And then I needed my husband to run the show professionally. So he was having a very lucrative job in Zambia. He was a head, he's a sales marketing guy. So I told him, just leave it and we will earn blessings over here. And he never hesitated for a minute. Everyone was angry, bhai, kaise tum bula rahi ho, he's earning and he's young now. Maila chalta hai na, just see what we are going to do. Because one thing I want to tell you, my parents' education, they told me only one thing, beta, earn blessings in life. Everything will follow. So I felt that this was the opportunity I got with Sujok and I would do it. And then I had learned so many alternate therapies. मैंने उसमें इतनी रिसर्च की थी, डीप स्टडी की थी. Sujok is our main treatment modality. बट जैसे डॉक्टर मोना सेल्वन जी ने बोला कि लाइफस्टाइल चेंजेस, थोड़ा योग प्राणायाम करेंगे, न्यूट्रिशन पे ध्यान देंगे, सब चीज, माइंड प्रोग्रामिंग वी शुड बी डू. सो ऑल दैट इफ यू कंबाइन विद सुजोक, इट बिकम्स अ लीथल टूल टू क्योर डिजीजेस. दिस इज व्हाट आई कैन स्टैंड ओवर हियर एंड टेल यू, बिकॉज दिस हैज बीन माय एक्सपीरियंस. अगर आप हमारे यूट्यूब में जाओगे तो मेरे लेक्चर्स बहुत कम हैं उधर, मेरे टेस्टिमोनियल्स बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. And sometimes people ring us up and say, what are you telling all lies? कोई हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांट का केस में जिंदा रह सकता है, कोई ऐसा COPD केस कोई बच सकता है, बट बचे हैं बहुत सारे ऐसे miracles we have been seeing every day in our clinic. So this was the way we went about. So awareness we created. You can see that. So that was a nice thing, that because we started with very small crowds, कि धीरे धीरे we could get such large crowds. And I never hesitated. 6 years में generally मैं अकेली ही चली जाती थी जहाँ बुलाते हैं मेरे को. एक मैं आपको बहुत example छोटा सा देना चाहती हूँ. The MD of a company, Aditya Birla, he came for my treatment. He used to come to my house. So he said, Monisha, whatever you are saying and doing, I want it for my team. That was an R&D. So we fixed a workshop there. मॉर्निंग में 3 घंटा एंड आफ्टर लंच 3 घंटा। तो अब आप सोचिए कि R&D वाले हैं, साइंस वाले हैं, will they come for the topic healing without medicines? So there were hardly 15 people and the HR came and apologized to me. He said कि madam we are very sorry that we cannot have more people because they say what rubbish he is going to talk about healing without medicine. Okay, अभी मैंने तो commit किया था, I said okay. So during the pre-lunch session, we had a session, and in the middle I saw one guy, he was in trouble, he was in some pain. So I asked him, sir, are you in pain? Any problem do you have? So he said, for the past 1 month I have got this toothache, I have tried all medicines, but मेरा दर्द नहीं जा रहा है. So I was teaching them little on with the whiteboard pen, Sujok ka. So I said, come here. And with that black pen, the animal system, I think you all know. So I just colored that black. I didn't do anything more. मेरे पास कुछ और था नहीं. And within 10 minutes he was smiling. He stood up and he said, my pain has disappeared. What did you do? And you won't believe, this is the magic of Sujok. And then lunchtime, the news spread like fire. Then you can imagine, जो post session का lunch का, it was a stampede. And MD had told me that I will not be coming for your session because I am very busy. He was sitting right in front. So this is the magic of Sujok, you know. If you believe, then it happens. Miracles only happen if you believe. And this science, it's a proper science which professor has taught. I can tell you when patients, when they come in pain and when we do the 4-way of level 2, oh my God, they can't believe कि पेन मेरा at present गायब हो गया. ये कैसे गायब हो गया? So how could he? He was an enlightened soul. He was not an ordinary person. He was not an ordinary person, and his theory is not ordinary. We have to understand this because we have experienced it. We have experienced it. So as you can see, articles जो मेरे लिखती हूँ मैं. Personal engagement, this is what in the starting, now also people never feel that I am not around. I've got a big team, but wherever it's possible, the personal engagement is always there with us. Even the patients, I see to that in the middle I am taking a few sessions of my patients. As you can see, relationship building, that is what I've worked on. I remember professor's words, even if you are doing basic level 1 treatment, your intention should be pure. That is what, yes, that is what we did. That is most important thing which I teach my students, my patients also, that intention should be very pure. That you want to help the person, you want to see the person smile, you want to reduce that person's suffering. So this is what we did. Every patient, every student of mine, I know their personal story. They can connect to us at any time of the day as well as night. There are no restrictions. I have said at night you can't WhatsApp me, you ring me up if you have any problem. And this is the relationship we have built, and that is why it spreads word of mouth. Okay, even if the patient has been there 10 years back, but he always gets his patients to us because he knows that he is in safe hands. And by God's grace, by professor's blessings, till now I don't remember having any in my clinic patients suffering from side effects. That is one of the most important things we work on. कि चक्कर आके गिर गया या उल्टी आ गई या बोला कि पेन बढ़ गया बहुत ज़्यादा, ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. Supporting sustainable growth is what we look for. We always look for long-term things, not for short-term. ट्रीटमेंट हो गया नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है. उसके साथ रिलेशनशिप वी हैव टू हैव. कभी ना कभी ही विल कॉल अस फॉर एनी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम. अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम में 1000 के अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम में इवन इफ 5 पीपल वी गिव सम वेरी सिंपल ट्रीटमेंट्स वी टीच सुजोक के, इवन इफ 5 पीपल फॉलो दैट, that is the satisfaction. Oh, you have understood. We have at least given the message that yes, you are not alone in your suffering. There is hope. There is hope. You can, your suffering can become less. You can come out of it. Okay? So that is within us. We shouldn't be forgetting that. Okay? So that is what, and of course we are active in the networking platforms like BNI. My husband manages that part. He's in BNI. So adaptation to changing trends. Of course, first I had to go everywhere. Now, after COVID, everything has changed. So it's an online thing. I think the world has become very approachable. Previously, we couldn't work on international or even cities. If the person was from Delhi or anywhere place, it was not easy for any courses or any treatments and all. And now we reach out to anyone around the globe. That is very satisfying, as well as our treatments. That has given me another thing कि भाई online treatment means I am not touching the patient and वो patient ठीक कैसे हो रहा है? Then I realized it's the universal energy which is working with our Sujok therapy. So that's most important. We get excellent results. Excellent is not the word, We have worked on very people. One lady recently, she was a dentist in Australia and suddenly she was going blind. She went blind by one eye. She was okay. The second eye she started becoming blind. What to do now? A dentist doing very well. And all the doctors around the globe said that we cannot do anything about it. She was on heavy steroids. But when the starting, her husband online, husband उनके साथ बैठते थे treatment के लिए, Zoom session में, and धीरे वो ठीक हो गई है आज. She did our level 1 course also. So that is what I am saying कि this is the power of Sujok. So I want ये सब जो results आते हैं ना, that is why I want this has to spread. Everyone's suffering should reduce. And I work a lot on preventive measures also. What I feel is, if we work, we just take our health for granted. It's been literally 20 years, we have never gone to a doctor. Family doctor एक बार कोई function में मिले थे, बोला भाई क्या हो गया, आते ही नहीं आप लोग. But we don't need it. Because I practice on myself also Sujok every day. I don't miss out a single day of my Sujok. So this is what I teach my students also. When we treat our students and patients, we see to that we teach them some basic things which they have to do. Our basic is so powerful. Your immune system can start increasing at that time only. And we all know immunity is the main reason for all maximum diseases, right up to cancer. We all know that. So if we can work on simple treatments, and our treatments are so simple. Now today we know digestive disorders are most common. Sabko digestive problems हैं, and they are the reason for all the serious diseases. अब आप देखिए लोग आते हैं हमारे पास 10 साल 20 साल से इतनी problems हैं. They're taking medicines, they're doing so many alternative things. But when they come to us, of course we also guide them lifestyle changes. But साथ में जब Sujok add कर देते हैं, तो within a very short time they're out of it. That's how simple it is. So this is what I want to say. It's a very simple means to empower our self-healing system. It's a very simple means. Simply if you're going to energize your main organs every day with simple massage, with simple points, you will see the result. You will see the result. Nothing more. If you do that much also, you will see how you can maintain your health in a great way. So these things we are teaching everyone in our awareness programs, with our students, patients, everyone. There's a basic protocol that I give that everyone must know that. And we are very consistent, so we are into the Facebook, Instagram, everything, YouTube, Telegram, and we are very consistent with our reels. And let me tell you that whatever we earn from Sujok, we have not used it for our personal purpose. We are giving it back. We want this to increase. So whatever this, we are having a proper professional team. We are not doing all these things on our own. Okay, it's a professional marketing, this team, sales team we are having with the digital, everything is done and all our reels are done professionally. जितने भी हम reels डालते हैं, according to the trend that is there. अभी जैसे डेंगू चल रहा है तो उसके ऊपर हम कुछ points Sujok का डालते हैं. सर्दी जुकाम चल रहा है, बुखार चल रहा है, seasonal we put these points. So we help people like that. So the followers are increasing. Followers are increasing of what? Of Sujok therapy. That is our intention. That is the main intention we have. So you can, if you are into my this, you can see that every time this is what we do. I had gone to New Zealand for my daughter's convocation. There also, but before going there, 2 months before, we started searching a platform where we could have a session on Sujok. So by God's grace, हम लोग को 2 sessions करने को मिले न्यूजीलैंड में भी, and they were shocked कि my God, is there a process like this where you can treat diseases? People are shocked. How can this be possible? And we people are so lucky that we are introduced to this great Sujok therapy and are not doing anything about it. There is so much of insecurity. Sometimes you get very nervous because of your fellow therapist and all. So these things should not come in the way. It has to spread for humanity. This is what I want to say. Don't keep things, knowledge to yourself. Whatever you know, put it in the media, put it wherever you can, have sessions, just open it up. Just open it up. Okay, so the testimonials you must have seen, we are having a lot of testimonials. People trust us, they come to us. If you see, there are doctors, international, everyone comes to learn, comes to for treatments and everything, for trainings and everything they come, and they are always ready because the trust factor is there. Yes, that Monisha's mantra can be trusted and they are doing, yes, my problem can be solved. That is the main thing that we talk about. You can see offline, online, doctors coming to us. Now doctors coming to us is really a great thing for us. That is the main thing when doctors also understand today that many of the diseases cannot be cured at all. So they need it, they need. And of course the management whole thing has been done by my better half, Mr. Surendra Rawat. So he is the one, the backbone of Monisha's mantra. In every way, any decisions are taken by him, and the resource allocation, that whatever we manage the whole thing, the funds that come, how they have to be put back, so that again we can work on Sujok, what we can do, how to spread it. We have got a proper professional team of therapists as well as sales and marketing. So for our therapists also, it's a very, very dedicated team. We continuously have meetings. We have team building retreats. Every 3 months we take them out. So not only as Dr. Minchul said, कि professor always stressed on one thing, that you are healing people, you are a therapist, but morality is most important. You know, if you are not on the right path, your consciousness eats you up, and that affects the treatment when we are treating people. Somewhere if things are wrong, it definitely affects the treatment part, it affects your energy balances. So that is what we are very strict about. So if our therapists are there, team is there, they have to be emotionally, mentally, physically balanced. And the morality part is the main thing that I always see when I am taking a therapist. Okay, the chalta hai attitude is not there. So there are a lot of sacrifices and everything which everyone has to do. Tab jaake you get those results. Otherwise you just do upri. You can be technically very sound. You can be the best doctor. But if that consciousness is not there, that intention is not there, things are not that great. Okay? So that's what we talk about. So this is our team, and of course we have added more in our team. And एक वीडियो जरा आप दिखाएंगे? Excuse me? वीडियो जरा. हमारा जो वीडियो था टीम का, ये थोड़े से ही लोगों का हमने लिया लास्ट मिनट में.
I eat, sleep, breathe and live Monisha's mantra. सबसे पहले मोनिशा's मंत्रा में आई तभी मैं कहाँ पे खो गई थी, मैं अपने आप को ढूंढ रही थी, और मोनिशा's मंत्रा ज्वाइन करने के बाद मैंने अपने आप को पाया, मैंने अपने आप को और तराशा. बस वही मेरा सबसे बड़ा अचीवमेंट है.
MM for me is a journey towards health and happiness. मोनिशा's मंत्रा मेरे लिए पॉजिटिविटी का सोर्स है, जैसा सन वैसा रंग.
Monisha's mantra for our family is a place where we have learned how to take care of our health in a very positive manner.
Monisha's mantra is now a way of life for me. It has impacted both my personal and professional life.
सीखने आई थी सुजोग के घर, सीखने आई थी सुजोग के घर, पर जिंदगी के अहम मंत्र मिले, खुद से आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिले, जब मोनिशा मंत्रा से पूछे।
जो हमारी टीम है, we've got a very big team, a very dedicated team. So then we have these meetings on a very regular basis where we do the strategic planning for how we are going to grow, कैसे हमको बढ़ना है. Professionally we have to grow and we have to feel the presence of our Monisha's mantra of Sujok has to be felt in every field. So these meetings are continuously conducted. We have to have this mission of professor that we have to spread this Sujok therapy to every human being on this earth. So we have lots of fun as well. Measurement and reporting is a very important thing for us क्योंकि हमारे स्पेशली वो द पेशेंट्स की प्रोग्रेस जो रहती है हमारे लिए बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है. सो वी हैव दीज फॉलोअप्स with them percentage wise, plus we have the feedback forms. So continuously, if a case is not working very well, every session for us is important. So then the therapist, it happens that when there is a team, you know, many minds work together. So that makes a difference. आप अकेले किसी को ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं और 5-6 लोग आपके साथ मिलकर आइडिया दे रहे हैं, आपको बता रहे हैं कि ऐसा कर सकते हैं, तो that works more. I've always believed in teamwork. I will never say कि I want to do individually things because individual is individual. You can think only to one limit, as Dr. Mona Selvan said, that this is my view. But when there is a team, they have got 4 or 5 views, and that makes a difference. Okay, so that's very important. Where the patient's progress is there, we work a lot on that part. Innovation and adaptation, of course, as I said, that we are on online now, and not only that, जो मैं 19 years पहले ट्रीटमेंट करती थी और आज मैं ट्रीटमेंट कर रही हूँ, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क है. मेरी जो वर्कशॉप्स भी रहती थी, वेदर दे आर कॉर्पोरेट और एनी कम्युनिटी और ISA का, सो दे आर ऑल्सो वेरी मच गेटिंग इम्प्रोवाइज्ड. And we are always ready for suggestions from our patients and students. I will not say that I am supreme. I want everyone to be part of it. That is the way we are working. And transparency is always there. Whatever we are doing, we discuss it with our patients, with our students, and then we do it. So that transparency and trust is always there. Yes, I am a corporate trainer. So one thing, as I said, to my advantage is that I was in this field for 24 years, so I understand the mindset. वो time पे भी मैं हमेशा I used to think one thing, you know, that people are so frustrated over there, you know, they are having so much of knowledge, they are so good in their everything, but still that insecurity is there. और मैं मन में सोचती थी कि एक दिन मैं जरूर आके इनको lecture दूंगी, and that thing happened. So that I always understood that part, and as I said, I am a motivational speaker. I can motivate people very nicely. So that has worked with me. Then engaging the crowd. We have a lot of interactive sessions. Then we teach some, you know, now we are doing Sujok also. We will tell them this is the way you have to do, they have to do it. All those things we do. Many things we add so that the crowd, you know, the participants do not feel they are not part of the team. And then we customize the workshops as they want it. So those things are there, and problem solving becomes easier for me because I'm from the pharma industry. If they ask me questions about their health and all, somewhere I can guide them better. So that works better for me. And of course, it's a passion for teaching. My parents were teachers, and that thing I've inherited in me. I love to teach. So many, all the time workshops are there, teaching. Audience, how do we get our audience? As you have seen, that the segmentation is there, you know. If I have to work for diabetes cases, so I have to work on that type of audience. Okay, if it's a heart case, heart patients, because today these 3 diseases are main. Heart diseases, diabetes, and third is kidney failures. These are the 3 diseases I'm working on. It's really sad.
that people don't even know that it's because of their diabetes and hypertension and the stress and the medicines they take that the kidneys are failing. अगर आप देखेंगे हर नुक्कड़ पे एक डायलिसिस सेंटर है. It is such a hopeless condition. It's very sad. And if you will see 50% of the people are young. They are young. And Sujok has got a wonderful treatment. Of course, many other things are there. We never guarantee. But we have seen their GFR getting better, their creatinine reducing. This is the way we are working and it's really helping. We are open. See, as I said, I am not against medicine because I belong to the medicine world. I tell my students also, if they want to start, do not stop anyone's medicine. It's only when slowly you start balancing the energies with your treatments. Afterwards, I never stop any medicine by myself. I send them to the doctor. The doctor removes the reports, and if he feels that this is better, they will reduce. No doctor is foolish that if the person's sugar levels are low or his GFR, they will increase the medicine. They will not do that. It's their responsibility. So I never stop anyone's medicine. It is slowly done by the doctors when our treatment goes on. So this is, I always give this the first rule to all my students who want to treat people. Just don't stop medicines of anyone. Okay? You have to be careful of that. So we do this segmentation if we are going in a corporate, if we are going with children. We are asked. In colleges, we went to the young girls' colleges where girls are suffering from typical diseases like PCOD. Today in India, 10 में से 1 जन को polycystic ovarian syndrome है. So these problems we segregate and then we take separate lectures for them. Accordingly we go. Online presence is always there. Content marketing first. I used to only write everything. Now we have got writers for content and everything. And events, we take part. जैसे diabetes का month रहता है पूरा November 14th and all. So we are ready to join some event, or we also create events over there on sites, any events, World Arthritis Day, World Heart Day, all these things. We are very eager to Women's Day. So we always want to have events, Republic Day. So we are always ready. Anywhere they call us, even societies or anything, we are ready to go. Yes, the role of personal appearance is most important. Because the patients, the students copy us. So if we are going to promote a healthy lifestyle, a healthy ways to live, it has a positive impact on our patients and students. That is what I say. People keep asking both of us, are you not taking any medicine? Don't you have any disease? They are not ready to believe that we don't have any problem. Yes, and that is why they are more confident. Yes, even if we follow Sujok, even हम भी ऐसा सब करेंगे, तो क्या हम भी ठीक हो सकते हैं? हम भी आपकी तरह हो सकते हैं? We call the walk the talk. So whatever you are saying, you have to do it. Second is non-verbal communication. So your personal appearance should definitely match what you are talking. You are saying कि किसी को, suppose a person has come to you for some disease, diabetes के लिए आया, you say you reduce now 5 kgs and you are obese. How can you say that? You can't say that. You have pain in your knee and doctor has told you knee transplant and you are telling the patient, oh हमारे पास knee transplant reverse हो जाता है. It's not okay. It's not okay. तो वो भी हमें देखना है कि हम थेरेपिस्ट हैं, तो इमोशनली, मेंटली, फिजिकल लेवल पे वी हैव टू बी बैलेंस्ड एंड देन द एनर्जी एंड प्रेजेंस. So automatically, if your energies are balanced, you will see that you can experience, people around you can experience that ma'am, how you can be so energetic and healthy. So you have to become, that presence of your energy should be felt around. That's most important. I always tell everyone, please first cure yourselves before talking big things. Yes, Sujok cures, Sujok helps in every way, but you have to be first the example. उसके बाद आप दूसरी बात कीजिए and it works more. So I have been nominated for the President's Award, Bharatiya Samman Award,
And I feel really proud that it is because of the Sujok world that I'm here, and I can share this, the whole credit I give to my Sujok family. If I wouldn't have met Professor and had this great opportunity to learn Sujok and spread it, I wouldn't be over here. Thank you so much. And of course, in the end, all my mentors and teachers with Sujok, with Professor and everyone, my soulmates, they are not there today, Aarti and Salma, who have helped me so much in this field. They gave me so much of confidence. They are very senior to me when I joined Sujok. And it was really great. My teacher, first teacher, Kavita, Chandanji, and all my rest of my teachers, you all have set a great example. Yes, we can do it. We can go on a mission. और आखिरी में I would like to conclude my session with just one line of the great poet दुष्यंत सिंह. अगर आप हिंदी साहित्य में हैं, कोई बहुत फेमस है. मेरे सीने में नहीं, तेरे सीने में तो सही, ये आग कहीं तो, ये आग कहीं भी हो, लेकिन आग तो जलनी चाहिए, लेकिन सुजोक की आग जलनी चाहिए. Do you all believe in that? So like fire, we can spread Sujok. Okay, we can do it if we just leave all our inhibitions. We just work selflessly. It's the greatest therapy, I'm telling you, for humanity. And we were so lucky that the universe sent Professor Park Jae-woo on this earth and connected him to us. So I have started my mission that every human being on this earth should know Sujok. I don't know how many more lives I will take to complete my mission, but it is fixed that this is my main mission of life, and I'm going to go ahead with it. And I want all of you to join. Are you all there? That's it. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently.
This success is not only of Monisha ji, but also her husband Shri Surendra ji Rawat. So I call on her stage. I call him on the stage. Varsha Package will present memento. Anyone wants to ask any question to Monisha ji? Anyone want to ask any question? Someone is asking.
मैम योर स्पीच वॉज आउटस्टैंडिंग एंड जैसे कि आपने बताया मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर है, हम रियली मोटिवेटेड हो गए. क्वेश्चन जो है वो सुजोक के रिलेटेड नहीं है, थोड़ा सा आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स है. द थिंग इज कि जिस तरीके से आपने यहाँ पे मोटिवेशनल स्पीच दी है, आपने बताया कि आप ऐसे अगर कोई आपको आप मतलब सेल्फलेसली भी आप कभी वर्क करते हैं, राइट. अगर कभी अहमदाबाद में हमें लगे हमारे पास ऐसी कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी हो एंड आपका आना शॉर्ट टाइम में कहीं प्लान है, सो क्या हम ऐसे अरेंज करें तो आप आ सकते हैं? ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। यही क्वेश्चन है
मैम। I had a small question. Thank you so much for the insight first, because I think most of us learn to do Sujok here, but we lack the skill to brand and market it. So thank you so much for the insight. There's one small question that I would like to ask. How did you build your team? Like, what platform did you approach your people, and especially the social media marketing team?
सो जो भी मेरे टीम के हैं, पहले मेरे पेशेंट्स बने, फिर मेरे स्टूडेंट्स बने, एंड एवरीवन वांट्स टू वर्क एट मोनिशाज मंत्रा, बट इतनी भी बड़ी जगह नहीं है। वन डे वी माइट हैव अ बिग प्लेस कि स्टूडेंट्स को भी हमारे साथ ही फॉर ट्रेनिंग दे कम एंड देन दे गो, दे हैव देयर ओन दिस, बट सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स विच आई फील यू नो दैट दे आर डिफरेंट, यू नो दे हैव द प्योर इंटेंशन एंड ऑल, सो मैं उनको फिर रोक लेती हूँ। एक वो मेरे में है कि आई कैन एटलीस्ट लुकिंग एट देम आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि हाउ गुड देयर इंटेंशन इज। आई ऑलवेज टेल माई टीम दैट तुम मेरे पास कोई फायदे के लिए नहीं आए हो, यू हैव कम फॉर योर फायदा ऑफ अपग्रेडिंग योर कर्मास। आप सब मेरे साथ मानते हैं ना कि हम जब चले जाएंगे इस दुनिया से सब कुछ इधर ही रह जाएगा ना, बहुत बड़ा नाम है, धाम है, काम है, पैसा है, दौलत है, सब यहीं रह जाएगी, लेके आप सिर्फ कर्मा जाएंगे। तो व्हेन आई रियलाइज दैट पर्सन इज ऑफ दैट मेंटालिटी, फिर हम उनको रोक लेते हैं कि कैसे भी हो, इवन इफ दैट टेक्निकली नॉट साउंड इन सुजोक, आई डोंट माइंड, वी ट्रेन देम। So that's not a big thing, you know. The intention is very important. That is the way we build teams.
Okay, ma'am, but in tier 2 cities, we generally lack the infrastructure, especially let's say photographers or social media management teams and other such like therapists. I know you train your students and then you take them on board. But other than that, the team, like the reels that you showed were really they were professionally made, and I really like the concept and the social media and your social media presence. That's why I asked.
Yes, you are right. But this is not the way we work. हमने 10-10 जन को एक छोटे से रूम में भी कोर्स कराया है। आज हमारे कोर्सेज सुजोक के हॉल में होते हैं। We invest money in that, but we didn't start like that. I started in a very small place. We belong to the middle class. तो मेरी जब जॉब में छोड़ा तो माय हस्बैंड, माय मदर इन लॉ स्पेशली वाज वेरी एंग्री कि अभी तुम्हारी पगार भी नहीं आएगी घर में। सो इट वाज लाइक दैट, यू नो, कि आई स्टार्टेड विद अ स्मॉल प्लेस, बहुत ही छोटे रेंटेड प्लेस आई स्टार्टेड विद, एंड माय हस्बैंड सेड व्हाट एवर प्रोविडेंट फंड आई हैड अर्न, बोला कि इससे अभी आप हम लोग इंटीरियर करा लेंगे और ये छोटी सी जगह आप करो, अभी आई एम नॉट इन्वॉल्व देयर फाइनेंशियल इज बिकॉज आई हैव टू लुक आफ्टर द फैमिली। ओके, everyone said how will you manage the show, अभी तक तो आप कुछ भी कमा नहीं रहे थे। I just said okay, but जो दरवाजे खुले हैं ना, जो दरवाजे खुले हैं, never look back। बाद में it became so good that my husband after 4 years उन्होंने बाकी जगह सब बेच के property sold and he bought another small clinic and today we have got a fairly big clinic। तो immediately कुछ नहीं होता है, give patience and work very hard with an intention, things will happen। We never had any infrastructure, nothing we had. But we just had the intention, because I don't have any place, so I will go and teach outside. In communities and all, we used to say, if you want a workshop, you arrange for the place. We used to do like that. So जरूरी नहीं है कि आपके पास जगह नहीं है कि आप कर नहीं सकते हैं, आप कर सकते हैं, लोग भी आपका intention देखते हैं. That is also important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. हाँ जी.
आप बहुत साल से सुजोक कर रही है, आई अंडरस्टैंड, बट इन इंडिया देयर आर नंबर ऑफ प्रैक्टिस विदाउट मेडिसिन, डू यू नो दैट? आई एम सर्विंग फॉर लास्ट 8 years and end of practice, the fundamentally कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन, good faith, proper faith and awareness. This is the fundamentals for Sujok, occupation acupuncture, massage. So number of people say, why are you doing Sujok? There is a protocol provided. There is no protocol provided. You go to Allahabad, 25 books are protocols. I don't understand what is this. Currently people are ready. चेक मांगेंगे बट पैसे सुजोक में ये बिल्कुल नहीं है ऐसा मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है आपको इसके बारे में क्या कहते हैं
यस मैंने कब बोला कि चट मंगनी पड़ गया हो सकता है ऐसा नहीं होता है दैट इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से कि इट्स नॉट दैट इजी इट्स नॉट इजी फॉर अस आज मैं ऐसा बोल सकती हूँ बट हमको कन्विंस करना पड़ता है सामने वाले को तो ही वो रहेगा ना आप बोलेंगे 3 महीने में आपकी डायबिटीज निकल जाए तो नहीं निकलती है ये सब झूठ है बीपी 1 हफ्ते में निकल जाए 2 नहीं निकलता है आई बिलोंग टू द मेडिकल वर्ल्ड आई नो इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल कोई भी चीज को फेथ बट मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि सुजोक में एक प्रॉपर थेरेपी है थियोरी है इट्स अ प्रॉपर थियोरी विच प्रोफेसर हैज गिवन मैं जानती नहीं हूँ हाउ डीप यू आर डन द लेवल्स ऑफ सुजोक सो देयर इज अ प्रॉपर थियोरी कि आपने ऐसा किया तो ऐसा होगा ही सो दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से आप प्रॉपरली अगर सीखेंगे तो यू विल गेट द रिजल्ट
मैडम those who attended with professor I could not see him and find it but my master guru said what he has lastly said was the sentence why you are Indians are coming to me I said why what is something wrong you open the South Indian 24 temples he said I can't understand Sanskrit no Pali and you got everything with you ऐसा स्टेटमेंट किया है मैंने सुना है 3rd person if it is true somebody say yes
1 minute I want to
is it true
see professor has indebted the chakra system to India he always said jab tak I was doing the meridian system I couldn't get the complete result he has said that once he started coming to India he studied our healing system and chakras ko he says आपको मालूम है वो शिव जी का हमारे ओम का एवरीथिंग इज देयर इन द बुक्स सो यू कैन नॉट सी द हीलिंग पावर इज सेम एवरीथिंग इज सेम एंड ही ऑलवेज लव्ड कमिंग टू इंडिया बिकॉज ही सेड यू ऑल अंडरस्टूड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एनर्जी द प्राणा द सोर्स यू ऑल अंडरस्टूड व्हिच द वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड वुडंट अंडरस्टैंड ही नेवर सेड दैट ओके प्रोफेसर के अगेंस्ट कुछ नहीं बोल सकते
मैडम in your this management therapy just I would like to know about the maintaining the records of the patients whom you are treating in your clinic
we have a complete record हमारी फाइल रहती है and from time to time as I said we have very serious patients so हम लोग डॉक्टर्स तो छोड़ते नहीं हैं सो टाइम टू टाइम जब डॉक्टर उनको रिपोर्ट्स निकालने को बताते हैं तो सारे रिपोर्ट्स की प्रोग्रेस भी हमारे पास रहती है जो मेडिसिन रहती हैं जैसे डॉक्टर भारत ने बोला कि जो मेडिसिन भी रहती हैं वी मेक द पेशेंट्स गूगल आउट कि द मेडिसिन द पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर व्हाट मेडिसिन दे आर ईटिंग फॉर व्हाट टुडे 5-6 दवाइयाँ तो सब लोग खा रहे हैं गोलियाँ तो वी सी टू दैट कि वी मेक दम गूगल कि ये दवाई आप इसके लिए खा रहे हैं इसके ये साइड इफेक्ट भी हैं यू मस्ट नो एवरीथिंग So I make them do that and we have a record of every patient of us. जितने भी patients हैं हमारे starting छोड़ के at least for the past 10 years I'm having all the records of my patients. We don't throw those files. And online also we are making that record so that hard copies so we can just destroy it. So but online also that thing is there. Full records we make. We have to do that. Follow-up sessions we do. That is also recorded. Everything we record.
And the bottom line of your entire speech is like if you want to grow up, you have to work in a team.
Yes, that is what mistake many of them are doing therapists, that they are working alone. That does not work. If you work as a team, you must have a team. If you have a team, as I said, many minds are working together. And then it becomes a success story. That is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for the tea break. Dr. Swati Gupta. Dr. Swati Gupta.
ठीक नहीं है यार, वो तो फिर है ना, उनको अगर अपन नहीं संभालेंगे तो उनको घर की टीम भी है, सब साथ हो जाएंगे।
बहुत रकम है अंडा लेने संडे का फोन आया पैसा अंडा पहले कर आया आपको काम बनूंगा तो लेने आया मुझे बना रहा हूँ टाइम हुआ था मेरे को भैया इनका काम खत्म हुआ है बात करेंगे कुछ नहीं मैं बात कर रहा हूँ मैं बात कर रहा हूँ तो उसका मतलब है आपको क्या बोलते अपनी दुकान है कार
We started with Dr. Swati Gupta's session, paper presentation.
Ma'am.
Everyone, please have a seat. Dear Sujok people, please have a seat. Dr. Swati Gupta is a dental surgeon working in Kota, Rajasthan. She is working as a Sujok therapist since last 13 years. Also practicing pranic healing, and she is a specialist in NLP, counselor and yoga instructor. In Kota, Rajasthan, she is having her dental clinic and Sujok center. Start, ma'am.
Smile evening, everyone. I hope everybody is fine. Shall we start? First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Park, because of whom Sujok therapy has been introduced to all of us as a channel of healing the world. Next, I would like to thank all the IC members, the presidents, for giving me this platform to be a part of this conference, as well as to share my experiences with all of you. And last but not the least, I would like to thank Dr. Ashok Kothari sir, because he has been my mentor throughout the Sujok journey. And I want this presentation to be a two-way communication. So feel free to be a part of this presentation, so that it will be a two-way communication, so that I can share my experience with all of you, and I can gain experience of you also. We'll start. The crucial role of clinical history and documentation in elevating Sujok therapy to modern medical standards. As we all know, हम आयुष्मान से एफिलिएशन के लिए रजिस्टर करवाना चाह रहे हैं. So we need some kind of documentation from all of us. We as a doctor definitely do the documentations, but as a Sujok therapist, because most of the family members of Sujok therapy are non-medicals. So we would suggest everybody, those who are practicing Sujok, to have the proper clinical history from the patients, as well as to document it in a form, in a proper format, so that it can be helpful for us to claim that actually the Sujok is giving us a wonderful result. So I'll be talking on that. Professor Park, so with his blessings, we'll start with the presentation. So I'll just give a brief performer on how we should take the history from the patient, and then I'll present a case of mine in that proper format. So first is case number. So as we all know, we have n number of patients walking into the clinic. So we should have a proper format on how we are taking the case number. I'll explain it in my case. The date in which you're attending the patient for the first time. The basic data, that will include the name of the patient, whether the patient is male or female. DOB indicates date of birth, that is the age of the patient. Marital status of the patient, occupation, address, contact details. We all know we need to contact with the patient n number of times, maybe for the appointment or maybe to take some feedback. So we need to have the contact details and definitely the email ID also, so that if many of my Sujok patients who have recovered, they are getting into Sujok as a therapist, and I'm expecting soon that they'll convert into a lecturer also. So we need to have the contact details of all our patients. So this is a performer that we take a history in dental as well as medical profession. So that can become a part, so that we can do it in Sujok therapy also. I know many of you are already recording the history, but it is for everybody. Like for everybody should record this in a performer. Reference, this is a reference like many of my patients, they come by mouth publicity. So they have been referred by some of the other patient who has been treated. So what is the importance of reference? Can anybody tell me? Why do you need to have that reference, that from whose reference the patient has come to your clinic? Anybody? What importance does it play if you have the reference? Yes, definitely. When the patient comes from a reference from your past treated patient, definitely you don't have to explain much to that patient, and the patient is already into that confidence zone that I might get healed through this therapy. Next is the case history. The case history is the brief history which we take from the patient. Chief complaint. Chief complaint is because once the patient walks into the clinic, the patient can give history of n number of things, that is suffering from diabetes, this, that. But what should be our prime focus? That should be the chief complaint of the patient, that what the patient wants from you as a therapist. So the patient chief complaint should be in patient's own words. मेरे पास जितने भी पेशेंट आते हैं, they say कि डॉक्टर सुनते नहीं हैं, क्योंकि उनको प्री असम्पशन होता है कि हाँ हेडेक है तो यही होगा. सो इट्स लाइक वी हैव टू बी अ गुड लिसनर बिफोर बिकमिंग गुड थेरेपिस्ट. बिकॉज अगर आप पेशेंट की बात ध्यान से सुनो तो पेशेंट आपको सारी हिस्ट्री अपने आप बता देता है इन 2 or 3 or 4 अपॉइंटमेंट्स. लाइक अगर कोई पेशेंट ने कोई डिजीज लेके आया है, 3, 4, 5 अपॉइंटमेंट वो अपने आप अपनी सारी हिस्ट्री देना शुरू कर देता है कि आई एम गोइंग थ्रू सो एंड सो ट्रॉमा, चाहे वो इमोशनल हो, मेंटल हो, व्हाटएवर इट इज. So we have to listen to the patient, and that is a part of chief complaint. History of present illness. Like if the patient is saying that I am suffering from this and this disease, then what is the history of that? Like from past how many years or how many months the patient is going through that illness. Next is the past history. Past history will include the history related to the patient regarding the treatment that the patient is undergoing. Next is the drug history. The drug history will include the history of the drugs or the medications that the patient is already taking or already the patient had taken for that particular treatment. Personal history, family history and socioeconomic status. All 3 of this is important because that will help you, because I have received lots of patients who are ready and willing to take the treatment, but the family or the partner is not supportive, because they don't believe in such kind of therapy. So we need to take a brief of the family history also, like if the patient is actually willing, if the family members are willing to take the treatment, because Sujok is not a single appointment treatment. For acute cases it can be 2 or 3 appointments, but for chronic illness it can be n number of appointments. So in that case we need to take a brief history of the family also. Next we come to the examination. These are the general vitals that you have to take for blood pressure, pulse, oxygen saturation. Oxygen saturation started playing a role after the COVID-19 came up. The weight of the patient, height, the temperature. The temperature is important because maybe the patient when walked into the clinic is suffering from a high-grade fever. And at that time, if you do a treatment that can elevate the temperature, can be can prove to be harmful. The sleep pattern is important because if the patient has disturbed sleep pattern, so in that case your treatment can affect. Thirst and addiction. Any kind of addiction, you need to know the history of the patient for the addiction also. The local examination and the systemic examination. The investigations, as a Sujok therapist, we don't need to prescribe any kind of investigations. हम अपनी तरफ से patient को कभी भी नहीं कहते कि आप ये investigations कराओ. But अगर patient कोई investigation reports लेके आता है, then we should maintain that data with us. Whether it can be a blood report or a urine report or sonography, CT, MRI, anything. It can be anything. So हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे पास वो records हो, so that जब हम post treatment हम वापस अगर patient अपने physician से या doctor से consult करता है, तो post treatment हमारे पास वो हो record कि हाँ हमने इसको सुजोग से ठीक किया है, just for the purpose of validation. Provisional diagnosis and final diagnosis. Provisional diagnosis in medical term is a diagnosis where we reach, but it is not the final diagnosis. Like हम 3-4 diagnosis पे पहुंचते हैं कि because of the sign and symptoms and according to the reports, हमें लगता है कि 3-4 बीमारियां हो सकती है. That is called as provisional diagnosis. And final diagnosis, definitely, once you are confirmed कि ये energy ज़्यादा है या ये कम है, whatever it is, so we can reach to the final diagnosis. And then we form a proper protocol for the treatment of the patient. The drug therapy. Drug therapy here indicates that what alteration you want your patient to make. तो जैसा कि अभी हमने लास्ट सारे प्रेजेंटेशंस में भी सुना कि हम एज अ डॉक्टर भी हम इंटरफेयर नहीं करते पेशेंट के मेडिकेशन में. सो एज अ सुजोग थेरेपिस्ट वी शुड नॉट एडवाइज एनी पेशेंट अबाउट द करंट मेडिकेशन विच दे आर गोइंग थ्रू. एज इन हम कभी उनको ये नहीं कहते कि मेडिसिन बंद कर दो या कंटिन्यू करो या डोज कम कर दो. वी जस्ट से देम कि आप अपने फिजिशियन से कंसल्ट करो या जो भी कंसर्न डॉक्टर है, अकॉर्डिंग टू अंडर देयर गाइडेंस आप मेडिकेशन को ऑल्टर कर सकते हो. The post-treatment instructions, once we are done with the treatment, whether it is a magnet treatment, 6 key, anything, we give certain instructions to the patients. Precautions, what are to be taken? Follow-ups. Follow-ups are very important because it is our duty as a therapist to know कि हमारा काम सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने treatment दिया and the patient went off from the clinic. हमारा काम ये है कि हम उस patient का follow-up भी लें कि वेदर उस ट्रीटमेंट से पेशेंट को कोई रिजल्ट मिल भी रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है, या पेशेंट सिर्फ आ रहा है, ट्रीटमेंट करा रहा है और वापस जा रहा है. नेक्स्ट इज रिलैप्स. वी शुड टेक केयर ऑफ द रिलैप्स ऑल्सो बिकॉज जैसा कि मेडिकल साइंस में भी कोई सर्जरीज के बाद देयर आर चांसेस कि रिलैप्स हो जाते हैं. इवन इन सुजोग ऑल्सो देयर कैन बी मल्टीपल रीजंस जिसकी वजह से रिलैप्स होता है. So in that case, we don't need to panic. We just need to see why the relapse occurred, and then definitely, again with the help of Sujok, we can go through the treatment. Referral, if in medical science also, as well as in daily life, you should know when to say no. Because कई बार क्या होता है, हम over confidence में किसी केस को ले लेते हैं just to satisfy our ego, और हम उस पे महीनों निकाल देते हैं without achieving the sufficient result. So at that time, we should either consult to our seniors or we should refer the patient to our next level therapist. Next is feedback and testimony. As we know, if the patient is satisfied, the patient will definitely give a feedback and testimony. And last is the patient consent. Because patient consent is important because whenever you share your case, like today I'm presenting this paper presentation for my patient. So I've taken the written consent from the patient for sharing all the data in the conference, because that is the ethical code. Without the patient consent, we cannot share any data with anybody. So I'll present a case of migraine which I have treated through Sujok. Like there were many migraine cases that I have treated, but this was the patient who had a history of migraine since last 30 years. So that was a nice case to be presented. So as in, I just wrote down the case number. So you can see it's a 70/032023. So 78 is the number of the patient which walked into the clinic on that particular month, and 03 is March 2023. So in your format, you can just make your own way of managing how the case number is to be referred. The patient came on 14th of March. The basic data, I have just written the name and everything else. You can just go through. I mentioned everything about the marital status, about the occupation, about the address. Like occupation is important because the patient was a homemaker. So being a dentist, I had certain time limitations for my Sujok patients. So since the patient is a homemaker, I can adjust her schedule with my schedule. Because she is a homemaker, she can take out time for the treatment. And if the person is a working professional, then definitely according to the patient's choice, you have to adjust the appointments. And the contact detail and the mail detail. Reference is Mr. N.K. Jain. He's my father-in-law. Like earlier when I was introduced to Sujok, he never believed in Sujok, but I was practicing Sujok. So when he came to Kota after his retirement, and like he was diagnosed with sciatica, and he just said me, let's have a trial if Sujok works for me or not. And within a month, I got 100% result and I was cured. So he kept marketing about Sujok to different people, and through that channel, this patient turned up to be a new patient for me. So case history, we just give a briefing. We don't mention everything. We just mention that is a female patient, the age, and the patient reported with so-and-so complaint. So I mentioned the patient reported with a severe migraine since last 30 years. So it's just a briefing of the case. Like anybody, if you can see, you can just analyze what we are going to study. The chief complaint should be in patient's own word. If the patient is using medical term, you can write medical term, but if the patient is not using any medical term, we cannot manipulate. So you have to take care of this. So the patient complains of severe headache, off and on, precipitating in certain conditions. Like the headache was not throughout the day, it used to elevate and cool down, and it used to relieve when she used to take painkillers, definitely, for certain number of hours, and again, as the benefit of the painkiller used to subside, the pain used to reappear. History of present illness. She said that she had a history of migraine since 30 years, which used to precipitate on certain conditions like physical exertion. Physical exertion, like she was into gymming and workout. So she used to remain empty stomach, and then when she used to go to gym and work out for 3 hours, and when she used to come back, she used to have that severe migraine. Emotional conditions, she was a very sensitive patient. In any kind of stressful condition, if there is any kind of stressful environment or some kind of emotional trauma, she used to get that headache again. If the sleep cycle gets disturbed. In normal days also, if we don't sleep for a night, we get certain kind of headache. Maybe it might not that be severe, but definitely. So in her case, if the sleep cycle used to get disturbed, she used to get migraine. And in case of fasting. So why is this present illness important? Can anybody tell me? How can this help me in my treatment?
Energy diagnosis.
Hansi?
These can also tell energy diagnosis.
Yeah, definitely. This can help us in energy diagnosis as well as to understand the patient's psychological condition. Because from here we can see that the patient is stressful and emotional. So we need to go certain kind of counseling also. You can be a counselor or you can do some kind of emotional treatment through Sujok for the same patient. Past history, she said that she is having that history and she has undergone allopathic, Ayurvedic, homeopathic and all kind of therapies, but she couldn't receive a desired result which she was expecting. So this is important because in this case, if the patient has already undergone so many treatment modalities, definitely she is more acceptable to take the treatment from you because she is at the helpless state. Because when the patient comes to you like this, then you are the last hope for the patient. So I think in these cases you should give that particular confidence to the patient that you'll try your best to heal the patient. Drug history, as we already discussed, that we don't need to go deeper into the medicine, but at least we should be aware, like Sir said in the, like when we discussed about negligence and all. So definitely we need to have that knowledge, basic knowledge of what the medication the patient is undergoing. And definitely we don't need to alter anything. We need to consult, either we can consult directly to the physician or we can tell the patient to consult to the physician for alteration of the medication. Personal history, family history and socioeconomic status. This particular patient was very cooperative. Like whenever I used to schedule an appointment, she never said no for the treatment. And because of her, she used to travel 25 kilometers to come to my clinic for the treatment from one end of the Kota to the other end of the Kota. But because she was highly cooperative and she was traveling so far, so I used to take her case as the first case in the morning, that is 7 o'clock. But usually my clinic starts at 10 o'clock. But for her, I managed my time because even she was cooperative with me. So there the personal history actually plays an important role. She was definitely positive towards the treatment because her referral was a strong base from where she got the referrals. The patient understood the treatment strategy because Sujok is not just magic, like one day you'll take the treatment and the result will be seen. But at times it does shows magic, so I cannot deny that also. But you have to explain the patient that it's a chronic disease because the first time the patient walks in, they just want how many times you will call me or how many days it will take to treat me. That's the first question every patient asks me. But I cannot give a particular amount of time like 1 week or 1 month or so. But I explained her that since it's a history of 30 years, so I need at least 15 to 20 days to heal you, and we'll see because there will be certain breaks also, we'll check the relapse also, and then we'll close the case. So I made her explain what is the treatment strategy, and she was okay with the treatment, and she belonged to a sound family. The general examination, I took the blood pressure, the pulse, and everything else which was required. Here, the above 4-5 data are okay. The sleep pattern, you can focus on the sleep pattern. It was disturbed since month due to headache. So she was not having her proper sleep. Maybe because of the emotional trauma, maybe because of the headache, maybe because of the stressful condition, we don't know. But she said that she has not slept from last 1 month, or maybe you can say months. So the first day when I started with the treatment, next day when she came to my clinic, she was so relieved. Like she said that I have slept for 8 hours after months. So even that gives us immense pleasure that the patient who was not able to sleep, have a sound sleep, has slept the whole night. Appetite was normal, thirst was normal, and there was no addiction. Local examination, like if in a case, here it was not that much of importance, but like for in a case of swelling, if there is a swelling, you don't need to touch the patient, but you need to at least examine what kind of swelling it is. Is it as a muscular swelling or because of sprain or because of fracture? Because if it is because of fracture, we can reduce the pain and swelling, but we cannot join the bones. For that, we need an orthopedic surgeon to put a plaster or to put rods or wires. So there it is important to just have a local examination of the concerned area. So the patient when she walked in was stable, she was having migraine, but she was comfortably walking into the clinic, like she didn't needed any support. Though she was anxious and she had a history of having certain panic attacks. See, we have taken the history, there she said that the migraine gets precipitated on the stressful condition and emotional condition. And there it even correlated when she gave a history of panic attacks. Because panic attack, again, it's an anxiety attack. Systemic examinations, here she has not undergone any kind of examination and investigations also. So, from the signs and symptoms and the patient history, we reach to a provisional diagnosis that's either we have to touch the wind energy or the humidity energy. As we all know that there is no particular protocol that you have to follow this. It is about my conscious and my way of studying the patient in person as well as the patient history. So according to me, I felt that it was because of excess of wind or it can be because of excess of humidity energy. So, and because of its chronic nature, we need to have multiple visits. That was explained to the patient. The final diagnosis. The final diagnosis in Sujok is only through application diagnosis. Like we know that there are certain meridians in where you have to either tonify or sedate, or in 6-key also we need to make certain formulas, but it is not compulsory that one formula will suit to the other patient also. So on the basis of application diagnosis, we need to reach to a final diagnosis which has to be carried out. So in this case, we made a treatment protocol. We started with the basic correspondence system by placing the moong in the insect system in C17 vertebra. Ring massage was explained to the patient. In the left hand, sedation of him, T-meridian was done. In the right, so I don't need to tell you the treatment protocol for this patient. I just want to explain that whatever is the treatment that we are planning, like sir also explained that we have done so and so treatment for so many days, and then if the treatment result was there, we followed that protocol, or else we just switch to the next treatment protocol. It's just that only. Also, in some point of time, I did needling in just the animal health system, and she was relieved with the pain. This is the treatment frequency. There is no particular pattern for treatment frequency also. As per your convenience or the patient convenience, we can plan the treatment. Because it's a chronic case, so we have to give time to the patient also. So, but you have to keep following the patient. Like in this case, I gave 9 days of regular sitting, in which she said that she's getting relief from the pain. She's having less of anxiety level, she's getting better sleep, less of emotional conditions. Then we gave a 2-day break because she was out of station. Again, we started with the treatment, and so on. We just kept on giving break and the treatment, break and the treatment, just to check the relapse of the treatment. Because during the termination of the treatment, what we need to do is, we need to increase the gap and we need to decrease the treatment setting, so that we can just terminate the treatment, because we cannot keep on doing the treatment for months and months. And so after 21 days of break, after 3 days of regular sitting, I give 21 days of break. In the earliest that you can see, I have given 90% relief after so many sittings, and after 21 days of break, in the break period, the relief got increased. Okay, so that means the relapse is not there till now. And then the treatment was completed when the patient said that I have received 100% result. And after that, certain things were explained to the patient. I'm still in touch with the patient so that I can keep the patient on follow-up. Drug therapy, as I suggested, that we never prescribe any patient any kind of drug or to withdraw any drug. It should only be the concerned doctor and the patient who should decide what to do with the drug therapy that the patient is going on. Okay. Post-treatment instruction. In medical science also, whenever, if by chance we have visited some doctor for any kind of surgery or anything, there are list of instructions that we go. Like even in dentistry, when patient comes to me after a root canal treatment or an extraction, we have a set of instructions that we explain the patient. So similarly in the Sujok also, it is not just that you complete the treatment and the patient walks off. You have to explain the patient, because it is our duty to communicate that to the patient. Okay? So that can include like frequency of seed massage. We have placed the seed. So how frequently you have to massage the seed, the frequency of the ring massage, instructions which are related to magnet. Because we all know magnet has certain time duration for which it will work in the patient body. And as soon as the time gets over, the energy gets reversed. So we have to tell all the instructions to the patient clearly. It's not that we have placed the magnet and the whole night the magnet will be there in their hand. So we have to be very clear when we explain this to the patient. It includes everything, because some patient, if you don't explain, they'll just discard the seed as well as the magnet. So it was whose fault? Definitely, we have not communicated it well to the patient. So it includes the post care of the magnet also. Follow-up. Once you have completed with the case and patient is satisfied and you are satisfied with the case, like you have achieved 100% result, you need to keep the patient on follow-up. It can be on weekly basis, monthly basis. It is up to you, like you have assistant in your clinic and you have the contact details of the patient, so you can be in touch with the patient either on WhatsApp or through any medium, so that you just get a feedback. Like my first patient was my husband. When I was introduced to Sujok in 2010, I just experimented, he was my first case, so he was suffering from a slip disc. So at that time I was not very much confident whether I'll get the result or not, because he was my first case and I just completed with my course. So within a month I got the result, and it has been 13 years since we got married after that. So it has been 13 years that he is in follow-up. So there is no relapse. So I can say that definitely treatment, once it is completed with a proper protocol, it has a very less chance of relapse. But again, if it gets relapsed, then what is to be done? In case the case gets relapsed, what is to be done?
Best is to restart the same protocol which has given the result.
Yeah, definitely. First to find out what are the reasons, and then again start with the same protocol. If with the same protocol we get the result, then we'll continue it for maybe another few more sittings, and again we'll give a break, and then we'll complete with the case. And also, as we said that we have to focus on the etiology. Like, what is the root cause of the case? If I keep treating something and the sign and symptom is because of something else and the root cause is something else, it is not going to work. So we have to work on the etiology also. So for this patient, she was an emotional patient, as I already explained. So for her case, I was doing my treatment through Sujok therapy and she was getting a good result. But also she needed some counseling. So I was working for her as a counselor also, and I'm an NLP therapist. So I gave my NLP sessions to her, and she currently also at times she feels very low or depressed, and at that time also I just give her an NLP session and she's absolutely fine. So we have to take care of the mental condition of the patient also. So you have to connect with the patient. It's just the energy game. You have to connect to the patient, and only then we can get the desired result. Feedback and testimony. It can be in a written format. You can just make a feedback form, or you can take an audio or a video depending upon your priority. The patient, for this patient, she has given me the testimony in the form of audio or video also, but she didn't allow me to share the video, so I cannot share that with you. But she gave me this feedback, and also she has given the feedback in the website which I have created for my clinic and the center. The patient consent, as I already said, like even when we get admitted in the hospital, the first thing what they give us is a consent form. Like if something happens to a patient, it is not a responsibility, and so blah blah blah. So similarly in Sujok also, we need to take the patient consent, because see, we know that Sujok is giving us a good result, but we cannot ensure the patient that will treat you 100%. We can just try our best to heal that patient. So we cannot take guarantee for any patient, or rather I can say I should not take guarantee for any patient. I should try my best with my conscious level to treat or heal any patient. So if it is possible, we need to take a written consent, like we are treating this patient with Sujok therapy, and we will try our best to heal the patient. And also the consent, if we are using or disclosing any data of the patient, we need to take the consent of the patient, like whether if I have disclosed all the details of the patient. So I took the consent from the patient, and only after that I can use it as a research paper, as a paper presentation, or sharing this with my another patient. And in the case of feedback and testimony, if you are sharing in social media, we need to definitely take a consent. Because these days when you open up Instagram or Facebook, there are lots of testimonies which people put up. But in those cases, many of them have not taken the consent from the patient. So thank you. Would you like to ask any questions?
I have one comment to make.
Yeah.
Can you go to your first slide? First thing, third slide. So, now, as we are close to making Sujok as one of the
this one?
Yeah. So as we are close to make Sujok therapy as one of the legally accepted in near future, this addiction thing, at present Sujok is not reimbursable under insurance or anything like that. But in our medical field, if I write alcohol consumption, history of alcohol consumption, and patient gives this history to insurance company, and patient is having liver cancer, for example, insurance, nobody is here from insurance background. Insurance company by default will reject. They will reject, and they will reject everything from that point of time. So in future, at present, yes, no problem. But in future, when Sujok is going to be one of the accepted therapy, we probably have to be careful that yes, we take a history of addiction, but in patient benefit, probably we should not mention it in insurance disclosure.
That can be done. That can be like you have that history with yourself. If the patient is addicted, if the patient is on alcohol or any kind of drugs, you can say.
Yes. So
for our reference. This is for our reference, definitely.
Yes, insurance people will, bully me. अरे सर आपने लिखा नहीं. एक slide और थी.
जी सर.
Next. Sorry, previous slide. Or the second slide, second page. Provisional, one side back. Yes, chief complaint. वो same जो site मैंने बताया uptodate.com. Whenever you write a symptom, breathlessness, there is a grade of breathlessness. उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन अलग है, NYHA या so वो आप uptodate.com में breathlessness लिखोगे, breathlessness grade it will tell, और Wikipedia will also tell. Also write grade of any symptom, breathlessness, headache, so pain. Mostly अपन सुजोक वाले तो pain से डील करते हैं. So pain का there is simple scale, visual analog scale. उसमें 0 to 10 होता है. 0 is no pain, 10 is the life-threatening pain, equivalent to childbirth pain. और तो whenever you write pain is very subjective. आज patient कहता है मेरे को फायदा हुआ, कितना फायदा हुआ भाई? So to make it more objective, you should write visual VAS 7 out of 10. After 3 sittings, if visual analog scale is reducing, it means you are responding, patient is responding. Otherwise, आज आपने pain लिखा है 3 sitting के बाद pain लिखा है, how you will differentiate? So documentation में वो degree
to grade the symptoms.
और symptoms की international grading है, वो uptodate.com पे मिल जाएगी या Wikipedia पे मिल जाएगी. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
I would like to ask one question. In this case, we have actually womb wind and womb humidity. Both cannot be simultaneously deficient or.
Yes, that was a provisional diagnosis.
But just listen. It can be AHA wind and womb humidity. They could. Just I'm asking you, not you might have got the results, no doubt about it, because the message goes to thousands.
Okay. So that is what I said, that you don't need to focus on what I did the treatment. It is just to show that what is the treatment way you have to write. That's it. Yeah, it depends upon individual perception, because she was going through an emotional turmoil, she was an anxious patient, she was going through anxiety. So emotionally humidity was dominating, and at times the migraine was because of the wind energy precipitation. So I had to balance both the energies and I got the result. So it depends upon the overall examination of the patient.
My name is Dr. Mayur Zain. Your presentation is very good. We can add 2 more things. First of all, that the surgical history. We should write the surgical history of the patient, because so many of the patients belong from the surgery, the lumbar surgery and the hip joint surgery, and they directly come to clinic. हम तो एज ए डॉक्टर फील्ड से हैं तो हम समझ जाते हैं या पेशेंट बता देते हैं जब हिस्ट्री लेते हैं तो, या कई बार पेशेंट नहीं बताता है, तो इसमें सर्जिकल हिस्ट्री को ऐड करें. एंड द सेकेंड वन ऑफ दैट द फीमेल पेशेंट्स, यू शुड टेक द फीमेल मेंस्ट्रुएशन डिसऑर्डर्स, क्योंकि सो मेनी ऑफ द डिजीज डिपेंड अपॉन दैट. तो अगर वो भी इसमें ऐड होगा तो बहुत बढ़िया रहेगा. सेकेंड थिंग ऑफ द कैटेगरी ऑफ द पेन, कि हम किसी चीज़ को कॉपी करेंगे सबके, बट हम अपनी एनर्जी के अकॉर्डिंग उसको पेन को एनालिसिस करें. इज विंड लाइक पेन, हीट लाइक पेन, हॉटनेस पेन, ड्राइनेस पेन, कोल्डनेस पेन, उससे हमारा अपना जो लेवल है वो इम्प्रूव होगा. इधर इमोशंस वाइज हम करेक्ट कर रहे हैं तो इज कैटेगरी ऑफ द इमोशंस, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ द इमोशंस, तो उससे हमारी हिस्ट्री और मजबूत होगी. और जो हमारा डायग्नोसिस बनेगा 6 का, वो या फिर किसी भी तरह का डायग्नोसिस बनेगा, जो चाहे हम वो एनर्जी फ्लो में करें या बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग होगा. And the time of the patient coming, जिस समय पे पेशेंट हमारे पास आ रहा है उस समय की भी एनर्जी बहुत अच्छी काम करती है, और हमारा जो पर्टिकुलर टाइम है पेशेंट देखने का और उसकी कंप्लेंट किस समय पे आई, इट इज अ टाइम एक्यूपंक्चर जो कि प्रोफेसर ने हमको दिया, सो वो भी बहुत कुछ हेल्पफुल रहा है। मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से हमको अपडेट करना है, लेकिन अपने जो साइंस है उसकी इथिक्स को साथ में इंक्लूड करना है, तब जाके जो है वो कंप्लीट हिस्ट्री हमारी परफेक्ट होगी, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. You explained beautifully the very basic idea how to keep the patient's data. Now I'd like to call Reshma Suryavanshi, ma'am. Sujok therapist Reshma Suryavanshi ma'am is authorized lecturer for Sujok therapy. She is a provisional teacher of acupuncture from Maharashtra Council of Acupuncture. She is a president Heritage Foundation Gujarat, India. She is authorized lecturer for Samangong and an active member of Gujarat International Sujok Association Education Committee. She has bagged Best Social Work Award in last Sujok conference in Mumbai. She leaves no stone unturned for the promotion and awareness of Sujok therapy, but not only in Gujarat but pan-India. She is a face you can find everywhere in all Sujok activity pan-India. She has presented her paper in Sujok overseas too. Her presentations were uploaded at International Conference for Homeopathy Doctor at Bangladesh and International Conference for Acupuncture at Open International University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Let's hear today on her presentation on the role of Sujok therapy in asthma.
Smile evening, everybody. So we are on the concluding session of today, and I'm very happy to present this case over here. I'll not take much of your time, and I would like to finish it in time. So we'll get started. And my case presentation today. Let me see if you can guess what I'm going to present today. Have you heard about? Have you heard about symptoms like your patient coming and complaining about wheezing, shortness of breath? Right? Have you ever had a patient complaining this? So, till they are finding my PPT, can you guess on what subject I am going to speak? Yes. So, we are going to talk on asthma today and the role of Sujok therapy in asthma. You have the PPT? PPT nothing મળતી અમને. Okay, so we already started up. So I am going to present 4 cases today on this very subject. And as such, I have done many cases, but I have selected these 4 cases today that are very near and dear to my heart. And also I have been very subjective in choosing these cases, as I want to give that if you want to do it through only Sujok correspondence, If you want to treat asthma with Sujok correspondence, how you can do that only with the correspondence. I have taken a case wherein I have treated asthma with Sujoki therapy. I have taken a case where I have made a constitution of individual constitution to treat asthma, and also I will be showcasing 2 cases wherein I will be using brand 60 to treat asthma. So my PPT is here. So asthma already, all of you answered that I'm going to talk on this subject, and it is airway inflammation. Whenever we are talking about asthma, it is a non-communicable chronic lung disease, and in this disease we have airway inflammation. There is airway obstruction, and mainly it is due to muscle spasm. It is associated with mucosal edema and stagnation of mucus. There is a hyperreactivity to aerobiological irritants. We are going to see what these irritants are. Let's come to the causes of asthma. There are several causes of asthma, and here you can see on the screen. The very first one is the host factor, that is the genetic factor. Asthma may run into the genes of people. So it may be due to genetic condition. Someone in the family, the parents or the grandparents may have asthma, and due to it, there may be the patient may be suffering from asthma. There are environmental factors also which triggers asthma. There are allergens which when there is a contact with the allergen, person can have asthma, and there are indoor allergens as well as outdoor allergens. The indoor allergens are domestic mites, furred animals, the fur of your pets, that is your dogs, cat, and also mice. You can have allergy to cockroaches, allergens, fungi, molds. Sometimes you may see that there may be molds in the house, that is wet areas, right, and fungi on that wet areas. So this is a very common cause that I have seen in patients, that if they are into such type of an environment, then they can have asthma. There are outdoor reasons also, like some may have this allergy to pollens, right? So according to our Sujok, we will find such type of people coming into the spring season to us, right? So outdoor like this pollens, fungi, again molds, outdoor molds, yeast. These are some of the reasons that people can have asthma. And there may be seasonal changes also, and 35% of the children that we are seeing are affected by seasonal variations, right? Then asthma can be also because of sensitization to an allergen. If some person is encountering a specific type of allergen again and again, he may then have this problem of asthma. Then due to pollutants also you can have asthma, particularly environmental pollutants. You can have asthma because of tobacco smoke, because of sprays, because of perfume, etc. You can have because of viral infection also. Viral infection also mostly we are seeing into children, but elders can also have triggers of asthma because of respiratory infections. Then excitatory states, like if somebody is into stress or somebody is crying too much, can trigger, you can say that it can trigger asthma. Then drugs also, some drugs like aspirin or beta blockers can induce asthma. The occupational environment also, different types of occupational environment. If somebody is working into a clothes factory and may have allergy to a specific kind of a chemical, can also trigger asthma. There are other factors also like cold climate, dry climate, which are some of the causes of asthma. So these are the triggers that we already talked about, that there may be allergens. There may be asthma because of upper respiratory tract viral infections. There may be asthma because of cold air, sulfur dioxide drugs like beta blockers. It can be due to stress, irritants, household sprays, pain, fumes, right? So classification, you see that asthma is a complex disorder of conducting airways that mostly simply can be classified into extrinsic and intrinsic. So when we talk about extrinsic is implying a definite external cause. But when we talk about intrinsic factor, no external agent is involved into it. This is the pathophysiology of asthma. So I'm not going to talk more into this, but you can see on the screen that we can see a normal airway and an airway during the asthma, when the asthma symptoms are there. You can see in the normal airway that the lumen, you can see that it is very well lumen, you can see here, and the muscle and the air wall, you can see how it is. You can see the cross section also of the normal airway and the cross section during the asthma. So you can see from this picture that whenever there is an asthma, that the airways are narrowed, there is tightening of the muscles, and due to the tightening of the muscle, there is contraction there, and there is a due to the inflammation, there is thickened air wall, and you can see the mucus over there. So if you see in the cross section, because there is inflammation, the air wall are thickened, the muscles are tight, so breathing becomes difficult because of this, and this is the basic reason that we have this wheezing sound also. So this is another diagram in which you can see the normal lining of this airway, normal amount of the mucus here, and if you see the asthmatic lung, because of the swollen lining and excess mucus, you can see that the area is reduced, and that is the reason that we have problem into breathing and especially exhalation. So this is the pathophysiology of asthma. That it is a condition where interaction of both genetic and environmental factors both are involved, and inflammatory cells will release a wide range of variety of mediators. IgF factor is there, IgE, sorry, right? So immunoglobulin E is there, which is again then binding to the mast cells, and because of that there is an inflammatory response, and due to this inflammatory response there is swelling, and then all the symptoms that we saw happens. So in a nutshell, there is a trigger factor. It may be due to allergen, it may be due to irritant, right? So due to the trigger factor, there is airway inflammation. Due to the airway inflammation, there is hypersecretion of mucus, and the airways, there is a muscle constriction of the airways, there is swelling into the bronchial membranes, and due to all this, there is narrowing of the breathing passages, which results into the symptoms, that is wheezing, coughing, shortness of breath, and tightness in the chest. So, diagnosis. So very important is diagnosis. That is what all the people are talking since morning, that the most important part is diagnosing, and that too history taking. So complete family, environmental and occupational history is essential. Family history of asthma in the family, because we already saw that one of the causes is the host factors. So we have to take the family history. Environmental history like seasonal changes, high pollen counts, mold, climate changes, particularly cold air and air pollution. We have to take the occupational history also. As I said, that some may be allergic to the place where they are working, like related chemicals and compounds, including metal salts, wood and vegetable dust. You have to also take the history of the asthma is triggered by medications like aspirin. Then industrial chemicals, somebody may have an allergy to industrial chemical and plastics, biological enzymes, example laundry detergent, animal and insect dust. So the physical examination has to be there, the wheezing all over the lung, breathlessness, cough, and sometimes cyanosis also. You can see the blue coloration of the lips and the face and everything. So cyanosis is also to be examined. So these are the investigation. Though we are treating through Sujok, but to see all the reports is very good approach for getting to the right constitution. So these are the investigations that are recommended whenever you are seeing an asthmatic patient. That is the lung function test, the pulmonary function test, which shows variable airflow limitations. We have to see the blood test, which shows increase in the number of eosinophils. Whenever it is not immediately that there is a variation of eosinophils, but maybe after 3 to 4 days you may find this variation of eosinophils in the peripheral blood. So you have to see this also. Also the sputum test, the presence of large number of eosinophils in sputum is there. So which is a very useful tool for diagnosing asthma. We can have a chest x-ray. There is no diagnostic feature of asthma on chest x-ray, but a chest x-ray may be really helpful for excluding pneumothorax. It's a very rare condition that the lung may get punctured, which is called as the pneumothorax, but you have to rule out that possibility also. For that reason, a chest x-ray is also recommended. Skin test, skin prick test should be performed in all cases of asthma to help identifying allergic causes. So the essential of diagnosis are episodic or chronic symptoms of airflow, obstruction, breathlessness, coughing, wheezing and chest tightness. Symptoms frequently, we have to also ask whether the symptoms frequently worse at night or in the early morning, because according to that our constitution will also change, right? Then prolonged expiration and diffuse wheezing on physical examination. Generally there is a prolonged expiration, but in some cases we do find that people of asthma also, it is difficult for them to inhale. Most of the time it is exhalation, but in some cases inhalation can also be there. Limitation of airflow on pulmonary function and complete or partial reversibility of airflow obstruction, either spontaneously or following a bronchodilator therapy. So all this has to be taken into consideration. Now coming to the Sujok treatment, this is the best part that I like, right? So as I said, we will be seeing the Sujok correspondence also. So in all the cases, whatever I am going to talk about, in all the 4 cases, Sujok correspondence is given to the patient, along with whether I am giving them EFT, that is the energy flow therapy, that is Sujok key, or I have given them individual 6-key treatment, or I have given them branch 6-key. In all the 4 cases, Sujok correspondence was done. So I never rule out giving Sujok correspondence treatment, right? So Sujok correspondence treatment was given in all the cases, as well as I have given them Sanmon Gong also. What I did, I will tell it into the letter in this thing. So kidneys and adrenal gland correspondence was given to all this patient. And I'm also a TCM lecturer and a practitioner. So according to TCM also, whenever we are talking about fluid, right? So the body fluid has a relationship with kidney, spleen and lungs, all the 3. And whenever we are talking about inhalation, inhalation is basically the function of kidney. So as I said that most of the time when we are talking about asthma, it is lungs, exhalation. But at times it may be inhalation also. So to rule out that possibility, we are giving this points of kidney and adrenal gland into correspondence system. C7 to C8 vertebra correspondence, why we are giving this? Lung, because these will correspond to the lung area, right? Also because we have taken into consideration the kidney, we are taking the thoracic vertebra T10 to lumbar 2, so that we can have an effect on the kidney and adrenal as well. The spleen correspondence system I already told, because the fluid, full metabolism of the fluid and everything is taken by primary 3 organs, right? The kidney and the spleen and the lungs. So here we are taking the spleen also into consideration, and only if we take spleen we are getting very good results. And as such, if we talk about the TCM theory also, we have a very good point, antihistamine point, spleen test, which also again we know that spleen has to be taken in all cases of asthma. So into the correspondence we have taken spleen. The lung correspondence area and lung correspondence area, if it is a very chronic case, we have also done observation on this point. And if there is dry cough, then we have also used the mustard seed plaster. Everyone must have used the mustard seed plaster, right? So the mustard seed plaster was applied at the lung correspondence area if there was dry cough during the asthma, and moxibustion was done if there was too much of sputum. And of course, because we are treating the lung, the associated gland thymus has to be taken. So this is what we are doing into the correspondence system. Coming to the Sujok meridian key. So for the Sujok meridian key, I have a case study over here. This is a patient of 52 years, he is a male, and this patient was suffering from asthma last 12 years. And while talking to him, we found that the patient voice was very weak. Whenever I have to ask him 2 times, at that time only I could hear what he is clearly speaking. He was very weak also. The cough also was timid, and he would not like to talk. Only if I initiate him to talk, only then he will talk. And whenever he goes out, he will catch cold. He had increased sensitivity to the cold weather. And this patient was, the very important thing was that this patient was living away from his family because of his job, and used to have cold and raw food. So again the spleen comes here, raw and cold food, and at times he used to skip meals also. So the major reason for this poor patient I found was this, that the patient was living away from the family, used to have cold and raw food, skipping meals, and he had his, when we touched his limbs for giving Sujok treatment, I found it very cold. So he had cold lower limbs and he complained about the lower back pain also. So the diagnosis in this case was overall energy deficiency into the lung, as well as into the spleen, as well as into the kidney. That is the reason for this case I chose to go for the Sujok key therapy. Right? So, DA tonification was, I chose the first choice for his treatment. Right? DA tonification, spleen, lung both were tonified, and for the first 12 session result, his appetite increased because the spleen was also tonified, right? So his appetite increased, the patient was improved, and his willingness to talk was seen. See, if the person is not able to talk, the heart may be involved, but here there was no willingness to talk. Right? So, after giving this DA tonification, his willingness to talk was seen. His asthma symptoms also seemed to have relief around 60 to 70%, and the patient still complained about lower back pain. This was after 12 sessions. The lower back pain, he didn't have any difference. So, we took a gap of 1 week for him, and 7 sessions were given to him. Now, the DA tonification was carried as it was carried earlier, but now we added HE tonification also to tonify the kidneys also. So here DA tonification on one hand and HE tonification on other hand was given to the patient, and after giving 7 sessions we got very good result, and this asthma for this patient improved 80%, and there was minimal back pain was noted. So once we had 80% result, we then gave him a gap, and this patient was treated before say 12 to 14 months, and he's still good, and his back pain he is not getting any back pain also now. So now another case of Sujok key therapy. This is Sujok 6 key. So this is a patient of 54 years, and she is female, and she has bronchial asthma for last 20 years. She was predisposed to spasm. She complained that anytime she will have a very strong spasm, either into the legs or sometimes into the near the stomach area also. She complained about the spasm. She was suffering from polylithiasis also. This patient, and this not only in this patient, those patients who are suffering from asthma for long years, I had another 2 to 3 patients also. They were also having this gallbladder stone. So this is one case that I am demonstrating here, that with asthma, even you can find in your practice, you will find if they are suffering from asthma from a very long period, they may have this polylithiasis. So she had dense sputum. The sputum was also very dense. She described the sputum as if it was made up of glass. So the sputum, which is like very clear like a glass, is a sputum of coldness energy. So she described it that whenever I am coughing, it's like very glass. And the sputum looks shiny and transparent. She was living in a joint family and her husband was working into the family business. So she gave this history, so lot many other questions came with it. See, so I asked her lot many questions, and this was seen that she had an insecurity of finances. That fear was clearly seen in her talks. She had 2 children and they were into a joint family, and she was always worried about, she not actually worried, she always has an insecurity that whether my kids, because she was they were the younger son and daughter-in-law, she already had that insecurity whether my children will get something or not into the family business. So in my observation, I could see that she was very specific about keeping, and this is also one very thing that when I observed her, whenever she was coming at the clinic, she was very particular about everything, the phone also. If she is keeping the phone daily at her head side, she will keep there only, in the vertical position only, she will never put it horizontal. So she was very particular about all these things that we saw, and also she will not change the side also. If she is keeping on the left side, every time her phone will be on the left side only. So, and also she was overweight. We can say not overweight, she was obese. So the diagnosis here was womb dryness, excessive constitution, and for her we have done structural treatment and functional treatment both, because functional treatment will also take care of the cholelithiasis. So we did structural and functional both treatment. On left hand we did structural treatment for her, and on the right hand we did functional treatment for her. So this was her constitution, that is womb dryness, excessive constitution, and in this case we have sedation dryness in A, and then we have tonified wind in L. We have seded this coldness in H, and we have seded dryness in I. So this was the constitution, and this was the treatment that we carried. We could have gone with the other way around also, but then after seeing the patient, I thought this way is the best way to go for her. And in functional treatment, we did sedation of dryness in H. Now on the other hand, on the left hand structure and on the right hand we had done the functional treatment. So that is sedation of dryness in H, and tonification of wind in A, and sedation of coldness in L, and sedation of dryness in I. So this was the functional treatment that was given to her. So after 12 sessions, the result were her fear and insecurity was reduced to a large extent. I could see on her face, and she was really feeling good. All her insecurities and fear were reduced, and her spasms also reduced to 70%. But the sputum still was not very much reduced. 40 to 50% only sputum was reduced. So after 12 sessions, we gave her more sessions, and her this is after the 12th session only. Her weight is reduced the same. We have nothing that extra, the constitutional treatment, and her weight also reduced to 2.5 kg, and then the sputum was reduced more. Earlier it was only 40 to 50%, but then the spasm reduced to 50%, and the sputum still is 60% only. So her treatment is still going on, because the sputum has still not reached to the extent that we want the sputum to reduce. So her treatment is still going on. Sujok Brajki. So this is I have 2 cases for Sujok Brajki, and this case is also very dear to me, because this is a case of only a 11-year kid. And this kid is very dear to me because I have treated her for ear duct block also when she was only 6 months old. She came to me when she was 6 months old with an ear duct block, and the doctor had told that when she will be 9 months we will operate her for that. And we did treatment, Sujok treatment to her for that, and she is 11 years now, no surgery required. There was no pus coming out from the eyes after that, after the treatment. So now she is 11 years, this one, and now she had this complaint that at many times she felt that she was not able to breathe properly. That is what she was always complaining her mother. She is very near to her aunt, that is her bua, we call it, right? And she is the one who brought her to our clinic. That girl herself, her aunt, had carpal tunnel syndrome and got treated at our clinic, and then she brought her when the kid was 6 months. So this is her proper history was given by her aunt only. The child could not explain everything. the aunt was asking, and we got this history from her, that she was complaining that she was not able to breathe properly at times. And this might happen suddenly many times a day. She had semi-coughing, discomfort in the chest that she complained, suffocation, she was like, "Bua, main saans nahi le pa rahi hu, bua, main saans nahi le pa rahi hu," right? And especially during movement or lying down, right? Whenever she used to lie down, she would have this episodes more. She also suffered from viral infection once every month, and this was past 1 year, that every month she would have a viral infection, she would have to go to the doctor, take the viral medicine. So this was also her history. Diagnosing of a medical report, I found that this is a preterm stage of aphasia, because he was saying that she was not able to breathe at times, it feels like choked up. So preterm stage of aphasia, then edema of bronchial mucosa, and immune inflammation that I diagnosed that this is the case. And Sujok diagnosis was heat excessive constitution in lung. So here individual treatment was not required. So only to the lung we had to give the treatment, and then we seeing all this, it was a heat excessive constitution. So we have sedate heat and tonified dryness, sedate wind and sedate heat in lungs. So this is a branch 60 constitution, right? After 12 sessions, generally we have a tendency to review our treatment every 12 sessions. So that is the reason in every case I am saying after 12 sessions. Patient suffocation was reduced to 70%, and coughing was almost gone. 80% benefiting her itchy skin. She had itchy skin also. No complaint of chest discomfort. And after a break of 1 week, she was given treatment twice a week for 3 weeks. And the result was suffocation was not seen anymore. Itchy skin reduced up to 85%. This is the last case. That is a patient of 46 years old female complained of too much thick sputum getting secreted, had chest stiffness and tightness, wheezing, trouble breathing. She had stomachache. Most of the time she had stomachache. Felt very tired after any physical exercise. So sometimes there is exercise-induced asthma also. So she had this exercise-induced asthma also. The diagnosis was that the sputum, there was a hypersecretion of the sputum, and there was bronchospasms also. So Sujok diagnosis was humidity excessive constitution in the lung. So this was, again this is a branch 6P treatment, so this is a constitution in the lung. So there was humidity, hotness excessive, humidity excessive and dryness excessive, and the treatment given was sedation of dryness in A, tonification of wind in A, sedation of coldness in A, and sedation of dryness in I. So in the first 12 session, the energy level after the exercise was better up to 60 to 70%. Sputum secretion, as in the difficult what I am finding is always the sputum secretion. The result what we get in all other complaints of the patient, compared to it, the sputum secretion is taking a longer time to get reduced. So in this case also the sputum secretion was reduced only by 50%. Stomachache was better by 80 to 85%, and stiffness of the chest also reduced to 60 to 70%. And I just want to remind you that in all these cases, whatever branch 6 key individual or EFT we have done, we have given the correspondence also. After correspondence treatment only we have done this, right? So after a week gap, additional 12 sessions were given, and the result was now the sputum had reduced to 70%. But sputum, I found it every time difficult to reduce the sputum. So stomachache was completely stopped. Relief in stiffness of the chest was 60 to 70%, and the energy level of the patient was increased by 80%. So this is what I said at Sangong also. So all these patients were given Sujok correspondence treatment level 1. Then whatever constitution was made, it was given, as well as I have given all these patients Sangong only neck exercise, V1 to V8, right? Because we have to take V1, we have to take V3, we have V7, V3, V5. So I gave them neck pneumococc exercise, and I make them do at the clinic itself. Because after going home, patient is not doing seriously. So I make them do at the clinic also. Only so all neck stretch were given from V to V8 to all this patient. So these are the 4 cases which were near and dear to me. And thank you so much everyone for listening to me so patiently at this hour. And I'm thankful to the whole Sujok fraternity, those who have come here from all the places. And thank you very much everyone. Yes, sir.
When we talk of respiratory diseases, we only talk of asthma, but it's not asthma. It is asthma, COPD, asthma, online COPD, and there's a cardiac asthma.
Yeah, so cardiac asthma, because emergency condition we were not covering today, so I have not covered that.
No, this is for all. Because the diagnosis you get, my sputum is not coming down. When sputum, you get COPD rather than asthma. Asthma is very dry conditions. And if you see this respiratory tract, there are more cartilages in the upper tract, medium in the middle part, and lower part is more of the mucous membrane. So inflammation of mucous membrane, muscle spasm, that you will take it into consideration. So unless you differentiate between these conditions, it is very difficult to treat asthma as such. Because most of the people, all that is not asthma, that is the difference. That is very good.
Thank you so much, because I was looking for this input. I already said that is my difficulty, that after so many sessions, the sputum is reducing.
My sputum is not because you are treating asthma. You are not treating COPD. COPD, and you have to ask the history of exposure to biomass or environmental smoke, or patient, if it's a male or female, ask for history of smoking or many smokers. They have more of sputum. The sputum will not come with this cyst. Okay, that is one thing which you have to differentiate. There is something like interstitial lung disease, where the lung parenchyma, they are reduced by the fibrosis. There you get sometimes fees or more of dyspnea. So, and this pseudopedia, we don't have the stethoscope with us. We doctors can use it and see the bronchi coming out of the lungs. So, any dyspnea, they will label as asthma, which is actually wrong. Okay.
Thank you so much for your input. Anyone here want to speak on this? The problem that I faced was sputum. I said, no, that is the last thing which I am able to do. So, if any inputs?
I am having one question. What is the immune inflammation? You have put it in the kids.
Yeah, that is in response to the allergens. That is basically the Ig cells which they are in response to the allergen, they become active, and because of that they attach to the muscles, and then the inflammation is found into the lungs. So it is that response which is called as the immune response.
Thank you, ma'am. You have very well explained about asthma and its pathophysiology and its diagnosis. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, you are having a question.
My evening, Mamta Agarwal from Hyderabad. A small sharing regarding the sputum. This was regarding pandemic time when I had made the YouTube and it got viral. So it's a very simple process as you have done on the correspondence. So application of balm on both the feet correspondence on the lung area and pushing it up. And the massage is done clockwise, anti-clockwise and pushed up. It gave excellent results for COVID patients, any respiratory problems, any problem for like air tract to be really evacuated, and very, very smooth breathing. And other than that, it's increasing the immunity system of the person. So this was giving a very good result. In fact, I got a feedback from someone from Mumbai that he was suffering from this respiratory problem for past 20 years. So application of this was done and it was released within a week.
Thank you so much for your inputs.
Thank you.
Smile evening. So how was the day? Have you enjoyed? मजा आया कि नहीं आया? पेट भरा कि नहीं भरा? मेरे एक टीचर हमेशा ऐसा कहते थे कि आदमी के खुशी का रास्ता पेट से होकर गुजरता है। तो अगर उनके पेट को सेटिस्फाई रखो तो छोटी छोटी गलतियां दिखती नहीं है। तो बेसिकली आपको जो खिलाया जा रहा है, आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड। इंग्लिश बोलो या। So it's a great pleasure that we are about to conclude our first day, but it is not yet over. In the growth and development of Sujok as a science, or to bring it to the people, or to realize the dream of Professor Park, to have at least one Sujok practitioner in each home, we need a significant contribution from the people. And this contribution is required in form of teachers who are spreading our message to the people, who are passing this knowledge to the next generation. It is definitely a decade of success. There are so many things we did in the last decade, and there are so many things we are having vision for the coming years. This time, now during the cultural program, we are going to release our souvenir, which includes all the articles based on the presentation which is happening over here, as well as the detailed information what we did in last 10 years. I frequently come across to the question what ISA is doing. And even I am coming across to the question what ISA did for me. And certainly I ask the question, who is ISA? Can you tell me who is ISA? I am ISA. You are ISA, and all together we all are ISA. And if we all together are ISA, this question belongs to all of us. What ISA is doing. And when this question belongs to all of us, we all are equally responsible to answer this question, what ISA is doing. I am going to share inside what ISA is doing tomorrow during my session. But one of the significant work what ISA is doing is creating proper teachers who can pass on this knowledge to the next generation. And the first motto which was captured in 2013 during the first global meeting was the standardization of education. I am very proud to say that today whether you take a course in some place in Gujarat or Maharashtra or in Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, or if you take a course in some other country like USA, Canada, France, Japan, Israel, Russia, the content provided in the course is exactly the same content. The information provided in that course is the same information. The different thing is just the teaching methodology of a teacher, which is definitely a personal aspect. This standardization process we have started since 2015 by the first teacher training course. And very proudly, till date, we have concluded the 7 teacher training course of such kind, and we have generated 700 plus teachers in these 10 years. And you being an Indian, you being a Bharatiya, must be proud that out of these 700 teachers, 400 plus are in Bharat. Yes, we are such a big country, and this number is not a big. This number should be, I expect at least 3-4 more zeros in the coming decade. And not only that, but many a time during the PTC I come across to the question, why you make this course so hard, why you are taking this kind of exam, why you are doing this kind of thing. I don't have an answer today. But I am sure when Sujok will get a due recognition, you will get the answer yourself. Because at that time, the people who are supposed to ask the question would not be from the ISA, they would be from the government machineries. And they will ask the question according to their system, not according to our system. So what ISA is doing is, ISA is trying to learn those methodologies what they have already adopted and trying to implement in the system from now. So when government is supposed to grant a recognition or government is supposed to identify a person, at that time we have adequately trained people who can be inducted. There are a few people who are associated with Maharashtra Acupuncture Council. They know how the procedure is happening. Many of you have passed through the registration process. You might have observed what are the steps. Okay, many of you might have appeared for the, applying for a teacher to teach under the Maharashtra Acupuncture Council. And you might have recognized, there are these 10-15 steps we have to follow. We have to provide this much of the documentation. Then only they consider. So what we are doing today is for the preparation of the future. I remember Dr. Minchul Park always saying that each of my step is not for today, it's for tomorrow. And in this continuation, we recently had a teachers training course for Sujok Therapy Basic, and as committed, we are going to award the lecturership to the people who have successfully completed this teacher training course. And from that group, few of the people are available here today. They have joined us this celebration. So I am very much privileged to take this honor to award the certificate by the hand of Dr. Park Minchul and Dr. Mohana Selvan. I please request Dr. Park Minchul first to come on the stage, and I also request Dr. Mohana Selvan to come on the stage, and we will issue the certificate. I would like to let you know that to cut short the procedure, looking to this our esteemed function, we are directly issuing the certificate. But before that, there is one more procedure where we are signing one terms, condition kind of thing, what ISA teachers should do and what they should not do. And after that, in our general process, we are sending this, what are the rules and regulation of teaching, what are the guidelines, we are sending it to them, they read it, they sign one copy, send it back to the ISA, and after that ISA is sending them the lecturership certificate and all the hours related to that. But right now, to cut short the procedure, we are issuing the certificate, and the procedure, which is a part of administration, will be followed later, and the people will be bound to that. First of all, I would like to call upon the stage Vandana Gorecha to receive her certificate. Vandana Gorecha. present here? Okay. Zalak Pancholi. Jagdish Babu. Prasad Kumar. Sunita Alok Bagri. Gursharan Singh. Mahek Tejwani. Mumtaz K. Ritika Tejwani. Dr. Swati Gupta. Jugraj Singh. Dr. Bharat Patodia. Vandana Gulicha Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have also created eco-friendly certificate covers for your certificate. So kindly collect it from the reception before you leave, in case somebody is leaving today. Otherwise, anyway, all the participants will get their conference participation certificate in the same folder tomorrow. This certificate is not an award of lecturership. It's a responsibility on your shoulder. And I'm very much sure that the trust and responsibility ISA has put on you will be proven correct by you people. Thank you so much. Today we are going to have a cultural event which is at 7:30, and before that we will give a time to our artists who already came here to set up the stage, and cultural event is again followed by the lavish dinner. I hope you would be able to enjoy it. I hope you have kept some space. And before I conclude my session, I would like to invite Dr. Park Minchul. He would like to share a few words, and after that we will empty the hall for maybe 20-30 minutes. We can freshen up, and 7:30 onwards we will continue our cultural event. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, our first day is about finishing, but